to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Here's C.J. Stroud under center. Takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans at NRG Stadium take down the Cardinals 40-20. 6 wins in a row for the Texans, who run their record to 9-5, with the Raiders up next. Milestones galore for the Houston Texans today. The longest pass play of the year, the longest run of the year, the longest kickoff return of the year. And Houston wins by 20.
Hell yeah, they won by 20. Reaction Monday. Let's go. Let's go. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It was a good day yesterday out at NRG Stadium. And yeah, Mark Vandermeer on the call. The Texans win 40-20. And I think Seth Payne, those 3 long plays that Mark was talking about, the catch and run by Nico Collins to open the game, second play touchdown. Jawar Jordan, who we'll talk about plenty on the show today, 50-yard run. Jalen Knoll with a 69-yard kickoff return to go with his 39-yard kickoff return to open the game. That is the sign of a taking care of business game by the Texans.
And the one guy that kind of flew under the radar while amassing 8 receptions on the day is Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, we had him on the postgame show.
Partly because Trey McBride was just such a beast in that game.
Schultz had 8 catches, and he was the second-best tight end on the field.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz is like, hey, but Trey McBride does it with a certain panache, a certain swarmy panache.
He's really good.
But I thought that Nico Collins touchdown, and then Nico Collins on the day had 3 receptions for 87 yards.
82 yards.
82 yards on 4 targets. Actually, I mean, he really had over 100 yards on 5 targets, because the play that was taken away, that is a classic. All right, man, it didn't affect the actual play on the field at all. Everybody on the Cardinals defense knew that Blake Fisher is the ineligible receiver lining up at tight end because he does it all the time. So that one hurts to get taken away. But I thought the notable thing about that was Nico Collins has 4 official targets on the day, and they're effective, but also still created opportunities for others.
Yeah, definitely.
And then using the bootleg like they did because Cade Stover got involved. So
that was there all day.
Your wide receivers ended up having 11 receptions on the day between those two. Getting the running
tight
backs.
ends, you mean the tight ends?
Yeah. It's going to happen a lot today.
That's okay.
Very little sleep last night.
That's
so
okay.
if you – and then they got 4 receptions by running backs.
Yeah.
And yes, I know the Cardinals are a horrible defense, but they took care of business and did it in a way that you want to see them operate, where CJ looked like he was in complete command at being able to attack every area of the field and all of his receivers, all of his receiving options, because you include the running backs, the tight ends, the wide receivers, and then Jalen Knoll in the return game. I feel like after – 2 things happened yesterday that a lot of fans are saying, well, why didn't you just do this from the start?
Right.
Why is Jalen Knoll not always out there returning?
The only guy. He was the only guy they put back there this time.
Yeah, and the other is, why did it take this long for Jawar Jordan to get on the field?
Yes, yeah. That's been kind of a theme. It does feel like there's been a lot of that this year. Like, what's been the holdup? Like, some of the things on the offensive line. You know, like, why did we wait this long for this? Why did we wait this long for that?
And you never know what they're seeing in practice and everything. Yeah. With Jawar Jordan, he's a young player. Maybe it took a while for him to get the offense. I always just assumed, well, maybe he's small and they don't think he's ready yet or whatever. All right. For one game, at least, his size didn't seem to be an issue.
Well, he looked like he had fresh legs compared to everybody
else.
That helps,
yeah. And he's a classic, just as it is with Woody Marks. The size is never an issue in a game, like in an individual game. Yeah. It's how do you fare over the course of a season.
Yep.
But I don't look. It was a really good victory, but there is that little bit of hindsight, like, oh, okay, well, maybe if they'd had Jawar Jordan splitting carries with Woody Marks this whole time, Woody Marks wouldn't be so banged up.
Yeah. And Woody Marks, the reason Jawar Jordan was in there for most of the second half is Woody Marks got banged up and left the game again. D'Amico Ryan said after the game that Woody Marks could have come back in. Look, I don't know what Nick Chubb's rib injury situation is. This is if Woody Marks heals up and he's ready to go for the Raiders, and that Raiders game is a tricky one because they're even worse than the Cardinals are. And so I think the hope is that's a game also where you can get guys, get Woody Marks 10 touches, not 25 touches in that game. But that's a really interesting 1-2 punch of young players if Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan can be something here down the stretch this year. But I love, Seth, that they jumped on the Cardinals early. Second play of the game, the Nico Collins touchdown. So you're up 7-0. The ensuing kickoff, Jamal Hill just blisters whoever the return guy was, and the ball pops right into Dario Gumbawale's hands. Would have been nice to punch that in and get a touchdown, but they got points at least. And they were up 17-0 in the first quarter. I know the defense gave up 20, which, by the way, in the NFL is still a really good defensive performance. We're just judging this defense by a different standard. I felt like once they were up 17-0, we were going to get French vanilla the rest of the day as far as the flavor that we got. There was nothing exotic that they were doing defensively. And you're right. And Trey McBride is a beast.
He is a beast. And also the Texans defense was playing vanilla. They were out there just in their 4-3 defense a whole bunch. And that meant no EJ Speed. Christian Harris was out on the field. Henry To'oTo'o kind of got found out in coverage a couple times.
Yeah.
But the Texans weren't committing all the resources to stopping Trey McBride the way they would have if it was a close game, I think. You didn't see as many defensive backs attached to Trey McBride the way they did with Travis Kelce last week. So that's you live with that. You wonder a little bit if D'Amico's got very high standards for that defense.
Yes.
Some curious things after the game.
Will Anderson to be the big one.
Will Anderson didn't speak to the media, and it wasn't like he just wasn't in the locker room. He actually told the media he wasn't speaking yesterday.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody I talked to had left the locker room by the time Will had.
Yeah, somebody at KHOU told me that he was in the locker room but just declined comment.
Okay.
And then Kalen Bullock had an odd comment.
He tweeted something like, hang on, I had it down in a segment.
So I guess I'm A-word.
He said, I'm just ass, I guess.
Yeah, all right.
That was it.
My
sons sent it to me. Which one of my sons sent it to me with no comment on it? And I'm like, no comment from them. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys want me to do with this. I don't know what he's referring to. I'm not in the locker room after the game.
I could see D'Amico, who has very high standards for the defense. Who knows? It's all speculation.
Bullock played well. He dropped that interception at the end of the game.
Yeah. I hope he's not responding to social media comments. Just don't even if somebody's going to be calling you butt all the time.
Yeah.
You could be a 7-time All-Pro, a future Hall of Famer, first ballot,
butt.
There will be people out there.
Call you butt.
It's like the people who give the thumbs down on Beethoven songs on YouTube.
Right.
You're like, oh,
guy was pretty successful.
Right. Yeah.
Guy had a good run. All right.
I hate the deaf. Yeah.
CJ really good yesterday, I thought. 22 of 29, 260 yards, 2 touchdowns. Unlike the last time he played against the Cardinals 2 years ago, did not put the ball in harm's way one time that I can remember.
I think the biggest thing about CJ that I've noticed, with myself personally, I fight against this, but I think definitely amongst some people watching, is he's done a really good job of becoming a better game manager. And in the way that all quarterbacks, including Hall of Fame quarterbacks, have to be able to manage the game. So you're not a game manager quarterback, but you need to learn how to manage the game, when to take your risks, when to take chances, and when to be careful with the ball. And him throwing the ball away has been, I don't want to say a revelation. You don't get super excited about it. But there's times where I think people will feel like CJ's not having a good game, and then you look at the box score, and he's 14 for 17 for 180 yards at that point in the game.
It was a little like that for me yesterday.
Yeah.
When I looked up at his numbers in the fourth quarter, I was a little surprised that he was as efficient. His passer rating was like 138 yesterday.
Yeah.
He was really efficient. Boy, the 2 throws, though, I mean, as much as we want to talk about, like, he's managing the game and he's doing the smart thing, he's dirting the ball now instead of running backwards when there's pressure on him. The touchdown throw to Nico through a tight window, and then that one throw to Dalton Schultz with about 3 Arizona guys converging on the area and just a laser to Schultz.
And it was, from the sideline, from up above where we were watching, it looked like a riskier throw than it was.
Yeah.
And that's where, in that instance, on a throw like that, I don't actually, when it's a super tight window, I don't give credit for it because it feels like, no, that was kind of a dumb throw. Where on that throw, it was actually, just him seeing it really well. And he's done that now pretty consistently over the last few weeks, where he throws back across his body.
Yep.
And has made some really nice, like the one to Nico a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
Passer rating 137.1, actually.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Which passer rating people only use now when things either really good or really bad.
Right. And I think it's indicative of that when it's really good.
That's
really
what it's
bad.
good for anymore.
Yeah, it's good for the margins.
Well, like Mahomes last week, worst passer rating of his career.
Yeah. It was like 19.8. Definitely matched the eye test. Jawar Jordan, we should spend a little more time talking about him. 15 carries, 101 yards. Here was D'Amico Ryans after the game on Jawar Jordan's NFL debut.
Jawar did an outstanding job for us, for the young man to come in and for his first game to have a debut like he had. I mean, of course, he broke a record, most yards as a Texan in their debut game. He ran the ball very well, efficient, showed the explosiveness, showed the speed that he has and that we've seen in practice and he's been on practice squad for us. It just shows again, like, whenever your number is called, are you ready for that opportunity? And no one knows until you get that moment. And it's about you taking advantage of that moment and not looking back. And I thought Jawar handled it very well.
He and the 50-yard run is what will have people talking, because we haven't seen that this year from any of the running backs. I thought even on the last drive that the Texans had, that was, he churned out a couple nice 10 or 12-yard runs too. For a guy who's 185, he runs really hard.
Yeah, he's like Woody Marks Woody Marks is 205 and he's undersized. So Jawar Jordan is Warwick Dunn size.
Yes.
But he lowers his shoulder. He tries to get extra yardage afterwards. And the rushing attack in general yesterday, it's the best version of what the Texans are capable of doing so far. They have moments where they run the ball pretty well between the 20s. It's in the red zone where you just get that feeling that, man, they can't move people consistently the way they want to. And then half the time that they do move people consistently, somebody's lined up in the neutral zone or there's a false start. So that part of it, that's the part of the game that left me wanting a little bit. The direct snap to Dare Gumbawale was either just bad play design or horribly executed, because
talking about that reverse
the one where Dare
Dare
took the snap and then just stood there with no options whatsoever. So one of his options, I'm guessing, was not where it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And but then the direct snap that worked was the one that wasn't supposed to be a direct snap. The direct snap directly to Woody Marks.
Through CJ's legs.
I thought it was an elegant fumble Ruski or something.
We had a hard time deciphering whether that was a design play or not up in the press box, and then they showed the replay, and the ball bounces off CJ's hand and skids to Woody Marks.
You see CJ's facial expression as he turns around, and it's one of sheer either panic or concern. Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, right. If he was faking the bad snap, he would have run off to the left or jumped in the air or something. It worked out well. The fate was on our side.
That was the most space any running back has had to get over the goal line on the 1 yard line all season long. Like Woody Marks jumped in almost untouched.
He jumped in. No, he did jump in untouched. There was no reason to jump.
Yeah.
He jumped to leap over a guy who was 3 yards deep in the backfield and ended up back to back on him, like facing skyward.
Yep.
Like he was doing some kind of weird turtle game or something.
Yeah. They got to run that play again. I liked it.
I'm going to generously give them credit for, if the play had been run as executed, there was really good movement by the offensive line on that play, and I don't think it was because of confusion by the defense. I think they genuinely got good push.
Does anybody know what play they were supposed to run?
I'm guessing it was going to be a dive to what it ended up being. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because CJ. So the shotgun call was an accident. I guess CJ called.
I don't know. CJ was sticking up for Jake Andrews or something.
Oh, really?
He said, I must have said shotgun in the huddle, but he tapped Andrews' butt or leg before he went.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Well, yeah, if you're a center, you can feel the hands down there, right?
I would imagine. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe does his
CJ didn't like
does
touching
his
down
tank
there?
get calloused and numb to contact down there?
Maybe just CJ. You've heard about some centers they have hygiene problems.
Yeah,
and I forget who it was
touching it.
I forget who the center was.
Well, it was my old teammate John Wade. I remember it wasn't hygiene, but he just sweat a lot.
He sweat a lot,
Yeah.
and I remember there was one.
When it was in Tampa.
Yeah, I remember there was one where the quarterback, I can't remember who it was, but he would complain that his hands would smell after the game.
Yeah,
because of all the sweat down there.
So I think
let's keep talking about this.
I don't know, whatever the issue was, that it you know what? Even though it ended up in a touchdown, you got to add that to the litany of pre-snap issues that they've had consistently.
Well, here's the thing. I said, and look, it was a great game yesterday. They've scored 40 points. They scored on almost every possession other than one. And the one possession they didn't score on, well, two, a blocked field goal. The other one, Tommy Townsend punted them down to the 4-yard line. It was a really good day. Special teams were great. Red zone is still an issue for this team. And I know that I said last week I will settle for 50% for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to the league average, you know what I mean? Like, if they're 50% in the red zone the rest of the year, I am laughing about it.
So everybody knows, right now they're 44%. It's the second worst in the league.
Yeah. So I said I'll settle for 50. If they can be 50% in the red zone the rest of the year, I'll take my chances with this defense leading this team on a deep playoff run. They were 50% yesterday, and yet I have a hard time settling for that 50%. They were 3 of 6 because one of them, as you pointed out, was a third down play that clearly there was some miscommunication there on the snap that Woody Marks scooped up. So I almost don't count that one as a well-designed conversion of a red zone. So now you're down to 2 for 6. And one of the other red zone, the very last possession, they decided after Jawar Jordan was the one that got them all the way down there, they decided to turn it into the Daria Gumbawale show again. First and goal from like the 5. They do a direct snap that looks like it's supposed to be some sort of reverse with Xavier Hutchinson. It gets totally scuttled. They get a 6-yard TFL. Second down, CJ throws a slant to Daria Gumbawale. And then on third down, they just run like a crosser along the back of the end zone. I looked at Clint Stoerner up in the press box. I said, why not just do that on first down?
There is an element of, even though
just throw it to Nico.
Yeah, but part of it is that he's sucking at running the ball, but looking psychotically committed to running the ball does open up the play action. Like I've told you before, you don't actually have to run the ball well to set up the play action. You have to show that you're genuinely committed to the run. So there is a tiny bit of method to the madness in that even if they're not running the ball well, if they want to have those play action opportunities, they got to look like the crazy guy the crazy guy on the subway that you just don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
So you gotta draw a wide break. You're pretty sure you can take him in a fight, but you just don't know for sure what this guy is capable of.
Wow.
The Shahid Ben, cue up the celebration music.
Oh.
Texans.
Yeah.
Currently third worst red zone offense in the NFL.
It got
they have
better.
ascended over the lowly Baltimore Ravens. And
the Ravens are that
they
bad in the
maintain
red
their
zone.
lead over the New Orleans Saints now. The Texans are at 44.9% red zone touchdown scoring percentage. All right, that's enough of the celebration music.
Yeah.
But
gotta let it marinate a little.
there
bit.
is but there's a part of that game where you look at it and if they were better in the red zone versus a bad defense, that game should have been like 55
They
to
left
20.
points on the field. We said that in the postgame show, and this is not shade or anything like that. I'm thrilled that they've won 6 in a row, and they look really good. I did say in the postgame, this is the most confident I've been in a Texans team in their ability to make a run to the AFC title game. Mm-hmm. This group. Certainly this group out of the D'Amico Ryans ones, but I would say even more confident in this group than any of the Bill O'Brien teams. And if I'm being honest, the 2 Kubiak teams that made the playoffs, one was quarterbacked by T.J. Yates in the playoffs. The other one was going in on a complete downturn, losing 3 out of 4. This team's peaking at the right time. Their defense is elite, and their quarterback looks like he's really starting to figure out this offense.
Yeah, and you just have to do this one more time where you take care of business of the Raiders. And
14.5 point spread.
14.5?
14.5, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I said yesterday that I felt good about the Texans covering a 9.5 point spread just because of the turnover factor.
Yep.
And the Texans, once again, is it 8 straight games without turning the ball over on offense now?
No, well, they turned it over on offense.
They had a stretch. Or
CJ,
8 total games where they haven't turned the ball over.
Yeah, 8 total games, yeah.
So 8 total games where they haven't turned the ball over on offense. The defense and special teams take the ball away twice, and that ends up being enough. And you're in a position where giving up 20 points on defense feels like a letdown by the defense.
No, totally. All right, we're going to talk more about this game for sure. The league did not do the Texans any favors yesterday. The people we wanted, they are selfish. And I would say if you had to pick two players to get injured this season, this might be two of the biggest players in the same day to go down with the same injury. What a wild day yesterday. We'll dig into it coming up next. West Point, Lincoln of Sugar Land.
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Acknowledge Me is going to be good today. We got a lot of acknowledgments to get to about an hour from now. We'll do headlines in the next segment. Boy, there were, how about in the same day, Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons, torn ACL. Torn ACLs in the same day. If you missed it yesterday, Patrick Mahomes towards the end of the loss to the Chargers left with a knee injury. Turns out it's a torn ACL, which is the perfect metaphor for what the season has been like for the Chiefs. And I'm not saying that to be flip or take lightly the injury to Mahomes. Like, that sucks. Micah Parsons leaves with an ACL injury in that Green Bay game. Non-contact, tears his ACL. Totally different reasons why that one is significant. I mean, the Chiefs, it's the end of a dynasty here. The Green Bay made that trade to do what they were doing, which is make a run at winning the NFC and get to a Super Bowl. It's just wild, Seth, that you could argue that that's the best offensive player and the best defensive player of this decade. You could make that argument about both guys, and they leave within minutes of each other with ACL tears.
And with one of the teams, with the Chiefs, it's, if anything, if there's a silver lining in it, it's that it happened later in the season, which sucks, except that at least the Chiefs will have zero illusions about the problems they have as a football team.
Yeah.
They've got to figure some things out about their scheme, their personnel, all of those things, because they're headed in the wrong direction. I do think that if Travis Kelce was wondering about whether he was going to come back or not next year, I feel like this tips it back towards retirement.
It certainly doesn't help.
Yeah.
If you're a Travis Kelce fan and you want him to stay,
he also might feel like he's abandoning Patrick if he leaves, and then Patrick's coming back and he's not 100% in September.
Well, he might feel like there's just unfinished business personally. Like, no one wants to leave. They're 6-8 now, and they're going to be starting Gardner Minshew the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to probably finish below 500. So there may be that too with Travis Kelce. I have no idea. He's getting married.
Spending about $8 million on their wedding, so he might have already budgeted, his salary next year for the wedding.
Yeah, man, that gets expensive. It gets pricey.
Well, if they're going to be traditional, Taylor Swift's dad is going to have to figure out a way to pay for it.
Yeah.
See if he can find a way.
Yeah, that's true. Can you imagine Taylor Swift puts that tab on her parents?
Well, I mean, her dad's like her manager and everything.
Yeah.
He might offer.
Yeah,
I think he's done quite well.
He's probably getting a chip, a little chip off of what she's getting.
Oh no, sure. He created her. Like it was, yeah.
Let's talk more about Taylor Swift. So Micah Parsons, Patrick Mahomes. That was a big story yesterday. Did you get to watch any of Phillip Rivers yesterday?
Just as I was looking up, I was editing a bunch of stuff during the game, and I looked up and saw field goal after field goal and smart throwaway or check down or whatever after check down.
He threw a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
He did throw a touchdown
No.
pass.
I think that game did it. How many touches did Jonathan Taylor end up getting?
Not many as I would like, since I have him on my fantasy team. If he was carrying the ball a bunch in the first half. We were doing the post-game show, so I wasn't super dialed in play to play. We had the game on TV in there.
He had 25 carries for 87 yards.
Okay, so yeah.
And that's where he hasn't been over 100 yards in a while. Other than, he had heavy usage in one game against the Cowboys, I think. But everything since Daniel Jones really turned into a pumpkin, and teams know that all you have to do is focus on Jonathan Taylor. He's starting to show the signs of it.
Yeah. Do you? I'm trying to remember when I asked you yesterday if you thought Phillip Rivers would make it to Week 18 against the Texans, what your answer was. Do you remember?
I thought I said if I had to gamble that he'd actually have undergone a procedure already by the fourth week of his tenure.
He looks like an old man out there.
I know. No, he is. If anything, I thought he looked better in his football uniform, if only because the flak jacket acts kind of like a girdle.
Yeah,
like he might have had one of the equipment guys cinching it up an extra notch.
The thing that sucks it right in for you.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he looked fat.
Well, but they all wear the flak jacket, so you get the benefit of the doubt when a guy has the flak jacket.
Yeah. No, he looks fat.
The rib protectors make he looked more like a normal quarterback compared to in his street clothes before the game.
Yeah.
That's when he looked like ultimate dad bod.
My biggest takeaway from that game was, holy crap, I forgot how just broken his throwing motion has always looked.
Yeah,
it
looks you say broken. It's unique.
It's obviously it's not broken. He might be a Hall of Famer. So it is unique. It does look like an actor that they hired to play a quarterback in a football movie, like back in the 80s.
Oh yeah, he actually doesn't know how to throw a football. That's how he always looked.
Yes,
and it would. For kids who had never seen him throw before, they might have thought that when they first saw him throw.
Right.
Wow, that is weird.
His body type now makes that stick out a little bit more. Like, wow, this looks like a guy who's just at a backyard barbecue, maybe drunk.
Like throwing a Nerf ball.
Yeah.
And that was what was always so impressive about him, is he just kind of like 3/4 sidearms it.
Yep.
And by that, I mean, I know that sounds like, 3/4 is kind of sidearm. No, it's weird. It's like a sidearm of a sidearm.
Yeah. And
it's like I throw a ball because my shoulders are so messed up, I have to kind of underhand it.
Yeah, that's
And the closest I can get to an overhand is if I like raise my arm up and whip it underhanded.
Yeah. Like the footwork's all weird and everything else. So, but the Colts are the only team that did the Texans a service yesterday by losing to the Seahawks. Because I mean, you had the Bills playing at the Patriots. They were favored in that game. You had the Chiefs favored at home against the Chargers. I wasn't expecting the Jets to do any favors against the Jags.
Yeah.
But the Bills, the Patriots and the Chiefs were both leading those games in the first half. I mean, the Patriots are up 21-0 on the Bills, and they lose that game. This is it's a strange AFC because I feel like the 3 wild card teams, if you had a jamboree somewhere and you had the 3 wild card teams, the Bills, the Chargers, and the Texans, going against the top 3 division leaders, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Jaguars, the 3 wild card teams might be better teams than those 3 division leaders.
New England has that ridiculously easy schedule where they haven't faced hardly any genuinely good defenses.
Nope.
The Texans have gone up against many of the very best defenses in the league. The Rams, by virtue of the division they play in, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Jaguars are good defense this year.
Yep.
The Patriots really haven't done that, and the Bills aren't a good defense. But Drake May in the second half ended up looking like a young quarterback in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you worry about as the weather gets colder and as he actually has to face quality teams. Can he keep up with guys like Josh Allen?
That's the thing. Now the Bills are a game back of the Patriots. As a fan of a team that right now the chances are pretty good that the Texans are going to be a 6 or a 7 seed. I want the Patriots and Broncos to stay at the top of the AFC because I feel like those are beatable 1 and 2 seeds right now.
Right.
I don't need the Bills sneaking into a 2 seed all of a sudden.
I don't even get. See, you'd rather face the Broncos than the Bills.
Yes, I don't want to go to on the road. I don't want to go to Buffalo.
Look, I've played in Denver. It sucks. I don't know. There's more of a chance. I feel like
in Buffalo, in January, Buffalo.
There's more of a chance of really sloppy conditions.
Blizzard. Yeah, Denver's a weird place. Ask your brother about this because he lives there. And I lived there for 3 years. We got more snow in September and March than we did in January.
No. But even when it snows and then it stops snowing and they clear it out.
Yeah.
It's not as wet and sloppy and everything.
Yes, that
too.
I
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just think that the problem is the strength of this Texans team is the defense.
You're talking about the matchup.
Yeah, the matchup.
No, and that's fair.
I would much prefer to play Buffalo. I think just because the Broncos have a really good defense that does a lot of the stuff that gives this Texans team trouble.
I will say this, too. Josh Allen scares me way more than Bo Nix does.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Josh Allen has won more playoff games. Put Aaron Rodgers aside for a second. He's won more playoff games than all the rest of these quarterbacks that would be in the playoffs in the AFC combined.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I've seen Josh Allen play the Texans, he don't look so hot. That's what
Here.
It's so what? You're too intimidated by Buffalo. They're just gentle, pleasant people that want to eat chicken wings and drink beer.
Ted Johnson would tell me stories about the bus pulling into Buffalo.
Well, it's because you're driving through a little neighborhood, and then you go through. It's like a winding route through the parking lot.
Yeah.
And the fun thing about Buffalo is my favorite thing to do on the bus was if somebody was flipping me off, I'd flip them back off.
Yeah.
Because what? It's a equivalent response, right? And man, would they lose it?
Yeah.
I think they got so
in
used
their
to
heads.
people just not doing anything. Look at this. I'm going to flip you off. And then just a simple flipping them the bird back, and it looked like you
Yeah.
just invaded their country or something.
I'm renting space in that Zubaz guy's head right there.
Yeah. No, it was fun. It was hilarious.
Ted would talk all the time about how old ladies would be out there just flipping off the buses.
I
and
thought
stuff.
the old ladies in Pittsburgh were way more aggressive than the old ladies in Buffalo.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Are those the kind of the gold standard for old lady foul
Anywhere in the
mouth
Northeast.
conduct? Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the old ladies up there are still smoking 2 packs a day.
Yes.
You know, they'd have a beer for breakfast.
Yes. Oh, man. All right. Still a ton to get to on the show today, and Seth and I are with you till 8 a.m. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, Texans Monday at 8 a.m., and we got you covered all day long here on Sports Radio 610. Texans 40, Cardinals 20 yesterday. We'll get to that in headlines. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans an update on Woody Marks' injury from the Texans head coach. Texans are on a streak right now. Do we believe what D'Amico Ryans said about this 6-game winning streak in the postgame? We'll hit that and a whole lot more in headlines coming up next. But first, I talked about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land in the first break. How about West Point Lincoln, the OG location?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Second down and 8 from the Houston 43-yard line. Stroud in the gun now with Woody to his right. Here's the snap to CJ, four-man rush. He throws over the middle, hits Nico, left side 40, breaks a tackle, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, touchdown, Houston! Fireworks early at NRG Stadium as Nico Collins takes it to the house.
Yeah, and they were off to the races after that. That put the Texans up 7-0. They would be up 17-0 at the end of the first quarter, and they would cruise to a 40-20 win over the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. The only part of the game, Seth, where I felt a little tense because they got out to a 17-0 lead. There wasn't even any time to worry about this game early in the game. Like the Titans game, I was still worried at halftime because it was only 6-0, the first Titans game.
Yeah.
The Texans jumped on these guys, but when the Texans gave the ball back to the Cardinals when it was a two-score game in the fourth quarter with about 9 minutes to go, It was 33-20, and I'm thinking, we were on the other side of this with the Jags a few weeks ago. The exact same margin. The Texans had been up by 19 early in the fourth quarter. Jags cut it to 13. Or I'm sorry, the Cardinals cut it to 13. And I got a little nervous there, but then the defense got a 3-and-out, squelched them, and the Texans kind of cruised to victory after
It was
that.
interesting because they kind of turned the Cardinals into a death by 1,000 cuts offense, and when you've got a big lead, that's a good strategy to have.
Yeah, burns clock.
The problem is that, for one, they did have that one deep. Yeah, and I had said before the game, okay, Trey McBride, you don't necessarily have to worry about hitting, him getting a deep shot on you, but he did.
Yeah.
When the Texans played aggressive coverage. And he ended up isolated on Kalen Bullock, and there wasn't really a whole lot Kalen Bullock could do about it. But McBride was playing so ferociously that I did worry about him just breaking one off and having a couple of miraculous throws.
He's spectacular.
By and large, the Texans defense was kind of playing a bend but don't break strategy, and I think probably where D'Amico's going to be frustrated is in some of the opportunities where, hey, yeah, we're playing conservatively, but if you guys make this tackle here, or if you keep contained there, these drives aren't extended.
That's right.
So there is an element of, man, I get it that you're playing a conservative style of defense, but if you just come up and play the basics better and more consistently, it's an even bigger blowout.
Yep. Jawar Jordan, 101 yards in his NFL debut, 101 yards rushing. Woody Marks kind of stayed on the sidelines in the second half of this game. He left with an injury, an ankle injury in the first half. Here was D'Amico Ryans with his update after the game on Woody Marks' condition.
Yeah, Woody could have came back in the game, but for where he was, he got his ankle tweaked a little bit there early in the game. So for where he was, felt like Jawar, all right, and Dare were doing a really good job. So wanted to just keep rolling with those guys and make sure Woody is good as we continue to go into the week.
And that was smart. That was smart to do that. Woody Marks has been taking a beating lately, and it feels he's left each of the last handful of games with some sort of injury at some point, not been practicing on Wednesdays. So that was good to see. That was good that they got Jawar Jordan in there, and they may have found themselves a weapon. We'll see. Here was D'Amico Ryans. The Texans have now won 6 straight. It's the third longest winning streak in franchise history. D'Amico Ryans was asked about the streak after the game.
Yeah, for me, I know you guys don't want to hear this. I didn't even know it was 6 in a row until you just told me. No, it's truly it's that one game at a time mentality, man. I know nobody wants to hear it, but that's what I believe. That's all what we can control is one game at a time. Come out, handle business, right, each week. That's what we have to keep doing down the stretch here. We got to go out, handle business. I told our guys, you go out, handle business each week, then you're just putting yourself in a better spot. So you just keep going out, controlling what we can control, not really focused on, all right, what everyone else in the AFC is doing. Focus on the Texans. Focus on, stepping your game up and playing better.
Okay, so did you get to watch KHOU Sports Extra last night?
I did not. No.
All right, so JJ Moses was on with us. And JJ is one of my favorite people in the world. Just nothing but a beam of positivity.
Yeah.
Just an awesome guy. And we addressed this statement by D'Amico that he was unaware that they were on this win streak. And the question that Jason Bristol asked was, okay, do we believe D'Amico
when he says we weren't aware? Just now.
And I alone, not even J.J. Moses, believed that that D'Amico could somehow go unaware of this win streak that they're on. I'm the naive, innocent one, apparently. All the other three panelists, if you even deserve that moniker, said no, they're skeptical that he knew. I honestly believe, like, what a cynical world we live in, where you can't take a head football coach's word at face value.
Especially that head football coach.
Lots of coaches don't live by their motivational posters.
Yeah.
They say the things, they put it up in the PowerPoint in the team meeting, and they say take it one game at a time, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
But they don't necessarily believe it. I do 100% believe that D'Amico flat out lives by that credo of just taking it one game at a time. And I think he was certainly aware of the fact that they're 0-3 when they were 0-3.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the fact that this was a streak, I think people around him know that he doesn't want to hear about streaks and too many of the lofty statistics or anything. He just wants to take it game by game.
You don't think it's a point during this win streak, because he gets handed a sheet after the game.
Yeah.
Where he's congratulating guys on very specific stats.
Oh, yeah.
You don't think at some point when Omar Majoub or Lindsey Fox or somebody from PR was handing him that piece of paper after the game, he didn't look down and say, "Oh, we're on a 4-game winning streak."
I don't think it honestly might not even register.
Didn't register
with him consciously, because
okay.
those aren't the stats he's looking for.
Okay,
I believe him,
and I'm sure he appreciates that.
Yeah.
Former teammate believing in D'Amico Ryans.
He operates that way, and there is. I think for people that are able to have a hyper focus, they operate differently than you and I. It's always funny to me when. Like, let's say D'Amico goes on to win 5 Super Bowls or something.
Yeah.
He will be one of those guys that people will read things about him, and you choose which traits to emulate, and then you just kind of ignore the other ones. There are a lot of traits that D'Amico has that are not normal human traits.
Yeah.
And I think he's exceptional in a lot of regards, and I think this is one of them. So it's hard for any other person, myself included, to kind of know what it's like to live inside that skull.
Yeah.
But that is who he is. I think. He lives by his own propaganda.
I agree with everything you just said. I have a hard time believing that little factoid did not get presented to him at some point, and he was able to delete it from his brain.
I think it just didn't. He didn't consciously register it.
Yeah.
He never. It's not that he deleted it. Yeah. It's just he didn't even notice it.
Didn't think about it.
Yeah.
Real quickly, the other headline. We dug into these in the previous segment. Patrick Mahomes, Micah Parsons, both looks like torn ACLs. They're going to do MRIs. We'll get confirmation today. Phillip Rivers almost pulls off the upset against Seattle yesterday in Seattle. The Colts lose 18-16. Everything else broke the wrong way for the Texans. Buffalo beat New England. Chargers beat the Chiefs. Jags beat the Jets. We expected that. Even Baltimore losing to Cincinnati in Cincinnati would have been nice, but Cincinnati got shut out yesterday by Baltimore. Those are your headlines. Up next, what did D'Amico Ryans sound like after this game in the locker room? We'll have the D'Amico locker room speech, and we go through the game, highlight style, through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. The voice of Vandy takes us through yesterday's 40-20 journey over the Arizona Cardinals. Acknowledge me at about 7:20 on the show today. Stay there.
Hey, if you want to be exceptional, be one of those.
FM HD2 Houston. Internet access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We will go through the highlights of yesterday's game via the voice of Vandy. We love doing that, especially after wins. Before we do that, here is D'Amico Ryans in the locker room following yesterday's win over the Cardinals.
I feel great about that win. Hey, man, I ain't really proud of you guys for just coming out, handling business, doing exactly what we talked about. Everybody showed up. It took everybody, all right, to get this job done, and I'm proud of you guys. The one who jumped it off, taking the ball first, got Scoob. Great job. We had another takeaway. We had Kamari. Great job, Kamari. All right, back-to-back weeks, man. Great job by you. All right, then flipping over to the offense side of the ball. All right, CJ, outstanding day, man. Outstanding day by you. Way to lead us. All right, the entire game, way to lead us. All right, then we got in the end zone 2 times with Nico. Hey, proud of you guys, man. Enjoy this way to come out, take care of business. All right, still, we got a lot to improve on. Always check yourself. How much better can we be? All right, same thing next week. Whoever we got, let's go. Be on your details. Let's have a great week of preparation. Make sure we enjoy this one. It's always enjoy a win. They're always hard to come by, but I really love the way you guys went out and handled business today. Great job, baby. One time, Texans! Oh.
Yeah, okay, a couple things. One, Scoob, I believe, is Jamal Hill. Okay. He forced the fumble on the first kickoff of the game for the Texans right after the Nico Collins touchdown, which we're going to hear in about 45 seconds here. Jawar Jordan did get a game ball. I just didn't include the audio because it wasn't great for radio. It's just a bunch of guys yelling and blah, blah, blah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but Jawar Jordan, people are probably like, why didn't he mentions Nico, he mentions CJ. Jawar Jordan had 100 yards. He had his own little snippet of getting a game ball.
The first 100-yard rusher in a game all season long.
Yes.
It matches the eyeball and memory test. You and I with our meager memories, me
definitely.
especially. I remember nobody having a 100-yard game. I remember that not happening every single week.
Yeah. So that was good to see. 101 yards on 15 carries. So let's start going through some of these highlights through the voice of Vandy, who's probably on his way into the stadium right now to do Texans Monday. Maybe he may even be there. Vandy, if you're there, remember either you or Johnny text me to make sure my phone is in the studio there. That's why when you asked me before, did you watch KHOU last night? I watch it every week. The problem was I use my phone to change the channels on my Apple TV. And Amy was asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up and use her phone.
You are doing a good job staying young. You're lost without your phone. You don't know how to function.
Well, I can't change the channels. The iPad does a lot of things, but I searched everywhere because I did want to watch it. I like watching you guys.
Yeah.
And I don't have an Apple TV remote on my iPad, unfortunately. So it was sitting in the studio, the Hyundai Texans studio at NRG Stadium.
You could have watched KHOU on your iPad, but I'm not. We'll talk about this 2 hours after the show. Okay,
sounds
I'll
good.
dress you down about the various ways you've disappointed me.
Let's do that. It's going to take more than 2 hours. All right, let's get to the highlights here. Let's start right off the top, man. Second play from scrimmage. I should have real quick. Jalen Knoll had a great opening kickoff too. He had 2 long kickoffs. I don't know what Jalen Knoll's going to turn into as a receiver.
Yeah.
But for we draft him, he's been worth it as a return guy alone. He's been great. He's made a lot of game-changing plays. Nico Collins also has made a lot of game-changing plays in his Texans career, including this one, second play from scrimmage to the house.
Second down and 8 from the Houston 43-yard line. Straight of the gun now with Woody to his right. Here's the snap to CJ, 4-man rush. He throws over the middle, hits Nico, left side 40, breaks a tackle, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, touchdown, Houston! Fireworks early at NRG Stadium as Nico Collins takes it to the house.
Yeah. It just feels like such easy pickings at times when they get the right coverage, and Nico just did a little bit of a lean to the right before he cut back inside, and he just creates so much stress in defensive backs because of his ability to run vertically, but then also to break in or out or just to stop at any given time.
So physical, too.
Yeah, I know. There's so many times in that game or this season in general in the career of Nico where he's an unprotected receiver. And there's times where I really feel like if he was a smaller guy, there would be a penalty and fine on the defensive back who hits him in an unprotected position. But in Nico's case, the defensive back ends up getting injured.
That happened yesterday.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
It was almost, I don't think he was quite unprotected at the moment, but it was before he'd even really gotten started.
Yeah.
The guy spun off of Nico and stayed down on the turf.
Yep.
And then Nico still took off and trucked Buda Baker.
Yep.
He's a redwood. He's a redwood riding in a Hellcat.
Man,
is what he is.
He is great. He is truly great. And that play right there, like when the defensive back who was semi-attached to him there, I'm like, oh, you're going to need to get more hands on Nico than that. When he breaks the tackle on that play and takes it to the house. So that was a great start to the game. Texans up 7-0 right away in this game. Under a minute in the game, and they're up 7-0. So the Texans kick off to the Arizona Cardinals. First kickoff of the game. Here comes the return guy. And now here comes Jamal Hill.
As Fairbairn gets ready to fire. And here it is, right down Broadway. And Brooks at the 1, over the 5, 10, middle of the field, 20, 25. The ball is out. It's picked up by Dare. He's got it at the 21-yard line, brought down there. An instant takeaway for the special teams unit. Houston has the ball in scoring range.
Jamal Hill was the one who made that hit.
Yeah, and the thing I really loved about this for Jamal Hill, remember, it was very raw when they drafted him. Very good size, good athleticism, all that. But he was raw. He was a converted safety playing linebacker at Oregon. And on this play, for one, he was staying disciplined and staying in his lane. He had to fight back across his blocker to stay in his lane. You talk about trusting the guys next to you and everything. But then he did exactly what you want out of your young defensive players. He was making a form tackle, but at the same time getting his helmet on the ball and just pops it right out.
Yep.
And there's a Gumbawale, to catch the deflection.
Jamal Hill making that play right there. We know about the Texans draft class last year, that the headliners were Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. I'm talking about the 2024 class. Those are the headliners. Those are guys who are going to be in the mix for the Pro Bowl this year, both of those guys. Your next 3 picks after Lassiter, Fisher, and Bullock. Cade Stover, few catches yesterday, really good blocking in the run game. Jamal Hill forces that fumble. He was picked right after Jamal Hill, Jawar Jordan. I mean, you got some nice contributions from some day 3 picks in the 2024 draft yesterday.
Yeah, and I think between some of those lesser-known draft picks, but then also I thought E.J. Speed, very budget signing for the Texans this year. Him not being on the field was a factor yesterday.
Missed him, yeah.
They missed not hit because they were in their base 4-3 a good amount. And there's an element of speed and explosiveness and flat-out swarm hitting that you don't necessarily have when he's not out there.
Yep. All right, so the Texans would kick a field goal after that special teams takeaway. They would get the ball back again and get into the red zone, get into that dreaded area inside the 5-yard line. This was one of the stranger touchdowns that we've ever seen in Texans history. A miscommunication between center and quarterback. Jake Andrews shotgun snaps a ball with C.J. Stroud under center. Ball skips back to Woody Marks, and here's what happened.
3rd and goal at the 1, Stroud under center, and they snap it directly to Marks, who runs in. C.J. got out of the way. Marks got the snap, got the touchdown, razzle-dazzle. The Texans score on 3rd and short.
I don't know, Mark, if that was on purpose.
It went through the lead. Marks had to pick it up off the ground. That did not fly to him through the air.
All right, so, that was wild. Now, you know who was mad about that? Fantasy owners, because it was scored a fumble return for a touchdown by Woody Marks.
Oh, yeah.
So if you only get points for rushing touchdowns, you didn't get 6 points. Yeah, I have Woody Marks, but he was on my bench.
Yeah.
So I was I'm like, man, if I had started him, and it's playoff season now too in fantasy for people.
What a shame.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, fantasy owners.
Big losers, Woody Marks fantasy owners.
I told you I'm going to generously give the offensive line credit for getting really good push on that play. I don't think it didn't look to me like the Cardinals' defensive line was confused by the fumbled snap or anything. I think the offensive line fired out really well and just they pushed the line of scrimmage 3 yards deep into the end zone to the point where Woody Marks didn't even have to. He ran the play that was called, and he didn't. He left, but for no good reason. He left. He had one more step to go into the end zone, but I think him in anticipating a wall of humanity that he had seen
jumped
on the 2 previous plays.
Yes,
because they got stuffed.
And the 15 previous weeks,
they got stuffed hard. The 2 games right before this, right up the middle, and he leapt. And didn't make contact with the defender until 3 yards deep into the end zone.
All right, let's make sure we get these highlights in. We'll skip Ryan's on that one, Ben. Let's skip ahead here. So the Texans go up 17-0, and the Cardinals get the ball for the second time on offense. They went 3 and out the first time. They went on a nice drive. They went on a 73-yard drive. 5 catches for Trey McBride on this drive.
Yeah.
5. And the Cardinals would punch it in the end zone to who? Trey McBride.
3rd and goal at the 2. Brissett under center. And Brissett steps back, fires to the end zone. Caught by McBride. Touchdown Cardinals, as the Texans could not stay with him.
One of the tough things about this play was that they had Dameon Pierce covering Trey McBride.
That's what we all thought.
It was
Number 31.
Number 31. And you turned to me and you were like, who's 31? And I said, of course I know who 31 is. Oh, yeah, it's Damone Clark.
Dude,
of course. Don't you know that?
I saw his last name on his jersey, and I didn't know who he was. Like, who's Clark?
Yeah. So I don't. I mean, they did put defensive backs on Trey McBride at times. Unfortunately, it was Damone Clark.
Yeah. If this game had gotten closer, do you think that they would have used either Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley Jr. on Trey McBride? It was clearly the biggest threat they had. All day.
I think there were, yes. Yeah, I think they would have been way more aggressive in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
I mean, there were times in that game where you could look up and just, if you look up, the cover 2 or cover 4 in Wikipedia, that's exactly how they lined up.
Right.
And they were just kind of playing vanilla zone defense and just trying to play classic bend but don't break type of stuff.
All right, so we continue through the second quarter here. The Texans would tack on a field goal. They would go up 23-7. The Cardinals would get the ball back with around 2 minutes to go in the half, and they would drive to about midfield. They get onto the Texans side of the 50-yard line, and they went for it on a 4th down. It was 4th and 2 at the Houston 42. So they're on the fringe of field goal range to at least get some points and make it 23-10. So they go for it, about 40 seconds to go in the half, 4th and 2, and the Texans said, nope.
4th and 2 Cardinals at the Houston 42. Brissett shotgun one back. McBride set up left side. Brissett to throw, pumping, and here comes a sack! Back at the 48-yard line, the Texans getting all over him. And it was Danico Autry powering through to the backfield to bring down Jacoby Brissett.
That was good to see. Danico Autry, it's good to see Danico Autry playing well. It's good to see him out there. They're going to need Danico Autry. I don't know what the deal is with Mario Edwards. He left the game with a chest injury.
Yeah.
I mean, they're getting a little thin on the interior. And I know Danico is sort of a hybrid guy. He plays outside, he plays inside.
You don't want him in there on heavy rundowns.
Right, right.
He's not your ideal 3 technique for run stuffing.
Yeah. But they like the depth on the defensive line, it's just something to keep an eye on.
It's a big deal with Tim Settle out. And this is a defense that's been really good, for most of the season, playing 4 defensive tackles in rotation. Last week they went down to 3, and now you're in that moment where there's times where they're going to have to be lighter in body weight if depending on how much depth they have. There were times yesterday where they had to be in a 4-3, but it meant that Christian Harris is out there as a linebacker as opposed to having Jalen Petrie be the nickel linebacker. And the last 3 games of the season, the health of the defense is paramount because they've been the best defense in football, but it's with most of their guys out there.
Yeah.
Some of these injuries that they're starting to sustain now, you can see where versus better offenses, it's going to be a lot harder to be that peak number 1 defense.
Autry embarrassed that poor guy on this sack.
It was,
right here.
I was wondering if the guard had maybe caught his heel in the turf or something. No, Autry just shoved him back in the chest plate and took him right back into the quarterback.
Yep. So Danico Autry gets the sack, so the Texans get the ball at about midfield. They drive the ball into field goal range. Would have been a long field goal. Field goal gets blocked, so the Texans go into halftime up 23-7. Cardinals get the ball to start the second half, and they go on a nice little drive. 11 plays, 53 yards. They burn about 6 minutes of clock. For a team that was down 16, they operated awfully casually at times in the second half of this game. Nevertheless, they drive into Texans territory, but as Jacoby Brissett has done in each of the last 4 games prior to yesterday, Seth, he threw an interception.
Now Carter motions out left laterally. Brissett with time. Fires downfield to the end zone. Picked off by Lassiter. Kamari with the INT to stop the drive.
What
Another Texans takeaway.
What a great play by Kamari.
It was, and look, and Kamari had outside leverage on that, and Kalen Bullock got pulled over away from it, and this was a classic moment of, man, Jacoby Brissett and this offense, it's not the same as some of the other ones, and Kamari was in good position to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
But it was also just it was being very opportunistic in that moment.
It was a good catch too.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not an easy play. So Kamari gets the interception there.
He does almost a full backflip at the end of it. He
I'm not into that. I don't need him doing things that he could hurt himself on.
On the TV copy, it was hilarious because all you see is him going up for the backflip, and then he disappears down, and Kalen Bullock's standing there just looking at him.
Yeah.
And you don't know whether he was injured or Kalen Bullock is just curious to see where all of this was going. But he pulled the Wolverine pose.
All right, so the teams would exchange touchdowns. We're going to skip ahead to the fourth quarter. The Texans would take that interception, turn it into an 80-yard drive on 8 plays for a touchdown to Dalton Schultz. The Cardinals would respond with a touchdown to Michael Wilson, who the Texans shut down in the first half, but he got things going in the second half. 30-14, headed into the fourth quarter. And then Woody Marks went out of this game with an ankle injury, and it turned into the Jawar Jordan show. And the big play here for the Texans was a 50-yard run by Jawar Jordan that helped set up a field goal, I believe, on this drive. This was Jawar Jordan, longest run of the year from scrimmage for the Texans.
First half of the Houston 34, CJ tosses the ball to Jordan, starts right, cuts left, 40, 45, open field 50, the 40, left side, 30, 25, 20, and brought down inside the 15-yard line. What a run. Jawar Jordan takes the ball into the red zone.
Yeah, take that back. This was part of the drive that set up the Schultz touchdown.
Yeah.
I had that wrong.
They ended up having a nice, after this, it was third down when CJ made the really nice play to throw to Agumbawale for the first down in the red zone.
Yep.
And then the touchdown to Schultz.
Yep, so I had the sequence wrong. So that was a 50-yard run. Have you rewatched the 50-yard run to see what?
Yeah. For one, I wanted to see CJ had referenced that he tried to get down there and block for him.
He showed up on the screen.
He carried out the bootleg and then was just kind of standing there. And when he saw that it broke back across the left side,
there was someone there. He would have looked for contact.
He was running down the field. Yeah. I
don't need him doing that either.
I think there were a couple good things on that. Aside from Jawar Jordan doing a great job cutting back across the grain, and also I think like Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks and their ability to run to the outside is really doing a nice job setting up these bootlegs. So there's that. Yeah. But also, I think in the first half of the season, somebody would have screwed something up where Cade Stover had a situation where he had to kind of pull off to keep from turning into a block in the back. But then downfield, too, Nico Collins was having to play that game of, do I block this guy? Wait a second, that's going to be a block in the back. And then he started boxing him out a little bit.
Yep.
It was just a really good job by everybody, including a tight end blocking and a wide receiver blocking on that play.
Yep. So that would set up
Jawar Jordan, real quick.
Yeah.
And again, this is to paint a picture of how much of a breakout that was for Jawar Jordan. Up to that point, he'd had a run for no gain, a run for 2 yards, a run for no gain, a run for 3 yards, a run for 4 yards, and then boom, a run for 50 yards.
A run for 50 yards, yeah. And then Jawar Jordan would get it. The final touchdown drive, I know he got, half his yards came on that one run, literally. But on the final touchdown drive for the Texans, so the Texans would get the ball back in the fourth quarter with about 7.5 minutes to go. And they'd go on a 10-play, 55-yard touchdown drive, 2-yard run by Jawar Jordan, and then you had a 24-yard pass to Nico Collins where he ran over a couple more guys. Like, Nico was just leaving bodies out there, man. Jawar Jordan for 3 yards, then Jawar Jordan for 10 yards, Jawar Jordan for 5 yards. and then Jawar Jordan had another 12-yard run in there along the way. Like, they rode Jawar Jordan down into the red zone on that final drive, and ultimately it would wind up with a short pass to Nico Collins on third down.
Here's the snap from Andrews. CJ in the pocket. CJ throwing back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston. Touchdown pass number 3 of the day for CJ Stroud. Nico Collins with his second TD reception of the afternoon, and the Texans are blowing out Arizona.
Yeah, that was game over right there. Yeah, Jawar Jordan got them down there, and it was first and goal at the 3, and they decided to run that. Daria Gumbawale. I don't know what was supposed to happen on that play. Xavier Hutchinson's coming around on an end around or something.
This touchdown, the interesting thing about this was that Budda Baker was manned up on Dalton Schultz, and that helped clear out the middle of the field. So Dalton Schultz having a good enough game that Budda Baker's manned up on, and then the Cardinals linebacker is just kind of lost in space as staring into the backfield as Nico Collins is just rocketing across the back of the end zone.
Yep.
And so it was, a really good job of CJ understanding exactly what was going on in that play and that he was going to have that opportunity.
All right, so there you go. Those are the highlights of the game. Those are the ones we cherry-picked out of there. In a game with a lot of highlights, 40-20 the final score. All right, let's do some acknowledgments. Our Monday Acknowledge Me segment. We take the big performances, Texans and otherwise, from the weekend, and we acknowledge them. Dalton Schultz didn't get his touchdown into the voice of Vandy, but we will acknowledge his performance in the game.
Acknowledge me.
Dalton Schultz, 8 catches, 76 yards. This one right here tied Owen Daniels for the single-season catch record by a Texans tight end.
Here's the snap. CJ looking, throwing to Schultz, right side, 20-15, and upended at the 13-yard line. Does that tie one of the tacklers, and that takes it down to the 13 with a 13-yard play. So Dalton Schultz, what a day for him.
8 catches, 76 yards, and 70 catches on the season. He's still got 3 games to go, so he's going to break Owen Daniels' record probably in the first half of the next game, I would imagine.
Yeah, for total receptions on the season right now, he is 4th amongst tight ends.
He's having a hell of a year.
Yeah.
And he's blocking well, too.
He's not going to catch Trey McBride. Trey McBride has 105 receptions.
Trey McBride had 70 yesterday.
But then it's Jake Ferguson, then Kyle Pitts, then Dalton Schultz for total receptions.
There you go, man. There you go. Boy, and Kyle Pitts had a game this week. Wow. On Thursday night. So, Dalton Schultz, we acknowledge you for your great season and for a great day yesterday. Nico Collins.
Acknowledge me.
Nico Collins' 3rd straight season over 1,000 yards. Yesterday, he went over the 1,000-yard mark, joins Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins as the only 2 others in Texans history to go over 1,000 yards in 3 consecutive seasons. Here was D'Amico Ryans after the game on that accomplishment.
That's a big playmaker. Nico is unstoppable. I mean, he does a great job. Anytime the ball is in his vicinity, like I know he's some type of way he's coming down with the football. He a guy who doesn't say much, but he's had an outstanding year again. Like, and we're not even done. And then he's, eclipsed that 1,000-yard mark again. I was just proud of him for how he shows up, the consistency at which he operates with every single week, the joy that he brings and shows up with, the smile, the energy on his, like it's unmatched. So you love to see a guy like that doing well. All right, he's not able to do that without CJ, him finding that connection. So they've done a really great job and got one call back on one of his biggest plays. I hate that for him, but he shows up no matter what the coverage is, no matter who he's up against. He's always going to show up big for us in any game.
The thing that I liked about this and what it meant to the entire offense was the fact that Nico was targeted 4 times. Had a productive day. Really, I mean, he had 5 targets unofficially because one of them was wiped out. So he would have had 4 catches for over 100 yards if that one reception hadn't been wiped out. But he got production, 2 touchdowns, but also allowed CJ to spread the ball around. So you end up having the tight ends have options. The running backs have 4 receptions. Nico still puts out yardage and touchdowns, but without having to just hammer the ball and just try to feed it to him any way possible. That was just a complete spreading around of the football by a quarterback who completed 75% of his catches.
Early in the season, you remember early in the season, one of those first games, Nico only got targeted 5 times, and he had 3 catches. That was only 3 catches for like 30 yards or something like that. But a lot of time, like early in the season, if you had told me Nico Collins had 4 targets and just 3 catches, I would have said, well, the Texans lost the game. Or they didn't have a good offensive day. Defense keeps them in every game. No, to your point, they had a really good offensive game. CJ did. And that's good on CJ for being able to find the other guys, spread them around.
And a couple of the checkdowns were explosive checkdowns to running backs because he's hitting them in rhythm.
Yes.
He's not waiting, and then checking down.
Yep.
He's checking out what he's got downfield and then immediately throwing it to the running back when he's still got room to run.
Yep.
And that's a big step forward for him this season.
Yeah, CJ had a good game. Quick acknowledgement. I didn't have him on the list. CJ Stroud, we'll acknowledge him. He had a nice game yesterday. Jawar Jordan. We're doing a lot of milestones. He's the first 100-yard rusher the Texans have had this season. Most yards in a debut in Texans history. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game on Jawar Jordan's afternoon.
Yeah, man, Jawar's my dog, somebody, who I got to see come in and, put in work and been making plays for a long time at practice and camp, in preseason games. And, he gets a shot today, and I thought he took full advantage. He's a brother in Christ, and, I know he was relying on the Lord. And, I'm just super proud of him and, his ability, to make cuts and, set up blocks. I thought he did a great job, and he's super fast. So I tried to get out there on one of them and block for him, and he a little too fast for me. But I thought he did amazing today. I'm super proud of him.
Yeah, and for everybody asking, hey, why didn't they use him earlier? I don't know. I don't know.
It's a good question.
I think that part of it just might be like any other young player. Maybe he hasn't, figured out the scheme well enough, or he hasn't practiced well enough. I don't know. His body size is obviously going to be a barrier to him being an every down back. But man, he does some good things when he's out there. It's frustrating. They stood by and stuck with Dameon Pierce forever and ever and ever.
Yes.
That's where it gets frustrating is, man, I've disagreed with that. I've felt very concerned about the way Dameon Pierce looked in training camp, in practice, all of those things for the last 2 training camps.
That will always be a mystery to me.
Yeah.
What they saw in Dameon Pierce over the last couple of years to keep him around.
Well, because you can make some excuses during the preseason because you don't have good blocking in front of you. The thing that was alarming to me about Dameon was he was on the ground a lot in training camp practices where it's not, he'd take hits and he'd be down on the ground. So you're talking about a guy that usually in his rookie year was breaking tackles
Angry
left and
run,
right.
Man.
No step along the way these last couple of years from training camp 2 years ago on did I really see exactly where they thought they still had something in Dameon Pierce. I mean, I understand, what the upside is based on his rookie season.
Yep.
But Jawar Jordan, meanwhile, has just kind of been languishing there. And maybe it's because he wasn't genuinely ready. But he looks like he's ready now.
Well, and he probably wouldn't have gotten the opportunity in the second half of that game had Woody Marks not gotten injured in that game. Jawar Jordan was clearly part of the game plan yesterday because he did get carries in the first half. But they leaned on him bell cow style in the second half. Little bit of Dare, but mostly Jawar Jordan's. They may have stumbled onto something. We'll see. Phillip Rivers.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge him surviving the game yesterday, Seth, for making it to the end of the game at 44 years old. I'm going to give him an acknowledgement for that.
Okay. I'll tell you what. If you were a rookie quarterback, this would be the kind of performance where there'd be some diehard Phillip Riverites that would ignore that almost all of his completions came at or around the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And they would just point out, if the Colts had won this game, because he had that late field goal drive, it would have just been like, he's just a winner, man.
Yeah.
All he does, he just wins.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it, all right? He throws completions and he wins.
There was a lot of air under those throws yesterday. A lot.
Hey, all I know is that I got to find the stat. It was pretty impressive.
Well, he was getting the ball out fast.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I'd be shocked if he didn't have the fastest,
impressive
snap
in
to
an unimpressive way.
Yeah.
Okay, so he threw for 120 yards on 18 of 27. But Sean, he went 16 of 18 on passes under 9 air yards.
Oh.
Now remember, 9 air yards, a lot of times you're throwing that from 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Yes, that is truly like distance from the hand.
Yeah, out to the sideline sometimes, so it's not even to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
On anything 10 or more yards, he was 2 for 8.
Boy, there were some ugly ones too, man.
The way they put it on NFL.com was those throws that were greater than 10 yards often came out like shot-putted ducks.
Yeah.
Not even ducks.
Shot-putted ducks, yeah. Well, the interception he threw at the end of the game, because the two teams exchanged the ball multiple times in the final minute. The Colts kicked the field goal to go ahead with 52 seconds. Sam Darnold got them into field goal range to where there was still 20 seconds left on the clock. So the Colts got the ball back with decent, not great field position with 20 seconds and no timeouts, but Phillip Rivers drops back, and now he's got to throw the ball more than 9 yards, and the thing just sails over the receiver's head.
I'm going to watch this game in its entirety because it's an upcoming Texans opponent, and I'm curious to see just how many hits he took.
Yeah, I'm not that. We were watching in the kind of half watching during the post-game show. Not many.
Well, you know what? You talk about, the value of having a veteran quarterback. They blitzed him 5 times, or at least he passed five times when they blitzed him. He was 4 for 5 with a touchdown when they blitzed him.
There you go. I mean, that's the veteran. Yeah, the veteran aspect.
Like Riley Leonard, if things are kind of tight, that blitzes the hell out of a rookie like that, especially on a bum knee. With Phillip Rivers, he at least in this first initial performance looks like a guy that you got to be really careful when you blitz him.
Yep. Chris Collinsworth.
Acknowledge me.
How about this for a jinx on J.J. McCarthy? This is early in last night's game, right?
At the very beginning of last night's game, they're referencing how, hey, last week, first time J.J. McCarthy didn't throw an interception in a game.
Here are the numbers against Washington. Best he's done, and it was the first time, Chris, in his 7-game NFL career, he didn't throw an interception in a game.
And a lot of people started breathing again in Minnesota because of it.
Now, what will McCarthy do? First throw of the night is deflected, batted, and intercepted. So McCarthy tipped it, trying to knock it back down, but it ricochets to the hands of, I believe, Quentin Williams.
You don't even need to watch that to laugh at it. Like, two of them get Tirico and Collinsworth gushing about it. No interceptions, they may be onto something here. First snap.
It was second play of the game.
Second play, okay.
It was second and 4.
Oh, my God.
And it was, he was doing the right thing. He was throwing hot because there was there was a blitzer coming off edge. And I think a veteran quarterback might have taken a sidestep to create some space or just dirted it because the guy was in his face immediately.
Ended up having a good game. They won. They beat the Cowboys last night.
Yeah.
Not that that's any great accomplishment.
I'm so happy that the Cowboys had a couple of respectable games on defense after Quentin Williams got drafted or got traded for. And people acted like, Cowboys defense is back.
They're back to sucking.
I just didn't understand or see it.
Yeah.
And no, they're not a good defense.
Nope, not at all.
Quentin Williams is a good football player.
Absolutely, he is.
But they're gonna, what they're gonna have to do is trade him to Green Bay because they can get 6 good players for the price of Quentin Williams.
That's right. Just keep flipping them to Green Bay.
Yeah.
Get Green Bay's first-round picks in 2030 through 2032. Francisco Mendoza.
Acknowledge me.
He won the Heisman, and he had some inspiring words for kids out there at the end of his speech.
This is an important one. I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
That guy just talked so many kids into delusion just now. Francisco Mendoza told me I could do it if I just have heart.
He didn't say, hey, backup plans are for cowards. Drop out of school and follow your dreams.
Fair.
He just...
I'm just joking. I think he's a great story. I think draft season and could get annoying with him a little bit.
No, he's a classic guy where, man, right now I love the kid.
Yeah.
You couldn't ask for a better role model.
Yeah.
The energy, everything. If he goes to an NFL team and he ends up sucking, then it's gonna wear on people in that fan base.
Right.
But I'm gonna go on loving him. Okay.
It's going to be
I promise you this. I don't care what happens in his career in the NFL. I will never tire of Fernando Mendoza in his inspirational speeches.
I was impressed. I watched the whole speech. It was like 6 minutes long. And he acknowledged everybody in his family. His mom and dad were there. His grandparents were there. I will say this. It's going to be very awkward when it's revealed through paternity testing that Kirk Cousins is his biological father.
He's got like he looks a lot like Kirk Cousins.
He acts a lot like Kirk Cousins.
But like a hyped up Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
He feels, you know what though? he feels like a Kirk Cousins, but who also knows how to get out of his own head. Kirk Cousins, it just feels like he's a little too buttoned up, and he can't just let it go.
Yeah.
And that's why he falters sometimes in bigger moments.
Yeah.
I feel like Mendoza doesn't have that invisible shield that's keeping him from really just going for it.
There's a little bit of YOLO to Francisco Mendoza. Yeah. Fernando Mendoza.
You know that Fernando Mendoza dances like a son of a bitch, excuse my language, at a wedding. You know, with no actual dancing ability.
Why do I keep
he
calling
gets
him...
out there and just crushes it.
Did I call him Francisco Mendoza in
Who
the
cares if you
acknowledgement?
did?
Yeah.
It should be Francisco Mendoza.
It's Fernando Francisco Mendoza. He should be a three-namer. That's what he should be. All right, last one. Dave Ward.
Acknowledge me.
Legendary newscaster, KTRK. Everybody knows Dave Ward. Passed away this weekend at the age of 86. Longest run. Guinness Book of World Records, I was reading in his obituary, for the longest run as a news anchor.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
Over 50 years.
A lot of people kind of look at him as their pleasant grandfather. It always felt like he was.
Good evening, friends.
It always felt like he was delivering. You might as well have been sitting on his lap as he was delivering you the news. He just had a pleasant demeanor about him.
He did. Big into charity in the Houston community. He's probably most famously with Crime Stoppers. The Crime Stoppers building is named after Dave Ward. And a really good guy. He, after he retired, he had a podcast for a couple of years, and I was a guest on his podcast. Really? Yeah, and it was cool. And I tweeted about that this weekend. I said, the thing I'll remember, he made me feel way more important than I actually am.
Yeah.
Like he was, I mean.
He built you up.
Well, really really into stories and things.
What was the format like? Were you in a studio or were you sitting next to?
We were at the Crime Stoppers building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did it in the lobby of the Crime Stoppers building.
So was his podcast to benefit Crime Stoppers and everything?
I don't know. I think he was just he was retired at that point, and I got the sense he was doing it to stay busy.
Yeah.
So it was just
great life, man. Just a Houston institution.
Absolutely. We'll not acknowledge him one more time. He's the rare double acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me.
All right. Final segment coming up. Tank Dell tweeted something over the weekend.
Oh no.
Do we need to read into this? Ooh. Could be good news. Oh. We'll see. But we'll have that. And also a final look at where the Texans are playoff-wise right now. The percentage of being in the playoff is at a very high level. How close are they to catching Jacksonville, and how big is this week coming up? That is next.
It is the season of joy and giving.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Day on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, confirmed. My phone is definitely at the stadium. John Harris sent me a picture of it to my iPad.
Is he logged into your OnlyFans creator account?
Not yet, but he has permission to. I think
feel
Johnny
like
can get out there and
whatever your OnlyFans subscribers are into, they'd probably be cool with a guest appearance from John.
From John Harris for sure.
Like, hey, it's a little bit different, but kind of the same.
It's kind of the same niche.
Yeah.
Same category. All
John,
right.
if you're insulted by that, just deal with it, okay?
He's listening, I'm sure. So what do you make of this, Seth? Tank Dell, over the weekend, tweeted, "Watch how God turned my little situation around," with a heart emoji afterwards. Mm-hmm. Now, Tank's been spotted out at practice very frequently. He's on the sideline at games.
After one of the, I think it was after Nico's touchdown, he was celebrating with Tank on the sideline.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he is very present.
He's very much there. He's moving around like a normal human being, and which is dicey to say because Tank's not a normal human being when he's playing football. He doesn't move
from it.
like hardly any other human being I've ever seen.
Correct.
So the question would be, all right, how close is he to being back more like a little water bug that just dances over the surface of the earth like he once was?
Watch how God turned my little situation around.
Mm-hmm.
Heart emoji.
Boy, is there a chance?
I'm not getting my hopes up.
I don't think he would.
For this year,
I don't think he would tease us with that. If there was, I don't think he would, Sean. I don't know. Maybe you can't be. Listen, if there's one thing we learned from the Easterby era, please just no cryptic posts unless there's actually something behind it. I don't want to find out later that it turned out that Tank won a scratch off or something. You know, that he was on a run of. He was on a run of zero scratch-off victories.
Situation. It turns out he's blown all his money. Watch how God turns this around. $50.
Finds out that his girlfriend misread the pregnancy test or something. You're like, oh, this little situation turned around just fine.
Look at God.
Yeah. No, if you can't be a professional athlete and cryptically tweet things like this unless there's something of substance behind it that's relevant to us.
Yeah.
You're a public figure.
Yes, thank you. There was a lot. Kalen Bullock tweeting, "I'm just ass," I guess, after the game.
Yeah, Will Anderson didn't speak to the media, which I only notable just because Will is just so effusive.
He's the friendliest person on the planet.
And it was in a game where I don't think he logged a tackle on the day. Okay. And no sacks. I don't know if he got a QB pressure or not. I can't remember off the top of my head. He might have just been frustrated with his performance.
Maybe.
I thought he made some really good physical plays where he was setting the edge and he might not have made the play, but he was a big part of making the play go.
Yeah.
So I don't want to read too much into that. But when all of a sudden you have a bunch of things that you don't want to read too much into, it feels like there's smoke.
Yeah.
So the two curious things would be Will Anderson not talking to the media, declining. Apparently, one person told me that it wasn't that he just wasn't available for media, because sometimes guys are in the cold tub or getting treatment or something. It was that he just declined.
He declined to.
Yeah. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Hey, by the way, real quick, Texans now, according to PlayoffStatus.com, the Houston Texans now have a 93% chance of making the playoffs. They have a 40% chance at the 3 seed right now. Big week this week. Broncos, Jags in Denver this week. This is really the last chance for unless the Jags pull a Jags against the Titans or the Colts.
Yeah.
This is the last good chance that we see a Jaguar loss.
And this is in Denver.
It's in Denver.
Where previously in this show, you said that's one of the easiest places to play in the NFL.
I didn't say that at all. I said I'd rather go to Denver than Buffalo.
Hey, Sean, the way we interpret things on this show is that it's all
Extremes.
or nothing, okay?
Yeah.
If you're saying you'd rather play in Buffalo, then you're saying that it's easy to play in Denver.
To play on all 31 cities, yeah.
So Denver beating Jacksonville gives you a chance to win the division.
If Denver beats Jacksonville next week and the Texans beat the Raiders, the Texans are in first place in the AFC South.
Does the Jaguars have the Colts and the Titans remaining
the
after
final
that?
games are the Colts and the Titans. That is correct.
Phillip Rivers, man, I don't know. I hope the Jaguars, I know their defense is pretty good, but can you cover?
That would be fun.
Can you cover the first 10 yards past the line of scrimmage?
Because he's nails. He's going to pepper you within 9 yards. Within 9 yards.
Shoot you with birdshot with his janky throwing motion all over the place.
Yeah.
Tell me if this is a weird. We were talking about it during the break. This is a dream I had this weekend.
Oh yeah.
I was flying.
Yep.
I was trying to fly the whole way. It was a 3-hour flight from Chicago. Trying to go to sleep. Couldn't go to sleep. And then, of course, as we're landing, I fell asleep apparently, which was a surprise to me because I was having a dream where somebody had been mildly rude to my wife. Ooh. A man was mildly rude to my wife.
Was it a faceless man or was it somebody specific?
He had a face. And because of that, I was going to kill him. Like, I was going to murder him. And I blame Bob Odenkirk. I just watched Nobody 2 during the flight.
Oh, really?
It's very much, he plays like a secret agent type of dude.
So there's a killing going on in the movie?
Yeah, it's like an action comedy. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And good. But I was going to kill him, with prejudice. I was going to use a dagger of some sort. And then all of a sudden, I get jostled awake. I must have been asleep for like 3 minutes, but I had this dream in this blood quest.
Did you say anything incriminating?
So the guy next to me had nudged me awake because we had landed and everybody was deplaning, and I look at the guy and he looks exactly like the guy who had been rude to my wife, and I was so confused I almost lunged at him.
Oh, dude!
But this is the weird thing. So I'm like, all right, I wake up, I get off the plane.
This is the weird.
I go to baggage claim and I see the guy who had been sitting next to me, really pleasant when he nudged me up and everything, and he doesn't look anything like the guy that in my dream I had seen and who was...
This is weird.
Yeah, I really had a moment where I'm like, wait a second.
This is weird.
Is this reality or am I still dreaming?
Can we use this
Did I actually kill the other guy?
Can we use this as a tease into Texans Monday, and you just go on with Mark and John and talk about the stream some more?
I hope they keep their head on a swivel because I'll kill you if you're ever mildly rude to my wife. I'm going to tell you that
I'm
much.
heading down there to get my phone. I'll get it started for you.
I'm staring at the guy at the baggage claim, and he's like, he doesn't look anything like the guy that I was about to murder on an airplane.
That's super weird. Our weirdest closing ever to a Reaction Monday.
Antibodies and a no-fly list to you,
There
Sean.
you go. Antibodies to you as well, my friend. We're done. We are out of time. It is Texans Monday time. They are up next. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Stick around for that. But first, I'm going to get you fed. Go to Beck's Prime, BecksPrime.com. The best burgers in town. Don't ask me. Ask the Houston Chronicle. Best of the best. Love Beck's.
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Here's C.J. Stroud under center, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over. The Houston Texans at NRG Stadium take down the Cardinals 40-20. 6 wins in a row for the Texans, who run their record to 9-5, with the Raiders up next. Milestones galore for the Houston Texans today. The longest play of the year, the longest run of the year, the longest kickoff return of the year. And Houston wins by 20. Yes, they do. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. And the Texans, this is not talked about because this is not the goal, but it's one of them to get here at some point, have a winning season. They have clinched that, and that's a good thing because that means 3 in a row, Johnny, for D'Amico Ryans to start out his tenure as Texans head coach. And this has only happened once before in the history of the franchise where you have 3 winning seasons in a row. How about that? Ooh. It was 14, 15, 16. You only had one playoff victory in that 3-year run of winning seasons. And you already have 2 playoff victories in this 3-year run of winning seasons, and we want more. And you got a chance to get more because you've got the best team you've ever had right now. Now, look, there are elements of the other teams assembled throughout the history of the franchise that could be better than this year's. But top to bottom, this is it, baby. Here we go. You dismantle the Cardinals. You build a 17-0 lead. You end up winning by 20. And I heard people were picking apart things about the defense yesterday. This is not a beauty contest.
I got people texting me, what about this so-called defense? What?
You think they're going to...
They gave up 20 points.
20 points, which, by the way, in this league, let's do this.
The Cardinals gave up 40 back-to-back games.
If you gave up 20 points a game in this league, you are the 6th best defense in the NFL on the season, if that's the average, all right? 20 points per game. So
they've played
Just stop yourself.
an amazing level all season long. And it's human nature. You get up 17-0. It's human nature to just take the foot off the gas just a little bit.
Well, what about the way they played? Didn't they go base a lot and stuff like that? And
yeah, I mean, they didn't do a whole lot once they had a big lead. I mean, they just there was really not a lot of blitzing that I remember. There was not a lot of schemed up stuff. It's like, let's play base and slow this game down and get out of here without many injuries, which that was not the case in a lot of places, not named Houston yesterday. There were a lot of players that went down, big time players.
Yeah.
Face of the NFL type players that went down. And you just want to get out of there with a win and everybody's limbs and everything intact. And
when it got to 13, I said, go ahead and respond.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to see.
I was quite mad about the play call.
Of what?
I thought Nick Haley was tremendous yesterday. But the Daria Gumbwale Wildcat reverse to X timing being all
try
off.
something new. It didn't
thought
work.
I was going to lose my mind.
Look,
but that was it. I mean, other than that,
tape.
I thought Nick did a hell of a job yesterday. This offense, people are not it's really easy for national narratives to be stuck in, well, this offense isn't doing this offense isn't doing that. Man, this offense is getting better.
Wait a minute.
It's getting
Whose
better.
article were you reading to me right before we went on the air?
It was Connor Orr. I wish Sean's got to come pick up his phone. They do the power rankings, I think, every Tuesday or Wednesday. I can't remember which day they do it. Connor Orr is consistently the Sports Illustrated guy that just keeps
still exist?
Speaking nonsense.
Yep.
And it's one of those things, and I can see it. Robert Mays from The Athletic was this way last year because, the Texans were his surprise team. When the Texans didn't do what they were supposed to, he hammered the Texans.
He turned his back on
Exactly. It was like they stuck their neck out and, hey, I'm going to stick my neck out and tell you how great the Texans are. And then when the Texans didn't quite respond the way he wanted to, then he started blasting the Texans on everything. Connor Orr is that way. It's almost like he's not going to believe in the Texans. He wrote an article about the Bills. The Bills had a great win. They had a great win. They beat New England in the snow, very romantic, on the road. It was fantastic. And then he said the Bills are going to be the favorite going into the AFC playoffs, and he listed every team that they have to overcome. Except for one.
Except for the last team to beat them.
That's right. The team that beat them and shut down his damn narrative he was trying to spew.
And this was about 3 weeks ago, and they beat him soundly on national television.
Yeah.
Well, sort of. It was Prime.
Everybody saw it.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
Well, if you have Prime, you saw it.
Prime, you saw it.
Or if you're in one of the 2 markets which has participating teams, you saw it.
No, you saw it. And if you didn't see it, you heard about it.
Well, if you're Connor Orr, you're supposed to see it, especially if you're commenting
that's your job,
on the Bills' threats in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Texans would be one of them because they're in the 7th seed right now. It's not like the Texans are in the 10th seed. They had a great night against the Bills in the field right now if the season ended today. So there you have it. Now, that was a big win for the Bills.
I was
actually rooting for the Patriots in that one just to stuff the Bills down a little bit. Mm-hmm. And you're not getting a lot of help around town here, although you did in the Pacific Northwest. We'll talk about that a little bit. But it's not really a headline, but the winning season is something because the goals are bigger, of course.
Sure.
I just think that that's one hurdle that you overcome, especially when you were 0-3, especially when you were 3-5. Mm-hmm. If I'd said to you at 0-3, don't worry, they're going to be 9-5 at one point. What? Really?
Mark,
they're going to be 9-5? You're 0-3. You're going to be 9-5? Yes, you are. And here you are.
We were 3-5, down 19 at home to the division-leading Jacksonville Jaguars,
who are piping hot right now.
We are now 9-5, right in the mix. Do need some help with the Jaguars. So,
well, we'll talk about that.
Bo Nix, let's go.
Yep, because they play Denver this week.
We are big Bo-leavers this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a Bronco. I hate
we are
the Broncos.
Bo-leavers.
But this week, we need you, Denver.
Yeah.
We need you. And you know what? Go ahead. Be the one seed. It's fine. You can be the 1 seed. We'll deal with you later.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
You know, people said to me, well, where would you want to go for the AFC Championship game? I'll go to Mars and play the Martians
I'll
for
go
the
to
AFC.
the closest Walmart. I don't care.
Are
Whatever.
you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you asking me this question?
AFC
Where do I want to go? Do I have a choice? Because I'll go anywhere for the AFC Championship game. Rather be here, but I'll go anywhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
this has never
matter
happened.
what you think.
I will go anywhere to play that. All right. The other headline, I think, should be, and this is the first name I brought up on the postgame show, but a lot of things happened yesterday. Milestones and Nico and Jawar Jordan and Dalton Schultz and C.J. Stroud played a really good game.
Yeah.
He played a really good game. This is what you need right now. You need your quarterback to really come around this time of year because you're going into the postseason, and the article you read about Josh Allen, well, they look at this playoff field and they see, well, no Mahomes, we know Lamar Jackson. This is going to be Josh Allen's show, right? Exactly. Well, every other quarterback in the field has got to be motivated by this, especially 7. And he played really well yesterday, 260 yards, the quarterback rating 137. I heard Sean and Seth talking about it. The rating, you bring it up when it's really bad or really good. Yeah. I think a lot of stats should be that way. You bring them up when they're really good or really bad. But anyway, it was really good yesterday. CJ, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Took care of the football again. Because he's been doing this. He's been taking care of the rock, doing good things with it. Had the 1 pick in the Colts game, right? But since then, nothing.
And that was his first. Was Colts game the first game back?
Yes.
Yeah, first game back.
The Colts game on the road, tough team that needed it, wanted it, and you beat them. And he had that 1 pick in the first half. But since then, nothing. No blemishes here. You're just making plays. Last week's stat line, sub 50%, but, sub freezing temperatures. And you went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. He turned it over 3 times last week. You didn't, CJ. You did well, and you did really well yesterday. Let's keep things rolling into the postseason.
So D'Amico said something last week that has stayed with me, and it's made me think. Because earlier in the year, I remember even in the Seattle game, D'Amico talked about sack savers.
Yeah.
Throwing the ball at a receiver's feet, throwing the ball at a running back's feet.
Dirt
just
the ball.
To save 7 yards. And you think about it, and you're like, you didn't take a sack. So that throwaway, which unfortunately goes on your stats, it saved 7 yards. It was like, Jawar yesterday. There were a couple times Dalvin Tomlinson hit him in a backfield where it would have been a -2. Instead, he spun off that, picked up 2. So he doesn't get 4 yards. He gets 2, but he actually saved 4 yards.
It's a smart incompletion.
It's very smart, and he's gotten much, much better with that lately.
Heat on. Don't take the sack. some sacks you have to take. I get it because you're corralled. You got to take the sack. Don't try to throw the ball out of there. It goes doink, and then somebody picks it off, or it's a fumble, whatever. But smart incompletions, throw the ball out of bounds when you need to. Take a sack when you need to. Dirt the ball when you need to avoid the sack. Those are plus yards or not negative net yards, however I word it.
Exactly.
But analytically, there's no question it's going to help the cause overall. So he's been playing smart ball, and that's good. Dalton Schultz is the leading receiver on this team in terms of receptions. Nico Collins in terms of yards. Nico went off yesterday yardage-wise. The 57-yarder obviously helped. But, man, he is so tough to bring down. That opening touchdown 2 plays into the game was so good. It just got everybody cooking. All right, we are here to win today. We're playing an inferior opponent. We know it. They know it. Let's make a statement early. And I love that. I love that they came out smoking like that. Then they got the Jamal Hill hit on special teams.
Scoop with a big hit. That was a big He put his helmet right on the football, popped it out. I know you only got a field goal out of that, but
10-0. You got a 2-score lead. Arizona hasn't touched the ball yet.
It's like you walked in the building with a 10-point lead.
Yeah.
Think about that. If you go into, hey, you're going to start the game with a 10-0 lead. How would you feel about that? I'd feel awesome. What do I have to do for that? Well, you got to hit your big receiver and let him open it up, and then you create a turnover on the kickoff. Anybody would take a 10-0 lead going in. Then you answer with the trick play, bad snap, good snap, not held snap, Woody Marks.
Listen, that was really tough for me, I have to say, as a play-by-play announcer.
You can't, Mark. You can't.
I can't see it. Ben, do you have that highlight? Because I know what I should have done. What is my motto in journalism? The Vandermeer motto in journalism is, when in doubt, be vague.
Yeah.
You can't be wrong when you're vague. And in play-by-play, it counts too. When Ed Reed took the ball away against Boston College in 2001, I said he got it on some kind of exchange. I forget how I worded it.
Right.
I didn't know that he purposely ripped the ball, though. It was weird, right?
That's a very weird play.
Benny played
as
that
this
touchdown.
one was from yesterday.
He will soon. The Woody Marks direct snap. Woody Marks direct snap for the touchdown. Sorry, Ben. 3rd and goal at the 1. Stroud under center, and they snap it directly to Marks, who runs in. CJ got out of the way. Marks got the snap, got the touchdown. Razzle-dazzle. The Texans score on 3rd and short. So CJ hopped out so fast after the ball went through his legs that I felt like my eyes were tricking me. Like, did he just jump and then the ball came, or did it come first through the legs and end up in the hands of Mark? It got back there so fast, Johnny. But when you look at replay, it's obvious it hit the ground. Woody did a nice job fielding that ball.
Woody's played baseball before.
It got back there so fast.
Yeah.
If Woody is a step to the left or right or something else happens.
Thing's going back to the 20-yard line.
It is.
It's a sprint just to go make sure you get the ball.
It's a bad situation. I should have just said Woody gets the snap because that's totally accurate. And I think I said direct snap. See, direct implies it was intentional. But at the time, I wasn't sure if it was intentional or not.
You weren't the only one.
Those guys debated in the press box, and Chris Myers called it the same way on Fox. I saw the highlight later, and I listened to the TV call. I said, he saw it the same way. I meant to talk to Dave Pasch about that, who's the Cardinals radio announcer. Anyway, it was one of those things. It was beautiful to watch, though. Woody dives in. Texans social media already did something with – you got to watch it. It's very creative, and it's a viral thing. Yeah, you have to check it out. With Woody going over the back of the player, and he's kind of like floating in the end zone. They have it in slow motion.
He didn't have to. They moved people on that play, unlike they had done on the 1-yard line. When he takes flight, he's almost in the end zone to begin with.
It's beautiful.
But it was – look, that was fun to be up with you for that particular play, because we debated that. After we went to a break, we all debated, and finally I came to the notion that if you're up, that was 10-0 at that point, right? Before the touchdown.
Yes.
Okay. So I get that you're up 10-0, but if you're snapping the ball through your quarterback's legs from the 1-yard line to your tailback, that is the ballsiest thing I would ever have heard of at that point.
It all worked.
You have a nose tackle and Dalvin Tomlinson over you. You know people are going to be pinching into the center because the Texans had run inside, I don't know how many times that and even before that. That would have been ball move.
Wasn't Jake Andrews, he said later, right, that he didn't know CJ was under center or something like that. He thought it was a shotgun.
And that, thinking of when I saw the snap on replay, that's exactly what I thought, is that he snapped it up there like it was a shotgun snap. And CJ had his hands underneath. And
did he? Because wouldn't Jake feel that? I guess.
Sometimes.
I don't want to imagine this. Okay, let's just move on.
I mean, your butt gets numb sometimes from certain things. I mean, who knows?
Gosh.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of things going on with that.
That did not sound good at all. But what does sound good is 17-0 lead.
Yeah, that was a great way to start. That was the way that you started. That was what we set up in the broadcast. Like, when you play a team like that, they've lost 10 out of 11. They've lost 5 in a row into that game. And bing, bang, boom, it's 17-0, and they haven't even gotten an offensive playoff for the most part. So that's the way you have to handle. And you got another opponent coming up this week. You're a 14.5-point favorite. Mark, when was the last time we were 14.5-point favorites?
I don't look at these things much. So 14 points?
14.5 points.
So Coach comes in here later for his show. We're going to say, Coach, you got a tough cover this week.
Yeah.
How are you going to cover the 14?
Oh,
I mean, never mind the win.
He'll
love that.
He'll love
that. Covering the 14, my goodness. Against the Raiders, who are, look, you can sell the Cardinals to people with Jacoby Brissett, 5-1 as a starter coming in against the Houston Texans. And
Trey McBride.
I mean, my gosh.
Badass.
Well, the Raiders, you got Brock Bowers.
You got Brock Bowers, yep.
But you're facing Kenny Pickett. So we don't even have Geno. We got Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
How about this? Tom Brady's a part owner, and he's the greatest quarterback ever. So watch out for the Raiders.
But they're kind of in this position because of Tom.
Yeah, well,
Brady.
Maybe partly at least.
Partly.
But I got to say this. It's an NFL team, yada, yada, yada.
It's the Raiders.
You have to sell that. And also,
it's the Raiders. It's cool. Like, Mark, I love seeing the Raiders. And there's for some reason, the Raiders resonate with me as that's the NFL, man. That is.
Oh, yes.
I love seeing the silver and black. I love it.
There are certain helmets and uniforms when they come into the building.
I love it.
It gives you a little bit of a chill, a good way. Like, oh, it's on.
The silver
the Steelers
and black,
come in
Let's go.
with their historic uniforms.
Yep.
The Raiders come in. The Cowboys, only because you hate them so much.
Yeah.
Oh, that was kind of the cherry on the sundae last night.
Yeah.
That was nice.
We didn't get a lot of help. The Patriots could have helped us out. Didn't. The Jets could have. They were starting Brady Cooks. I kind of knew that wasn't going to happen. The Chargers could have helped us out, I guess. But then they did, I guess, in kind of a weird way.
No. I wanted the Chiefs to win that one yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Especially Mahomes goes out. Minshew's in the game. Mm-hmm. They're already on the edge of field goal range.
Right.
But they want to make it at least a little bit closer,
and
if not get a touchdown.
Minshew things.
And then Minshew throws a freaking pick to end their season.
Where's Minshew Mania? We needed Minshew Mania.
There's no mania. And there are a lot of changes going on up there. I mean, Mahomes with the ACL, that's terrible.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Yeah. As it pertains to Mahomes, and there are a couple of big ACLs, and I'll be curious this offseason because one of those ACLs was Micah Parsons, and the Packers ended up giving up 2 first-round picks. And the Packers have played pretty well, especially Micah. Micah's been fantastic.
Yeah.
The Colts traded 2 first-rounders for Sauce, and thus far they've gotten 1 game out of Sauce.
So you have 4 first-rounders in the wind for injured players.
Right, and I don't know when you'll get Parsons back. December 14th yesterday. I better remember today. It's my 30th anniversary. How about that? With my wife. So,
congratulations.
Yeah, so I better remember today's December 15th. But how long does an ACL take now to rehab? Can Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes be ready to start the 2026 season?
I feel like it's shorter than ever. Like, you could possibly do it.
I think you could.
Or maybe 2 weeks in or something.
I mean, maybe Mahomes is a quarterback because he's not having to bend and cut as much as Micah does.
He runs a lot, though.
I mean, he does, and that's where the injury came from. But what if he's not ready to start the season? Does that change things for Kelsey? So they got a lot. They got a lot of things that they've got to try and figure out.
That's their problem.
I know, exactly. Congrats. That's my point. That's their problem. Never a doubt, baby. Your problem.
Yep.
You deal with it. You live like everybody else.
Johnny, we've got our own problems here because the injury, again, on Wednesday, when I read it, I'll wince. I'll avert my eyes maybe. All right, let me look at this.
Because there's always an injury where you go, oh, we didn't know that guy was hurt.
Stingley reported oblique.
Yeah. Now, he's been dealing with that for a while.
Yeah,
so
look,
maybe
I think he would have been out there at the end in a tight, crucial situation.
Probably so.
Easy for me to say. Woody, the same thing. They said Woody would have played.
Yeah, Woody would have come back.
But Jawar was playing great for you. I mean, Jawar Jordan, what a revelation. Now, those who wonder, well, where was Jawar Jordan? Look, I understand about Dameon Pierce. I understand, it didn't work out with Dameon Pierce. He's now on the Chiefs practice squad. I get it. But I think you were waiting for 2022 Dameon Pierce to resurface, and there were teases along the way.
Yep.
There was kickoff return for a touchdown here. There was long run against the Patriots there. There was the Tennessee Titans game where he takes off and shreds the defense, and you're thinking, it's still there somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe we're not getting everything we need at O-line training camp. We're not seeing the full potential here. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's still there somewhere, but eventually everything ran out. The marriage ended, right?
Yep.
But Jawar Jordan, we talked about him. This is why you got to listen to Texans radio all off season and OTAs and training camp. You were singing his praises. You knew that maybe not that he would have 100 yards in his first game and a 50-yard run among that total, but you knew that he had potential.
We saw the improvement.
And they knew it too. But so they had him. Johnny, how quickly do they have to sign him to the active roster? Because if I'm one of these other teams, I'll take that guy. Get him off the Texans practice squad.
Well, as soon as he gets any feelers, my hope is that he goes in and says, hey, man, the Broncos called. They want to bring me into the 53, and that immediately is your sign of, you're coming to our 53.
I would imagine Nick was on the phone with his agent already. By the way.
Probably so.
But we need to talk.
When I talked to D'Amico, the one thing that Nick has sat in this seat, and D'Amico too, they've sat in this seat when they've done the interviews with us, and we ask him about the practice squad. And what does Nick always tell us? We think about it as a 6-9-man roster.
Right.
Because everybody on that roster is going to have to contribute at some point.
They know your system. They know exactly what you're doing every week. They're good to go.
You have to be ready.
And some guys you plan for, you enter the week thinking, this guy's going to be elevated, right? Other guys on Friday, Saturday, you know what? This guy can't go, so now we're going to elevate you. Or somebody gets sick, and now you're up.
So D'Amico said to me in the post-game interview, he said that Jawar had a run. I thought it was Wednesday, maybe Thursday, where he saw Jawar make that run. He was like, hey, hey, hey. Like, that caught their attention.
In practice?
Yes, in practice.
I got chills.
And that caught their attention, and that made them think, hey, wait a second. Maybe we need to get, as they call him, Jaws, we need to get Jawar maybe involved in this a little bit.
Jaws?
Yeah, they call him Jaws.
Because it's J-A-W.
Yeah, they call him Jaws.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they call him Jaws.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, they call him Jaws.
Are you kidding?
No. I've heard them refer to him as Jaws. Yeah.
Jaws?
Yeah, I've heard him refer to it.
All right.
In fact, I remember Danny Barrett calling him Jaws.
Stop the presses.
Yeah.
All right. The presses, to me.
Stop the presses.
Hang on. All right, let's get the music rolling.
If he wasn't named Jaws, he is now.
Can you imagine? He has a good game going like 8 yards, 7 yards.
He needs to do the shark fin. That should be a celebration.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Listen, you're talking to the play-by-play announcer of this team. Jaws?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, we could confirm that if I dreamt it somewhere, but I'm pretty sure they refer to him as Jaws.
If it wasn't, it is now.
It is now, exactly. He is Jaws right now. But, yeah, D'Amico said that in the interview to me after that they saw him in practice, and that really gave them the idea, like, hey, wait a second. Maybe we need to, think about this, or they felt more confident about it, and they went with it, and obviously he turned in a great ball game. But again, it just goes to when we talk about, there's training camp. Think about how many times all of us are putting together, here's our 53-man roster, here's our 53-man roster. But we've sat in these seats next to Nick and D'Amico where they're like, no. We think about it as a 69-man roster. And if you're on that 69-man roster, there's going to be an opportunity for you to play. And Jawar took advantage of that opportunity yesterday.
I'm just curious, though, because the practice squad is that, what you just described. Yep. It's also unprotected, meaning somebody can poach somebody.
That's right.
So that's why they put Graham Mertz on the 53, because he played so well in the preseason. Somebody's going to steal this guy.
Yep.
We have to put him on the 53, so he's our guy.
Yep.
Jawar Jordan has got to be on the 53 by sundown, I would think, but I don't know.
The difference is if you were to waive Graham, everybody had a shot at him. If today Jawar Jordan was on waivers,
I know waivers, but he's on the practice squad.
No, I know.
So there has to be this is a great question for Nick when we have him on this week.
Well, no,
like he has a big game like that. What's the element or the time frame of protection? Is there any? Or can somebody on Sunday night call up Jawar Jordan's agent and say, we want him?
Well, remember Sam Ehlinger? Sam Ehlinger was who's he with, the Broncos?
Yeah.
The Colts called him and said, look, we want you to come to our 53-man roster.
But he denied them.
He denied them.
But
that's what
he
Jawar
must have known they were bringing him up because they brought him up to the 53 late last week.
Who, Jawar?
Ehlinger.
Oh, Ehlinger.
They did.
Yeah, maybe
they
so.
Brought him up.
Yeah, maybe so. But you have the decision. You can stay on a practice squad. You don't have to go.
Right. No, you don't have to go.
You can
it's not
stay.
an automatic. Yeah,
Right.
I know, but it's real money and an opportunity versus I'm on your practice squad.
I understand. I understand completely.
Yeah. So maybe he. All right.
Well, okay, but let me ask you this:
Yeah.
What if the Titans call?
Yeah.
The Titans are like, "Hey, we want you on our 53-man roster."
I know he might say,
Exactly.
I'll
exactly.
take my chances here.
Well, right. So, I mean, if there's another situation that made sense,
right?
Like, hey, if the Patriots called and said, "Man, we saw what you did. We'd want to make you our number 2 back. Come on, let's go. Here's the deal we're signing."
I think the money's so much better, though. Even getting a couple of game checks versus never surfacing from the practice
Listen,
squad.
I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly that if I saw that and I had issues with my run game, I would be calling his agent saying, what do we got to do to get him here? And then you would really put the Texans under the gun of making him on the 53.
I got a feeling he's going to stay a Texan, okay? Just a hunch here that Nick's got this covered.
I did not want to take it in that direction. I did not want to go in that direction. Jawar Jordan is a Texan and keep him a
Jaws.
Jaws.
Get it right. Jaws. Okay, coming up, Eddie Kalu. And maybe Benny could put together the theme from Jaws and the Jawar Jordan 50-yard run highlight together, juxtaposed. I don't know. Maybe he can. Maybe he can't. He's the greatest producer in the business. Houston Methodist brings us this show every week in an emergency. You don't want to deal with these unless you have outstanding medical care, 24/7 emergency departments available to patients of all ages, emergency care centers. You might have driven by one as you're listening to this program right now. So check them out, HoustonMethodist.org/ER for more information. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get sick.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
First half of the Houston 34, CJ tosses the ball to Jordan, starts right, cuts left, 40, 45, open field 50, the 40, left side, 30, 25, 20, and brought down inside the 15-yard line. What a run, Jawar Jordan takes the ball into the red zone. Ben, you crushed that. You crushed it, Jawar Jordan, 50-yard run with the theme from Jaws, because that's his nickname. I freaking love that. Betty, that is awesome.
Man, I had to bring Sean his phone, so I missed it. No, I just
Don't
hear
worry.
the Jaws
We'll play it
theme.
again in an hour because
right.
it's too good not to.
That's good.
Maybe before the general gets in, and he can talk about the filming of Jaws in Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. We'll go documentary. All right, let's go to Andy Kalu. Right now, this is one of those games. You have a team that was riding a 5-game losing streak. They're not very good, but they have some good players. We talked about it last week. You had to be on guard, and the Texans took care of business. Your thoughts? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. No, it's very exciting right now to be a Texans fan because, yes, the Cardinals are struggling, but they did what you're supposed to do against a struggling team. They dominated early, all three phases. We saw some wild plays on defense, offense, and special teams early in the game. And it was funny. You never want to count out an NFL team, but after the first quarter, it just felt like, okay, this game's over. Let's just get through the next 3 quarters, but this is going to be a victory for the Texans. And that's not a shot against the Cardinals. It just lets you know how high the Houston Texans are riding right now.
Indy, Mark says his final call, longest pass play of the year, longest run of the year, longest kickoff return of the year. Creating explosives as you're heading into the playoffs, how important does that end up being, do you think, for a playoff team? You know, we talk about the playoffs, you know, teams are in all 3 phases, but the ability to create explosives and be able to create 1- and 2-play drives, how important do you think that is in the months of December and January?
It's probably the second most important aspect next to, or behind, I should say, health. And, you know, you can't control health, but we always talk about, John, you know, hitting your peak at the right time. And when you have those type of explosive plays this late in the season, as you're, you know, getting ready for that playoff push, this is when you want it. You know, obviously you have to play all 17 games. But when teams are hot in the first 5 games, I'm like, yeah, that's good, but can you keep it going? I'm more excited about the teams that are getting hot, that are having these explosive plays late in the season, as crazy as this may sound. And, you know, I keep it real. I'm not just going to say what Texan fans want me to say or what they think they want the Texans, what they want us to put out there. As I looked around and watched the games last night, or yesterday throughout the day, and again, throw out the records, there isn't a team out there right now that when the Texans step on the field, I'm expecting the Texans to lose. Or there's not a team out there that I just don't expect them to beat. Like, really think about it. Going into the playoffs, look, New England has a nice record. Buffalo already beat them, sacked their star quarterback 8 times. There is not a team right now that I would be concerned the Texans facing in the playoffs, because with the way this defense is playing, with the way C.J. Stroud has come back from the concussion protocol, what team out there are you saying hands down they just can't beat? I can't point to a team where last year I might have said, you know what, maybe the Eagles, maybe this team, that team. As of right now, there's not a team that if they step on the field with the Houston Texans, I'm thinking to myself, they don't have a chance to win this game.
Yeah, that's a great point, because you look at the top seeds right now in the AFC and NFC. The Texans lost to both, but they were close games. Broncos, 3-point game. CJ gets knocked out in the first half. Rams, 14-9 was the final. You had your chances, didn't get them, but you were super competitive in that game, and you're playing a lot better right now. And maybe these teams are too, but you are definitely rising. And, D, I've got a theory, though. As you come down the stretch here, this is not like last year where you knew you had the division. You clinched early, and even before you clinched, it was sort of a foregone conclusion that you were going to clinch, and the top seed was sort of out of reach. Not sort of. It was out of reach. Now, you need every one of these games. That's got to help as you get ready for, I'll put it in air quotes, I will never say this to the coach, inferior teams like the Cardinals and the Raiders. You cannot afford to slip up. So that has to get everybody's attention as you play these final games here. And I know it gets tougher with the Chargers and the Colts, but your thoughts on that take?
No, that's a great point. And maybe that's why we're seeing these explosive plays late in the season, Mark, because they know that they're actually playing for something. Now, keep in mind, NFL players, they have a lot of pride. There's going to be – look at the Arizona Cardinals. They're not playing for anything, but Trey McBride was out there playing like he was playing for the Super Bowl, which I respect, and that's why he's one of the best, if not the best, tight ends in the game now. So I say that to say NFL players have a lot of pride. Once the game is on the line, they're going to play for something. But there's that subconscious, aspect to it where you're thinking, you know what, when times get rough, what are we truly playing for? But with the Texans, like you said, a quote-unquote inferior team, a team that's not playing for anything, you're still attacking them because you understand what's at stake for you. And I expect to see the same thing when they play the Chargers, when they end the season against the Colts, and going into the playoffs, they're going to take that same mentality. So, yeah, you're seeing their best foot forward because it hasn't been mathematically given to them, or it hasn't been solidified that they're going to play in the playoffs or they're going to have a certain seed. So every game, every play still matters for the Texans, and that's why you're seeing that type of intensity this late in the season.
Indy, we were just sitting in the studio, and I saw this last night. I wanted Mark to see it, and we just saw it. Cam Ward had a scramble drill, touchdown throw to defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons. So I asked this question. I don't know how many times you ever had anybody on defense jump the offense, but more importantly, what was it like in the defensive line room the next day after a defensive tackle, defensive end, you scored a touchdown? What was that like when you guys scored?
You know what's funny? They're just looking for a way to knock you. So, I remember when I had interception against the Redskins and scored in the film room. It wasn't a bunch of pats on the shoulder, nice job. It was like, man, you slow. If there was 5 more yards, that offensive tackle would have caught you, or that should have been me. So, they're really critiquing your form and how bad you might look. I have not seen the play with Jeffrey Simmons, but how cool is that? You get your best defensive player some shine on offense, but I guarantee, unless he just looks like Tony Gonzalez out there, they're not going to give him much props. But it's all out of love. It's one of those. They're going to dog you, but then at the end of the dog session, they're going to kind of wink and say, nice job.
I'll tell you what, Simmons had a heads-up move as a receiver to get to an open spot, right? A lot of guys don't bother to do that. Yep. He did, and he got the touchdown reception. Good for him. And, good for them to get that highlight in a loss in a terrible season for the Tennessee Titans, and that's the last nice thing I'll say about them this year. So, ND, C.J. Stroud, it was a sub-50% performance last week, but I didn't care. That was in sub-freezing temperatures. You were going up against Mahomes. He threw 3 picks. CJ did not. Took care of the football, made the plays when he had to, played well, and played really well yesterday against the Cardinals. And this is what you want to see as he continues his comeback from the weeks off, right? Now you're coming down the stretch here, and your quarterback is starting to get very warm, and this is absolutely crucial as you get toward the postseason.
No, 100%. And when you look at the stats, like you said, over 50% this time, obviously 22 of 29, 0 interceptions, 3 touchdowns. And you think to yourself, okay, maybe he's just being cautious. But there was one play, one throw in between 2 defenders while he was scrambling to his right. And it was pinpoint accuracy on the moves. And it took guts, because that would have been easy for him to say, oh, I'm not going to throw that ball. It's too risky. But for him to make that throw in between 2 defenders where either one of them could have intercepted it, but he had confidence in his ability and his arm strength and his accuracy. That's what I'm excited about. It's not, I've heard the term when I watch it on television, they call him, they say he's a good manager of the game. And they're not trying to be derogatory, but someone who manages the game doesn't make plays like that. They don't make throws like that when they're on the run. That's the one play where I said, yep, he's back. He's back. He's picking up where he left off after 2 seasons ago, because people claim he had a down season last year. But this is exciting to see him playing the type of ball he's playing this late in the season.
Indy, at this point in the season, we all know that bodies are beat up, and really, it's what we're going to week 16. They're beat up, especially down in the trenches, and I know you know that really well. Did you do anything different? Did you feel like you had to do extra at the end of a year to make sure you could at least get as close to 100% by Sunday? Are you doing more than you would normally do just based on the accumulation of all the hits and physical nature physical natured things you've been going through up to this point?
100%, but it's not what you're thinking. It's not, well, I know you know this, John. It's what the listener may be thinking when you say more. It's not more weights. It's not more cardio. It's more stretching. It's more treatment. It's more of the task that sounds easy, but it's you really have to push yourself to do it. It's funny, as I'm getting older, before I came on just now, I wanted to make sure I did some stretching, and I finished my workout, which was tough. But I really had to psych myself up to stretch because I'm like, man, I don't want to sit here and stretch for 10 minutes. But when you're playing and it's this late in the season, those are the things you have to do. You know what? You had a bum ankle week 5 through 7. It feels a little better, but you still go in there and get that treatment. So it's more in the treatment room, getting with the trainers, doing the different stretches, the hot tub, the cold tub, really taking care of your body. And then it's up to the coaches to be smart and say, okay, we are in week 16. Danielle Hunter, this is your umpteenth year. You know what? We're going to hold you out of practice Wednesday and Thursday. So it's up to the coaches to understand what they have with certain players. But you know what? Jordan, you had a great game. You had over 100 yards, but that was your first game. You're practicing hard. You know, we're still going to push you these last few weeks. So that's where the good teams have the good coaches who know that they have to make those individual decisions during the week to keep certain guys fresh.
All right, this is for both of you. What's the best nickname on the team? Terminator for Will Anderson, Cyborg, Danielle Hunter, Jaws for Jawar Jordan. This is why I'm bringing it up because it's just too freaking good. Scoob for Jamal Hill. Who am I missing?
I like Scoob, man.
What other – does Bullock have a nickname? Am I forgetting something?
Well, there's Hawk and Locksmith.
Oh, yeah, Hawk and Locksmith. What am I saying?
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Andy, what do you think here?
You know what? Like, I like Terminator, but I don't see, and I could be wrong, I don't see, like, your teammates calling you that away from the field. I like the nicknames that your teammates are going to call you at all times. Like, when they're talking to you and John, and they just throw out the name, and you're like, who is that? Oh, that's what we call so-and-so. I don't know if they – and again, I don't know. I don't know if they call Will Anderson Terminator.
Probably not.
I like Cyborg because he looks like one, but I'm going to go with Jaws because I just feel like that's something the whole team may call him.
Yeah, you're right. That could make it off the field. And, you know, we always tried to nickname JJ Megawatt. You know, it was always tough.
I mean, it was
to come up with something.
It was just JJ. He was already just JJ.
Yeah, that was enough. That was his own brand, and that became his logo, literally.
Some people, you know, Jawar, they're not. I mean, it's easy to say, but some people are going to mess it up. So Jaws.
Jaws is nice.
Jaws.
I like that.
Okay.
That. All right, we've settled.
Maybe we just made this up. I swear I heard. I remember.
It doesn't matter if we made it up. It's in.
It's in now.
Yeah.
It's
we
definitely
baked it in.
It's definitely
there
in now.
It's there. Andy, all right, one more for you. Holiday game coming up on Sunday. So give me a holiday tradition that's very important to you, special to you, maybe something from your youth. Maybe you don't do it anymore. Maybe you want to still do it more, or maybe you do still do it. You tell me. What comes to mind when I say holiday tradition?
It's going to sound boring and cliche, but literally just getting the whole family under the same roof and eating some good home-cooked meals. So whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, we typically have the entire family over, and we literally just hang out, pig out, watch football, and fall asleep on the couch. So just hanging out with the family, because during the week it's so hectic, as y'all know. So I'm going to say just having everybody under the same roof, eating good food, and passing out on the couch.
Do you actually take a day off? I'll be impressed. I know how hard you work.
I do, but I don't consider checking emails work, so family members do get a little annoyed.
I know him.
So I try
What's
to
the
do all
market
that
doing? Yeah.
Man, you realize as you start getting older and your kids start getting older, and you're right, trying to get everybody under the same roof.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah. It's unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, crazy.
Incredible.
Right. Andy, thanks a lot for joining us as always.
Y'all keep up the good work. Thanks.
Andy Kalu. Joining us, Texans Day, Andre Ware coming up at 9. And next up, some more things that happened yesterday that we need to see more of. Plus, we didn't get Indy's review of Phillip Rivers, but we got to look around the league a little bit here. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar?
And Brooks at the 1 over the 5, 10, middle of the field, 20, 25. The ball is out. It's picked up by Doy. He got it at the 21-yard line, brought down there. An instant takeaway for the special teams unit. Houston has the ball in scoring range. Yeah, that's Scoob, Jamal Hill, who got the knockout, and Dari recovered. And Scoob is going to join us on the show tomorrow, so that's going to be good.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we'll have him on Texans All Access Tuesday night at 6, Jamal Hill. We've had him on before, and he's always interesting, always fun. Just one of those guys. There are so many characters and role players. I hate to label people like that, but guys do know their roles, and sometimes they rise up, make huge plays. Sometimes it's just a significant play as part of a series of plays. Like that one to knock the ball out is tremendous, and D'Amico Ryans highlighted him in the post-game locker room speech, so good for him. One of many players who contributed to that 20-point victory yesterday. I mean, we're talking about a 20-point win for a team that has not had many two-score victories this season, so that was awesome to see. It was not the high water mark. That was against Baltimore, 44 against Ravens earlier this season.
High water mark here at home.
Yeah, here at home, high water mark. Very nice.
And high water mark here at home in the D'Amico Ryans era.
What? Non-playoff?
Non-playoff. Regular season. Yeah. Because
okay.
Tampa Bay in 23 was 39.
Okay. Very good. Very good, Johnny.
Jacksonville's 36.
Without looking, he doesn't have to look anything up, and he knows this stuff. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah,
if you had told me at 0-3, 3-5 that we'd be playing the theme from Jaws and Jawar Jordan had just run for 100, I would say, what? What's going on? But here's what's going on. You're in the 7th seed still because this is hot and heavy down the stretch here. These teams keep winning, man. Denver won. They beat Green Bay at home. Green Bay's a good team. New England lost to the Buffalo Bills, who you wanted to see lose to New England so you'd have the same record as them and you would have the tiebreaker and you'd move up a spot at least. And look at the Chargers. They beat the Chiefs. You wanted the Chiefs to win that one and then lose out from there because, well, actually, beat the Chargers and Denver, lose everything else, right? That's what you wanted to see the Chiefs do. It didn't happen. Minshew late had the ball, had a chance for a game-time field goal, but he threw a pick. So that happened. So you have the Chargers and Bills at 5 and 6 seeds with 10 wins. Only 7 get in each conference, only. The Texans are the 7th seed currently. If you're wondering about who's breathing down their neck, well, the Colts are 8 and 6. Thank you, Seattle. Go Hawks!
Starting to fade.
Well, yesterday, it's hard not to root for Rivers, but he's wearing a Colts uniform, so I can't do it.
You can't do it.
I want to see the older guy do well, but you know what? It was a win because he did pretty well, and they lost, so it was great.
Yeah.
It was great. And I need them to go one more round here in 2 weeks when they take on the Jags again.
Yeah.
I need
lose to the Niners Monday night. Next Monday night.
Yeah, lose that one.
You're at home against the Niners.
Lose that one.
You're 8 and 7.
But rise up, beat the Jags. Beat the Jags. And Denver beat the Jags too. Because the Jags are leading the division, and they're a game ahead of the Texans, and you split with them. And everything else is very close, Johnny.
Yeah.
Conference record. They're both 7-2, the Texans and the Jaguars. Strength of victory, which comes into play before strength of schedule, which is you've got them beat right now, and I'm not sure what it's going to do as they take on the Colts. Let's see, you're going to play the Colts too.
I've been playing around the playoff machine.
The Charger. You have. I know you do that. So you tell me, what's the tiebreaker going to come down to if you finish with the same record as the Jags?
Now, I'm not totally sure what tiebreaker it is.
It depends on if they lose to the Colts.
That's exactly right.
Because that's a division loss right there. You have the same division record as them right now. Well, you have the same number of losses as them right now. They still play the Titans also.
I'll put it this way. The playoff machine, you toggle who wins, who loses.
Yeah.
For all games.
Every week.
Every time that I've gotten to 11 and 6 tie or 12 and 5 tie, the Texans have won the division. So not totally sure which tiebreaker it is, but that's the thing. It's that close. The AFC South has been rock star division this year. Trevor Lawrence is starting to play well. He's starting to get some love nationally. I kind of like that, especially if we're going to end up playing each other. That would be kind of nice.
Now, if you're wondering what your buffer zone is here, what if you drop a game? What if you drop a game to the Chargers or the Colts or whoever?
Yeah.
You're still in pretty good shape here, but don't make it the Colts.
Yeah.
Don't make it the Colts.
Don't make it come down to Week 18.
Because if it does come to a tie with the Colts, it would only trouble you if they beat the Jags, right? So that's going to get kind of hairy.
Yes.
I don't want to get into all that stuff. You beat the Ravens, and the Ravens are 2 games behind you, and you also have a win in hand over them. Tonight is a war in Pittsburgh with the Dolphins visiting. I don't know if they're up for this, But they are on a roll right now, and they're 6-7. They can get to 500 with a win tonight. Miami, which was left for dead. Now they can do that tonight. So a lot of interesting things going on. The point is this, super competitive AFC.
Super competitive.
For a moment, it looked like it might not be this year, but it is, man. It is super competitive down the stretch. And the team with the best record in the league is Denver. 12-2 right now as the Rams are 11-3.
Do you buy Denver?
At home, I buy Denver.
Yeah,
I think playing Mile High is tough. It always has been historically. Although, look, they lost an AFC Championship game there to Pittsburgh the year that Gary Kubiak became the head coach here because they lost in the AFC Championship game, 05 postseason. And then, within a half week, he was here as our new head coach. They're not unbeatable.
Right.
At Mile High, but it does help to be up there, I think, in the winter. There's an intimidating environment.
Yeah, you're right, the intimidating environment. And we've never played a playoff game there, correct?
In Denver?
Correct. We never played there. I know, I'm just making sure. It's kind of early in the morning.
There haven't been that many, Johnny.
I know.
We've been on the road
Baltimore,
in the division.
Kansas City,
New England.
Okay? It's been those three.
The list stops there, right?
It stops there. It doesn't need to stop there. But it would be nice to play these playoff games at home. That would be kind of nice. I don't want to go to altitude, and I don't want to be in 10-degree temperatures. But you know what? This team, I don't think it matters to this team.
No,
I think this team is like, spot the ball. We're playing the Walmart parking lot.
How much confidence does it give you that you beat the Chiefs in that environment last Sunday night?
Totally.
Well, Mark, the Chiefs just lost. Hang on a second. This is a Chiefs team that knew they were done yesterday, all right? Another low-scoring game. They were done. Mahomes got hurt at the end of it. If Mahomes is in the game late, I don't know. I'll take my chances with Mahomes late against the Chargers. Now, they have a good defense, too. They are second in the NFL in yards per game allowed.
Chargers?
Right behind the Texans. Now, not points, but yards. But that's saying something. So they got some defense.
Yeah. Now, they've got a pretty good defense, but they also gave up 38 to the Colts and 38 to the Jags.
Weird. I know they got blown out by the Jags. It's crazy. The Jags are really hot right now. The schedule is not, but they did beat that Charger team that you're going to take on a week from Saturday. How about that? It's now a week from Saturday. Ooh. That's a Saturday afternoon late window game at L.A. I hate saying that. At the Chargers.
Yeah.
I try never to say L.A. with the Chargers. At the L.A. 20-yard line, it doesn't sound still.
Just don't say San Diego.
I don't say that. I say the Chargers a whole lot.
I'm not even going to plant that seed of not saying San Diego.
Whatever.
I'm not going to plant that seed.
Andre Ware up next. He was at the Heisman Saturday night. Yesterday, we saw the Cardinals and Texans and his observations, among many other things, coming up next here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Second down and 8 from the Houston 43-yard line. Stroud in the gun now with Woody to his right. Here's the snap to CJ, four-man rush. He throws over the middle, hits Nico, left side 40, breaks a tackle, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, rock and roll, touchdown, Houston! Fireworks early at NRG Stadium as Nico Collins takes it to the house. All right, beautiful start to that game, and C.J. Stroud throws 3 touchdown passes. Andre Ware joins us now on Texans Monday. And, Dre, let's start there with the quarterback. Look, I'm not saying this game puts him in Canton or anything, but it's a nice thing to see as you come down the stretch that this thing is starting to heat up on offense and your quarterback's playing well. Good morning. Your thoughts?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, you just want to see the progression each and every week, each and every time that he's out there, especially with a new offense this week. We keep saying new offense, I meant this year, but it is for him. And so anytime you get a situation that he's in where you're in your third year, a new offense, you want to see him progress from week to week. And it's been a nice little ramp up to this part of the season, and you're really starting to see him take control of the offense, distribute the football around where multiple guys are catching passes, having big days, and him being the orchestrator of that.
Okay, so yesterday the Texans had a 100-yard rusher for the first time, right?
Right.
First time this year.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Okay, I want you to listen to this. Drafted May of 24, August 24, waived injured, August 24, IR. September of 24, waived injury settlement. October of 24, brought back to the practice squad for the last half of the year. Signs as a free agent in January. Waived in August. Brought back to the practice squad. Off the practice squad. Brought back to the practice squad in November. In December, he gets on the field for the very first time in 2 years. And Jawar Jordan runs for over 100 yards, 101 yards. He has the big 50-yard run. Dre, you and I and Mark have been talking about Jawar Jordan for a while, and you can really see the difference from 24 to 25, just that 1 year difference. Like, oh, man, he's got confidence now. He's running the ball pretty well. What did you think about the way Jawar played, and how do you handle this going forward with your running backs, considering the explosiveness that Jawar showed yesterday and what he's got maybe for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't come as a surprise to us because we watched it happen pretty much all through the preseason, all through training camp, and there's just something to this guy that you like him, you like what he does. He kind of he shines every time he's on the field. So you're like, wait a minute, there's got to be a place for a player like this, and all the transactional moves that you just talked about. That's why, because they know how talented he is. They're trying to keep him around and develop him as much as they can, and before someone else sees him and snatches him up. Well, cat's out the bag now because of what he did yesterday on just 15 carries. He's explosive. He adds that to your offense. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, and then surprisingly for his size, he is a willing pass protector, which for most young backs, and you guys know this, we know that they can run it. We know that they can catch it, but can they protect the quarterback in blitz situations or pressure type situations? And he's proved that in the preseason. He proved it yesterday at times, and I think that's the only place where you're going to question a guy like Jawar Jordan going forward. I think it's Woody Marks, Chubb, and Jordan at this point, and you fill in with Dare every once in a while or whomever else you may want to put in the game, whether it's British Brooks or whomever. But I think Jordan has a place on the 53 going forward.
Dre, what about Dalton Schultz and what he's meant for this football team, especially this year? Leading the team in receptions, has another big record-setting day yesterday. Your thoughts on his performance in 2025, and maybe since he's been here, but especially this year?
Yeah, I think the tight end's position on the professional level is tied directly with the quarterback. And if you have a good one, you're going to have a good quarterback because there's a place to go in certain situations is preferably zone coverage. But good ones operate against zone and man. They can get open against either. They can make catches against either or within the zone and against man coverage. And so when you have Schultz take the type of step that he's taken this year, 70 catches already with 3 games to go. He's tied a franchise record there, and he'll break it within the first series or two of on Sunday. That makes it easier for CJ to operate. You got a place to go in the middle of the field. You got a guaranteed pass catcher with hands. He's blocking better this season, so it helps the running game. All of it is tied to how good your tight end is. And just take a look around the league at teams that have good tight ends. Where are they in terms of their record and their success for a season? And most have really, really good pass catching and blocking tight ends.
This is for both of you. Back in the game against Jacksonville, Trent Brown stepped in. We talked to Trent this week. That was his first start this year. And he replaced Titus because Titus was, dealing with a concussion. When Titus came back, he moved over to left guard. And now they've gone with this offensive line alignment for the last 3 games.
Leave it alone.
Yes. There you go. That's my. What are your thoughts, Dre, about what they've been able to do and how much better it's looked with this 5 that they have going together?
Well, it like I said, sometimes it's not talent-wise the best 5 guys that you put together on the field at those spots or on a basketball court position-wise. It's the chemistry that makes it all work, and I think they finally found the right chemistry up front. The running game where you have your first 100-yard rusher. You got Nico getting close to 100 yards receiving. Schultz right there as well, and what he's been able to do. All of it kind of mixes together. So I think they found the right 5 guys. Now leave them in those spots and let them play and continue to develop. When you're making that many changes from week to week that they were early in the season, it's tough to build because you got guys in and out of the lineup. I don't know what the hell they thought they were doing, rotating the left guard every play or every series or whatever it was that they were doing, other than setting themselves back. And it solidified itself when Titus was put there, left there. He's a better player, and the line is better overall because of it.
Dre, here we go down the stretch, and you got the Raiders coming in on Sunday, and this is a team that is probably not as good as the Cardinals. Let's just be honest here. I pointed out earlier that, hey, you need all these wins. It doesn't matter. You're not clinching anything yet. You are still in danger of not making it should you stumble too much. That's got to be enough, right? D'Amico Ryans has to be able to set that on the table and say, this is your motivation. What do you think here as you play a Raiders team that just got blown out? I mean, they were handled by the Philadelphia Eagles 31-0 on the road, freezing their butts off, and they are going nowhere fast. What do you think of this matchup?
Yeah, talk to me about freezing a little bit. But, yeah, man, you go to Philly this time of year, that's tough. That's one that, especially playing in a stadium like they play in a dome in Vegas, you don't want any of that this time of year, and then your record is what it is at 2-12. But, again, it's the same conversation that we had last week. It's a professional football team. You have to get ready for 2 quarterbacks because I don't know what's going on with Geno Smith, if he's going to play this week or not. But Kenny Pickett threw 25 balls yesterday and looked decent at times doing it. They've got an electric tight end. We just had a discussion about tight ends and Brock Bowers, who's certainly capable of taking over a game. So much so that I think Johnny mentioned this yesterday. He's better than the Cardinals tight end. It's, physically more athletic, just gifted, better than the guy we faced just yesterday. And they've got a defense that, guys can fly around and make plays. Ashton Genty was picked where he was because he is a player, but hadn't had a chance to really break out yet. So it's a dangerous team on the road, and they travel well. They're going to be Raider fans in the building on Sunday, and that's an uplift for a team going on the road like the Raiders. So it's a professional team. You got to go in and attack it each and every week the same, because you can get beat It's the same. They've beaten 2 people already. I don't think that you're any different, that if you don't bring your best, that they couldn't show up and beat you.
For both of you, which uniform has the most mystique to it? Never mind how they're doing currently in their franchise's history.
I got mine.
But the back-in-the-day effect, when you see that uniform on the field, Steelers, Raiders, Giants, I mean, they're a traditional team, but come on. Do I have to throw the Colts in there, too, even though we see them all the time? But the Baltimore Colts were it back in the day. But who am I forgetting? 49ers, maybe?
Old school Dolphins?
Packers, obviously. Dre, what are your thoughts on that subject? Which uniform does it for you in terms of
you can throw the Dolphins in there as well from a traditional standpoint. But when you're talking football and you're talking the nastiness of football, and then you threw in the words back in the day, when there was football being played, when guys could get jacked up on the field for just going across the middle, it's the Raiders. There's not a uniform that connects all of that together more than the Raiders. Grew up a Steelers fan as a young pup, and the Steelers, that uniform doesn't do it for me, though that's what kind of gravitated me towards them was the colors. It's just the Raiders. It's that silver and black and the nastiness of it, the patch over the eye, all of it just kind of mixes in, and it's still my favorite.
For me, it's the Raiders. Second is the Panthers. Okay. Yeah, it's the Raiders. I mean, Dre said it all right there. That's exactly why. No, it's not the Jaguars. Okay, I'm going to read a tweet. This is for both of you, and then I've got questions, plural, coming off of this.
Here we go.
From Matt Zenitz, national/NFL reporter for CBS Sports. Colts quarterback Anthony.
I'm glad you defined who Matt Zenith was, because I was sitting there scouring my brain.
Yeah.
Household name Matt
Zenith.
No, I'm just saying who it's from. I said it just because he'd been covering college recruiting for a long time, and then I found out he went to CBS Sports. So he's a good reporter. He knows stuff.
Okay.
Here's his tweet. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson has been cleared medically coming off his orbital fracture from October 12th, and the hope is to have him back practicing in the near future, sources tell CBS Sports.
I love this.
Okay, so this just goes all kinds of different directions. So, Dre, I'll ask this. Mark, I want your answer to number one, Richardson himself, you buying this? Do you buy that Richardson comes back and does anything the last couple games? And what'd you think of the grandfather yesterday almost pulling out a win in Seattle?
That would have been great, wouldn't it? I mean, Mark would have just absolutely blown his gasket had the Colts won with Phillip Rivers at quarterback at 50,000 years old. You know, it's amazing. It might as well be that old in terms of quarterback years. But 18 of 27, 120, throws a touchdown. I thought it was a great performance, and I think he had a good rating for a guy that's been sitting on the sofa for the last 5 years at 73.1. I was impressed. I thought, there's no way this was going to work. They are going to Seattle to get blown out, and he kept them in the game. Jonathan Taylor didn't do a whole lot. He had an average day for himself at, 87 yards, but it's just one of those where I was impressed with Phillip Rivers. I don't know how Mark felt, but I had to give credit where credit was due. Not playing in an NFL game for 5 years and having that type of performance, I think it only gets better if they decide to stay there. And then with Richardson, I think this was a wake-up call. Amazing how when they go get a 45-year-old, you get better quickly, and you're all of a sudden ready to practice and get yourself back in the mix of things and so on and so forth. It's a direct, reflection on him or what the Colts want to do. If he's healthy enough to play and he's going through practices, but yet they stick with Phillip Rivers, not as the backup but as the starter, that is a clear message that your time in Indianapolis is over.
Dre, one of the things that stood out to me yesterday with the Colts was they lead. With Rivers on the field, it was like just having him there. It was like their whole entire roster took their game up a notch to kind of match Rivers' intensity, just his love, his joy. You could just tell that was permeating through the rest of the roster, and the defense played its best game of the year with Rivers there. I just feel like there's so much more to that position, and you know that more than anybody, than just throwing a football or running with it. There is this intrinsic factor of they got to believe in you. And when Jones was hurt, they stopped believing, and I don't think they ever believed when Anthony Richardson was on the field.
I agree with you totally, and that's the exact word I was going to use is belief. If they believe in you, and they being the guys that are in the huddle with you, they being the guys that are on the defensive side of the football. How many times have you guys heard me make the comment when a quarterback's coming off the field and a defense, he just made a mistake, threw a big pick in a situation, and the defense, hey, we got you. That is belief. When a guy comes off the field after having just thrown one hell of a pass or for a touchdown, and the defense is the ones that are around him on the sideline. That's belief in the quarterback, and they know from day to day because they see it every single day in practice, and you cannot fool guys on that position. They know what it's supposed to look like. They know when they have a guy that's a winner, and they know that when they have a guy that they can go on Sundays into a game with that gives them a chance to win. And Philip, he's a leader. He's done that. He has been there, done that. I was thinking, why not go ring the phone of Andrew Luck over Philip Rivers? I got to feel like Andrew would have a little more in his arm, a little more juice in his arm than Philip at this point. But he gives them a chance. That's what they felt. Face it. Let's face it. The Colts are a good football team that's going to be around for a while. If they mess around and get that position right, it's going to be direct competition for some time because of what they have surrounding it. They're just waiting to get it right there, which, is why the desperation move to bring in Philip Rivers was made.
Yeah, and Dre's right. I would have blown a gasket had they won that game. They almost won that game. I was very impressed with Rivers. Look, he didn't throw the ball great or anything, but you're right, Johnny. They rallied around him, and he made some big throws. He had 3 big throws in that game. They might have been shorties, or medium, whatever, but they were there, and everybody responded. One thing I loved about that was his high school team back at the school,
so cool,
watching the game and the
really
kids' reaction to their coach doing what he was doing. I thought that was really special because I was rooting for Rivers to do well and the Colts to lose. That's what I was rooting for because we need the Colts to lose. Now,
it came out the way we wanted then.
As far as Richardson goes, this all depends on if they win next week or lose next week. Let's just say for argument, Richardson's back at practice, say, this week, next week.
Right.
If they lose Monday night to the 49ers at home and they're kind of out of it, I would say, all right, let's go to Richardson if you're the Colts and just see if there's anything there, assuming he's doing well in practice. If he's not, forget about it, right? Yeah. But if they're still around and Rivers is playing, they got to keep going to Rivers, no doubt. But, Dre, I want to set you up for this because here are the Jaguars with 10 victories now. This is the most wins for them in a long time. That 2017 season, when they went to the AFC Championship game, they won 10. They didn't win 10 when they went to the playoffs with Peterson. That was a 9-8 season. They won 11. So the next win ties them for their best total of victories since 2007 when David Garrard was quarterbacking this team, and they lost that finale here when the Texans went to 500 for the first time, and Andre Davis returned 2 kickoffs for touchdowns in that contest. But are the Jags good? I think the answer is yes. Here is their win streak since they lost to the Texans in that heartbreaker for them, a wonderful moment for the Texans. They beat the Chargers, Cardinals, Titans, and Colts and Jets. I don't know what to make of it other than that Charger win was pretty special. It was 35-6 over the Chargers. So what do you think here as they face Denver coming up on Sunday? Are they going to beat the Broncos mile high, or do you like Denver in that one? And general thoughts on the Jags.
And that game is where, in Denver or in Jacksonville?
Denver.
Well, I still like Jacksonville. I'm not a believer in Denver, even though they control things in the AFC. I know. I'm just not a believer yet. I believe, however, in Jacksonville. I believe in Trevor Lawrence, Mark. I think he's turning the corner. They went and got the glue guy during the trade, before the trade deadline. And then we talked about it yesterday. Jacoby Myers. He's shown up in a big way. 5 catches yesterday, 71 yards. He is catching balls, and he's forcing other guys to show up as well. Brian Thomas had 4 catches and a touchdown yesterday. Trevor Lawrence threw for 330 and 5 touchdowns, ran another one in, and I don't even think the guy is on anybody's fantasy team in my league, and we're in the playoffs at this point. That's what, I mean, people think like you do about Trevor Lawrence in my fantasy league. But he's coming around, and all of a sudden they're putting pieces around him. ETN is starting to run the football and catch it the way that they thought he would when they drafted him. Myers, as I just talked about. Washington has stepped up and made some plays as a receiver for them. So it's a talented young group that you're going to have to continue to do exactly what you're doing from not just now, but years to come, because the Colts have gotten better right in your face. So have the Jags. And the only one that you put a check mark by when you get the schedule at the beginning of the season at this point are the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
It's definitely competitive. Go on.
Yeah, definitely is competitive. Okay, I want to change gears real fast. Number one, this is kind of two-parter, but it's going to go different directions. Number one, Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman. It was cool to watch the Heisman. My father-in-law was there, and I was like, oh, there's my buddy Trey. Thought that was really cool seeing you on TV during the Heisman. So Fernando Mendoza, come on that, if you will. Also, this just came down in the last 20 minutes. DJ Lagway is transferring from the University of Florida. He was the number 1 recruit in the country. He was the guy that everybody at Florida wanted to play over Graham Mertz. Yeah. And now, after 2 years, he is transferring. And I've got it from good authority that there was a consideration of the University of Houston a few years ago. Now, I know Houston's got Keyshawn Henderson coming in. They already have Connor Wigman, so maybe that's out. But DJ Lagway transferring from Florida, he was the highest recruit, the best recruit in the country 2 years ago. Your thoughts on Fernando and Lagway transferring, Dre?
Yeah, I'll go Fernando first. He's impressive, an impressive young man. When you meet him, just physically gifted. You know, he reminds me of how he throws the ball, kind of almost like Rivers. Not so much as big a pusher as Rivers is, but he pushes the ball a little bit. But he gets there. He's got good velocity, good player, and I thought he was very deserving of winning the Heisman this year for what he did. He was big in the biggest 4 games actually. When he needed to be at his best, he was, and he propelled Indiana to wins in those 4 games. As far as Lagway goes, I talked to the second day that Willie Fritz had the job, and it was in his living room, and he called me, and I talked to the young man on the phone. I told Coach Fritz then, make sure you finish second because they all transfer, and you want to be the first call that he makes when he does decide to transfer. Well, with Henderson coming in, I'm not so sold on that because I've seen Henderson up close. I've seen him throw in a camp-type setting. The ball flies off his hand. It's beautiful. He is a beautiful athlete. So with that being said, I'm not sold on Lagway and how he's played at Florida in comparison to what I've just seen in a camp-type setting from Henderson. So I'm fine as we are in terms of being a U of H alum at that position. Wigman's going to hold it, bring Henderson along next year, and then give the full-time set of keys to drive the car to Henderson the very next year. Lagway's, unfortunately, I think has got to go somewhere else. In a perfect world, you bring all 3 of them in. We had myself, David Klingler, and 2 other junior college All-Americans. That's when you could have, when things were like that and guys didn't feel like they had to play right away. It's no longer that way, and no way would you get that type of lineup in at one school going forward.
Quick thoughts on the Kinder's Texas Bowl as LSU and the Cougs get it on December 27th, nighttime game here at NRG Stadium.
I love the matchup. I love it, obviously, being a Cougar myself, getting a chance to face LSU and that brand. And I think it's going to be a competitive football game. I really do. I like the Cougars in it, with it being in Houston, pretty much a home game for us. But it's a hell of a matchup and a hell of a game, college football game for the fans here in Houston. Get out, buy your tickets, support the Cougars and the Tigers in this one, the Battle of the Cats, right here in Houston, Texas. So I love this matchup.
All right, Dre. Thanks a lot, as always. Looking forward to Sunday.
All right, guys. We'll talk then.
Kinder's Texas Bowl coming up December 27th. So watch and listen to the Texans take on the Chargers in L.A. and then take in the game that night here at NRG Stadium. It's a beautiful day of football, and it's always good to hear from the General's coming up, John McClain, and we'll find out what he thinks of our nickname, Jaws. It's really not ours. I think it was already in place, but I think Benny's going to play that highlight again with the Jaws music. Coming out of the break, stay tuned. Go Texans, Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
We all want to stay healthy.
To continue their win streak.
Here's C.J. Stroud at center, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over, 40-20. 6 wins in a row for the Texans.
Really proud of our guys, proud of our coaches, our team coming out today, playing true complementary football, handling this game the proper way, and finishing how we know how to finish.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
First down for the Houston 34. CJ tosses the ball to Jordan. Starts right, cuts left, 40, 45, open field 50, the 40, left side, 30, 25, 20, and brought down inside the 15-yard line. What a run. Jawar Jordan takes the ball into the red zone. Jaws. Jawar Jordan.
Oh, that's awesome.
100-yard rusher for the first time this season. He gets it done fresh off the practice squad. Update on his situation later this week. We'll find out more. Nick Caserio visits with us Wednesday night. We'll have that for you. And joining us right now is the General, John McClain, Hall of Fame writer, of course, and John on Jaws, the nickname, the player, all of it.
Well, first of all, a guy I haven't heard his name mentioned anywhere. Maybe you guys have done it, and I apologize if you did. Danny Barrett, the longtime running backs coach, who's been now with 4 head coaches, he does a tremendous job with those guys. And I think Jawar Jordan, who's not 186, that was his college weight. He's 193 at the combine, 5'9.5", 193. And I think Danny Barrett should get a lot of credit for the development of any running back they have. I remember Arian Foster's debut. Wasn't it about 90 yards, and he got 100 in the last one in 2010, and they didn't know what they had, and they drafted Ben Tate in the second round anyway, and Ben Tate had a 100-yard debut. But Nick Caley and D'Amico Ryans have to take a huge sigh of relief because they haven't had their running back all season in Walt, Joe Mixon. I doubt he'll ever play for the Texans again. They've had mix and match. And when Nick Chubb hurt, and Dari Gumbawali makes some big plays, as you guys know, not just on special teams, but as a runner and receiver. The running backs look to be in pretty good hands for this late stretch drive in which they had, coming off a game, they had so many things that were positive. Now, of course, Arizona's terrible. The Raiders may be the worst team in the league, but it's all gearing up to get the offense ready to go to the Chargers, score in the red zone without bouncing the ball, in which Woody Marks looked like Jeremy Pena, scooping it up and doing normal red zone plays. They were 50% in the red zone yesterday, which is a huge improvement over being second worst in the league. But hopefully they'll keep scoring more consistently in the red zone, and if they do, they can win out.
Yeah, they certainly can do that. General Nico Collins gets it started. Nico's third year in a row with 1,000 yards. He has touchdowns to the 3 catches he has are touchdowns. One got called back because of some bogus didn't report Blake Fisher stuff, but I've seen Blake report for every single play that he's on the field, so I don't know that I buy that. But either way, Nico Collins, the last couple of weeks, it hasn't been the volume of catches. It hasn't been 7, 8, 9 catches. It's been 3, but there's been a 50-yarder mixed in. There's been a 57-yard touchdown mixed in. Your thoughts on Nico and what he is giving this offense right now compared to maybe what he was doing earlier in the season?
There can't be, John, many receivers better at going over the middle and catching those crossing routes, slant routes, breaking tackles, and getting the yards after the catch. And plus, he can go deep and beat people, which he showed last week. And I'm amazed that teams would not do everything they can to take him out of the game and make somebody else beat them. I was thinking today, Tank Dell next year is going to be like an extra draft choice at wide receiver. And wide receiver looks to be set for a long time. And I think Nico being such a big weapon, having such a good on-field rapport with Stroud, I'd like to see him get 10 balls thrown to him every game. But you can't do it when he isn't covered. I saw a stat last week that Stroud's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, completion percentage and rating, throwing the ball over the middle. Now, to do that, you got to get good protection, and he did for much of this game. And a lot of those throws go on those crossing routes. Jaden Higgins is good at it, too. I love to see him work in the middle of the field because that's where the most damage is usually done. But they're one of the most prolific duos in the league. And at some point in the next couple of years, maybe they'll be up there with Matt Schaub and Andre Johnson as the most prolific in team history.
What do you think of Phillip Rivers' performance with the Colts at Seattle?
I thought it was such a great story. They had a good game plan, short passes, run, Taylor, throw to Taylor. And I felt, of course, you're glad they lost. It helps the Texans. But, boy, a lot of people were pulling for it. And I was at a fundraiser last night for Jay's house, and every TV in the house was turned to the Colts. Everybody was interested in Rivers, and that 56-yard field goal to beat them at the end, I know was heartbreaking, but you know what? He didn't go out there and get hurt. He didn't make a fool out of himself, although one time he tripped on the yard line and was able to laugh it off. And I'm sure if he's still standing by that last game here, that's going to make it a lot more interesting having him in there instead of, say, Riley Leonard.
All right, General, I don't know that we've gotten to this. I think we maybe mentioned it, but we haven't gotten to this. The Chiefs eliminated from the playoffs. The Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, seems like his ACL, unfortunately, is eliminated. Now, it's December. He's got a torn ACL. We've seen medical situations improve over the years, but how problematic do you think this is if, say, it's a 9 to 10 month recovery period for the Chiefs? What do you think they do going forward? We don't know the extent of it. We just know he tore his ACL, and we know that alone keeps a guy out for months. How problematic do you think it is for the Chiefs going forward that he might have to miss the start of the 2026 season?
He might not come back till October, and then again, he might be ready for the start of the season. You just don't know the extent of the surgery. The quickest turnaround from ACL surgery I've ever seen is Adrian Peterson. He rehabbed here. He had a miraculous recovery, and I think he ran for 2,000 yards right after he had it. Knowing Mahomes like we do, we cannot count him out for the start of next season. And they still got nationally televised games this season, so we're going to get to see a lot of the mustache.
Yeah, I have here online 8 to 10 months. That's a big window there. 8 to 10 months for Adrian Peterson back in 2011, 2012. But, yeah, rushing for nearly 2,100 yards after that. So whatever the latest and greatest is, Mahomes going to get it, and we'll see if he comes back for sure. Thoughts on the Jaguars? They win again. No big deal beating the Jets, but, General, they have 10 wins, which is a headline for them. This is their most wins since 2017. If they get to 11, and I assume they will, that's the most since 2007. They are putting together a historic Jaguar season. How good are they?
And this time next week, they'll be tied for first in the AFC South with the Houston Texans. Now, they should lose at Denver. If they beat the Broncos in that game, we're going to have to start talking about them as a Super Bowl contender. Trevor Lawrence, 6 touchdowns, 5 thrown, 1 run, the best game of his career. Liam Cohen has done a tremendous job. Liam Cohen ought to be mentioned up there, Coach of the Year with Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson. Travis Etienne had 3 touchdowns yesterday. I think they were all receptions. And so Cohen has a very creative offense. But this next one, all of Denver's games are close, of course. So I expect that one will be too. But the Texans got to be big Bronco fans this week.
Believers, that's what we are because we believe in Bo Nix. Believers, I like that. General, Jacksonville scores 48 yesterday. Trevor Lawrence is tremendous. It cost Steve Wilks his defensive coordinatorship with the Jets. The Jets kind of a tough mess. I'll ask this. He's in his first year, but I think because of the way the season has gone, do you think AG makes it through his first year, Aaron Glenn, the head coach of the Jets?
Absolutely, he does. You know, they'll try to get a quarterback. they'll try to use some of those picks to tree up and get Fernando Mendoza. The Raiders want him. Looks like the Raiders are tanking already to get shut out yesterday by the Eagles. Now they come here. Maybe the Texans will shut them out. But if the Giants or the Titans end up with that top pick, it's going to help them rebuild because teams are so desperate. And a lot of people want the Browns to keep Shedeur Sanders as their franchise quarterback, and he was terrible yesterday. They've got 2 number 1 picks to deal with. There's going to be a lot of jockeying to get the pick that'll get Mendoza. Anybody saw his speech after he won the Heisman, after watching him in games like against Penn State at the end and Happy Valley when he brought him back for a miraculous touchdown and victory. And that kid's just got it, getting hit under the chin and knocked out of the conference championship game at Ohio State, and then coming right back in. So I think there's going to be several teams. And the one that gets that top pick right now, it's the Giants. They're going to be able to get a pretty good haul. Don't know if it'll be a Bryce Young haul that helped the Bears rebuild quickly, but it's going to be fun to watch it play out.
One quick, tough question on the way out. Playoff field, you have 7 teams. I will let the Ravens in. Make it 8. But take the Texans out of it. Who's going to win the AFC? Who do you got to win the AFC? Now that the Bills have beaten the Patriots in New England, we learned a little bit more. Maybe put the Ravens in. The Texans are still in the field, but we can't pick them. Who do you have?
Well, I'm not going against Josh Allen, so I'm going with the Bills, one of my 2 teams with Detroit, which looks like it's not going to get in the playoffs, but I'm going with the Bills. I still think the 2 best teams are LA, the Rams, and the Seahawks, but give me Buffalo. And I'll tell you where I don't want to see the Texans end up playing is at Highmark Stadium and have to beat the Bills 2 times in a season. I'd rather see them go to New England and play Mike Vrabel and Drake May for the 2nd year in a row.
Amen. New England would be good when you look at all the options on the table. General, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Guys, thank you very much as always.
All right, we'll catch up Thursday with John McClain. And a reminder, tomorrow night, Jamal Hill will be on the show. We'll have some other stuff. D'Amico Ryan show at 5. Smoking hot players on the way out into In the Loop next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Here's the snap from Andrews. CJ in the pocket. CJ throwing back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston. Touchdown pass number 3 of the day for CJ Stroud. Nico Collins with his second TD reception of the afternoon, and the Texans are blowing out Arizona. That was nice. Very nice. My father, who does not really follow us that closely other than wins and losses. I'm like, just listen to the games. No. He's a Euro, so it's not like he's a big football fan, but he respects what I do. I had him in the booth once at the Jets. This is back in like 2006 or something.
Yeah.
And Dick Enberg had written a book, and we had Dick Enberg on the pregame show. It was very rare to have a guest on the pregame show, but we had Dick Enberg, and he's hanging out the booth, and he's talking to my dad. My dad has no idea he's talking to Dick freaking
Really?
Enberg.
He didn't know?
But and Enberg sensed it, but Enberg could not have been nicer. He's a wonderful conversationalist, a wonderful man. And anyway, he said that there's a guy in the New York Times who picks us to lose every week because that's the only paper my dad reads. And he literally still reads the paper. He's 93.
They pick us to lose every week?
Every week. And he's like, what is wrong with this guy? I'm like, he should be fired. If he picked us to lose yesterday, he should be fired. I get it last week, but he should be fired if he picked us to lose yesterday.
Is his name a Connor Orr? Connor with one and
I don't
Orr?
know.
By the way, you know what you and I have in common with every single Jets defender?
What's that?
We have the same number of interceptions this year.
No interceptions for the Jets.
They have not one.
Aaron, it's
they don't
weird
have one.
So Steve Wilkes was fired, right?
Yep.
Jets defensive coordinator.
Right.
The thing about D'Amico coaching here, and look, it's tough, and he's got Matt Burke calling plays now, but he made sure that the defense was good.
Yeah.
I need a good defense.
Right.
This is my expertise. I need it to be good. And now I'm going to let go of the wheel a little bit. But, he's definitely riding shotgun with a lot of things to say.
Yes.
With offense and defense and special teams, no doubt, the whole operation, because D'Amico needs his stamp on this football team top to bottom, and it's evolving. Hey, Nico, we just mentioned it or had it in the highlight. He goes over 1,000 yards yesterday, 2 touchdown receptions. So he's one of 7 players in the league now with over 1,000 receiving yards. Really great to see. He's 7th in the league in receiving yards, behind Trey McBride, by the way, who had a hell of a day yesterday. Yeah, so there's that to consider. But great season for Nico again. And it was a slow climb, really, from where it started. But it doesn't matter. You're going to play the whole thing. You're going to play the 17 games, the whole body of work. And here we go. One of the very best in the NFL. We mentioned Jawar Jordan over 100 yards, first player to do it for the Texans this season. Awesome. Got to see how they piece things together Sunday. Don't know about Nick Chubb. We saw Nick Chubb out there on Friday at practice, but Nick Chubb inactive yesterday. Woody, they say, could have come back. But now you have Jawar Jordan to consider in this rushing attack, so we'll see how they piece things together against the Raiders on Sunday. And, of course, Dalton Schultz, my gosh, leading the team in receptions, passes Owen Daniels for the most receptions by a tight end in a single season in franchise history. OD had his high in 2008, which was a really good offensive season for the Texans, where Matt Schaub and Sage Rosenfels were both playing a bunch, and it was a 3-7 start, 8-8 at the end of the day, and they put up a lot of numbers in that year offensively. I mean, that's when the Kubiak offense really started to heat up with Steve Slayton running the ball. Anyway, Dalton Schultz, best season for a tight end in the history of the franchise in terms of receptions, and you still have 3 games to go in this campaign.
Yeah, and I think Dalton should be a Pro Bowl tight end for the AFC. Now, Bowers is going to get 1 spot, but I think they end up taking 2. I can't think of another tight end in the AFC.
Not 87 in Kansas City. Not this year. Can't do it. I mean, a popularity contest, I know he's always going to win that.
Can't do it.
But you can't do it this year.
I just can't think of anybody else where I go, yeah, that tight end's had a better year than Dalton Schultz. I mean, and you could even argue Bowers. I think Bowers was hurt for a while. But he's the most dominating tight end, I think, in the AFC is Bowers. I mean, we saw McBride
The Buffalo
yesterday.
guys have been banged up,
They've been banged up and kind of in and out and a little inconsistent.
They were making plays yesterday.
Dalton Schultz has been magnificent this year.
Yeah.
He deserves to go to the Pro Bowl. Absolutely, without question, deserves to go to the Pro Bowl.
Well, whatever the Pro Bowl is now. It's just an honor more than anything.
It is. It's not really the game itself.
Yeah.
I should say they're Pro Bowlers, Pro Bowl nod, whatever you want to say, because he's not playing the game anymore.
Take me up on my idea, and you'll have no problem getting players to participate. My idea is
Put the sucker back in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And play it at Hawaii's little stadium.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is now anyway. Yeah. Play a little flag football game and skills competition there. You'll get plenty of sign-ups. Oh, yeah. I'll go to Hawaii. Free trip with the family.
Heck yeah.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Bring back that tradition.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't. I don't know why league executives don't favor going to Hawaii.
Do you think if Hawaii had a
Texans Radio live from Honolulu? Are you kidding? I am in.
Do you think if they had a stadium in Hawaii that could fit 80,000, 70,000, they'd put the Super Bowl there?
I don't know. Good question.
It's hard to get there.
They're never going to have a stadium like that in Hawaii.
No.
But we will have a show with D'Amico Ryans at 5 o'clock today. Texans All Access at 6. In the Loop coming up. Ben, thank you so much for producing so well. And Texans back in action Sunday, 3:30 against the Raiders. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans,
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Here's the snap to CJ, four-man rush. He throws over the middle. Hits Nico. Left side 40. Breaks a tackle. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston. Fireworks early at NRG Stadium as Nico Collins takes it to the house.
What a dart from Stroud. Nico makes the catch with a white shirt hanging on him. He shoots him off and takes it all the way to the house. 2-play drive right there, 59 yards worth. Mark, that's quick, that's efficient, that's effective, and that's exactly how you wanted to start this game against this team. But now you have to keep the foot on the throat. Great job, CJ and Nico.
Would you say they kept the foot on the throat there, John Lopez?
They sure did.
Happy Victory Reaction Monday for the 6th straight time. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 after your Houston Texans get a 40-20 victory over the Arizona Cardinals and continue to do the thing that we've gotten used to doing, which is win football games.
How about that? And that was John Harris on the color
sounding really
there.
good, man.
I heard about this after the fact. I guess Andre was a little late to the booth from the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about these Texans. That was sure reassuring, man.
Okay, good.
That was a reassuring type win for me because you got the things. Look, everybody's going to say, yeah, but it was the Cardinals. Yeah, but they've given up 40 points to 3 other teams in the last 6 weeks or so. I don't care. I don't care about that because we would have been climbing the walls, coming out of our skin had they just put up another 16 points or whatever, and had to hold on. Well, 16 points would have lost this one, but you get my point. 16-13 win or whatever, like in the past. They did what they needed to do. The offensive line, boy, it sounds weird, doesn't it? Is good.
I don't know if I can get
they
there.
good?
Why are you putting me in this place
good?
here, John Lopez?
They're not great.
We are 2 minutes into the show, and you're making me do the thing where I'm like, yeah, I can't go that far.
713-572-4610.
Why are you doing this to me?
How many sacks they give up?
I'm looking at it. I'm seeing a single solitary.
How many rushing yards from, let's say, Nick Chubb and Woody Marks and
none for Nick Chubb because he was not active.
I know. I realize that. And Woody Marks and Daria Gumbawale. I mean, it wasn't like the 4th string running back had a good day or anything, did he?
So Jawar Jordan, number 26 in the programs.
That's my point.
Number 1 in your heart. 101-yard performance for the young man. The first time this season. Not the Jawar. Clearly, it's his debut. That any Houston Texan put up over 100 yards in a game. All right, let's get this thing going right. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know. What did we learn from this game? Because that was one of the things that we asked on Friday. What do we stand to learn in this football game versus the Arizona Cardinals? I thought we were pretty confident, but tried not to be too confident on the air to avoid any level of jinx or anything, should you believe in such things. But we felt like this was a win that was assured. However, the way that they got the win would tell us some things. So what did we learn? 713-572-4610. Always appreciative of the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, where they're appreciating Figgy getting his hair put together.
Oh, y'all know this.
They see it. They see it. They're always looking. And then also 610 Houston on the Twitch chat. But it feels like you, for one, were really excited about this offense. I was talking to my guy Ivan at the southeast corner of the stadium before, we were sitting watching Sean and Seth do their things. And I'm not trying to put Ivan on blast or anything because I knew exactly what he meant, but he was like, I'm tired of talking about the defense. Let's talk about this offense.
Yeah.
Did you learn something about the offense in this game?
Yes, you did. Yeah, you learned a few things. Well, let me go through the list of why this was such a reassuring, actually very promising win. The defense, if you rank all the branches, so to speak, all the elements, offense, defense, special teams, the defense might rank 3rd in this game. They might rank 3rd.
Ooh.
Special teams turn the game.
Shout out to Scooby, as they like Scoob.
Yeah.
As they call him.
Special teams turn the game. 2 big returns fumble recovery, great punting, very good field goal kicking, from 50-plus yards. Had one blocked at the end of the half. No harm, no foul there. Obviously, the offense. I talked about the offensive line. Even if you don't want to say good on the offensive line, it is good enough. And it is good enough because of number 7 in your backfield, who is just progressively, continually getting better and better and better since he came back from his concussion. Probably his best game overall of the year, on script and off, which is what he's been thriving at, knowing when to be on script, when to go off script, putting the ball. You just heard John Harris talking about with a dart.
Yes.
That wasn't his only dart.
Dude.
That wasn't his only dart.
We probably need to sit in that a little bit further.
Yeah.
You know me, I try and take as diligent notes as possible. Not always the best. And I'll be honest, I was in the booth. My eyes were getting a little heavy, but that's more on me and my weekend. We don't have to talk about that.
Yeah,
but
why not? We'll do that later.
But one of the things I took down is I was like, there's a need to appreciate the game that CJ had. Here.
Yes.
I think that maybe also being out in the lots and talking out of it, you could hear some of the, hey, well, CJ, I'm hoping that he's better. And it's like, are we appreciating what CJ's done since he's returned? Obviously, you can go to the wins and losses. I'm not huge for that, but 3-0. In the return back, but he's been really good. Both, I think, if you talk about the analytical numbers of it, but then also when you break it down to some very specific things that we could talk about. But I think it also just feels, you started talking about it, the knowing when and where to do what things is super important and it's more difficult. One of the things that we've talked about with Tom Brady, when he talks about this modern era of quarterbacks, is like, the intelligence portion of the game and knowing what to do per time is one of those things that he feels like is lacking in this newer generation that was obviously coached deeply into older generations of quarterbacks, both in college and then in the NFL level where there's probably more time to work and practice and drill those things in. It feels like CJ, we're watching him mature before our eyes in that particular way of having a great feel of when to be aggressive, when not to be aggressive. And he will still rightfully say, and we heard him say this, that there's room to grow. There's still room for improvement for him, as I think is been DeMeco's charge for the entirety of the team. We'll hear his comments post-game in the locker room where he capped off with, there's still stuff to clean up after a fun victory like this one. But CJ has been really good, and one of the things that's highlighted by that highlight that we came in with, the second play from scrimmage where you get a slant to Nico Collins, and he takes it to the house, is in-breakers have been a huge benefit for this team. Really most of the season, but they've really leaned into it. So salute to Nick Caley for acknowledging that and getting the football there a lot. Salute to Nico Collins for taking that and obviously doing something with it. And, of course, most importantly, salute to CJ for acknowledging it, getting the ball where it needs to be, and really putting some pinpoint passes through between the trees to make that happen.
He threw two to Dalton Schultz that were just unreal. Threw that one to Nico, several others. Off script, the touchdown to Schultz was just really, really good. I know I have these numbers roughly correct. I don't have them in front of me, but since he's come back, he's got a 97 quarterback rating, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception, thrown for over 200 yards, progressively better in every game, 3 touchdowns yesterday. All of those were plays that were not necessarily on script, including the running play to Woody Marks, but we'll get to that during passing thoughts later. Because
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness, that was something. But this here's the point. We know this defense is Super Bowl caliber. No one can argue that, right? No one. No one can argue that this is not a Super Bowl caliber defense.
Yeah, and if you do, more power to you.
Get out of here.
If you want to make that argument, more power to you.
All right, let's give Figgy the floor here. I know he's kidding. So no one can argue this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. This offense has never had, we've said it. We said it in the preseason. We saw how they were operating, what they wanted their goal to be, their game plan, their MO, their philosophy, identity, if you will, not death by 1,000 cuts. That was just something that CJ was saying when he was quite frustrated. He's not frustrated anymore. It's now knowing what you do, getting into the plays that you need to, and knowing when to get out of those plays. And that's what CJ Stroud is doing at an elite level right now. You heard me correct, at an elite level. If you don't believe me, look at yesterday's game. But not only that, this offense has never had to be overwhelming, ever. From day one of minicamp, they never wanted to be overwhelming. They wanted to be smart and good and effective, when it counts the most. This offense has now started to catch up. It'll never catch up to the defense, but started to catch up enough to where you can actually go against anyone and feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was like, even catch up. I wouldn't use that terminology. I understand what you're saying, though. They're finding their way to continue to matriculate down the field, to get the ball where they need to. Obviously, salute to Dalton Schultz. I think that he continues to serve as like a safety blanket of sorts, and you see that to a large degree. It's a lot of the feeling of just a drop of water here, and then all of a sudden you look up and you have an ocean. That's the way it feels like they go about that. But no, absolutely, I think you felt like you learned something about the offense when it comes to this. One of the things that it felt like was, I mentioned it in breakers. Like they've been able to really lean into that as, I don't know if fully of an identity, but definitely one of those things where C.J. Stroud over the middle of the field is going to do work. And you've got guys that are capable of catching the ball over the middle, so lean into that. I'm interested in how you feel about the run game, because we have to lean further into this and talk about the fact that you had a fantastic running game, or at least a good running game, which honestly, if you just call it flat out.
Relatively speaking, fantastic.
Yeah, relatively speaking, fantastic, but a very good game. 143 yards on the ground, good for 4.3, which nobody will turn their nose up at in the National Football League. You had a good running game. How sustainable does that feel? Because for me, I go, it was good to get this game, but we came in understanding the Cardinals are not a great run defense. I felt like you had some up and down instances from the offensive line. There were some times where there was like stuffs that were happening, but there were also times where they absolutely moved bodies. And obviously we have to salute Jawar Jordan, but I'll just ask you straight up, how'd you feel about the sustainability of this run game that you saw yesterday?
I'll keep it very simple. Yeah, and I alluded to it earlier. You had your fourth string running back rush for more than 100 yards. That is a credit to him, and CJ was talking about, I saw it in his eyes, in the pregame and all. That's cool, and he's fast, and he's shifty, but no matter how you cut it, he's your fourth string running back. And he ran for over 100 yards. That's the offensive line, man. I don't care what anybody says. That's the offensive line, being able to move bodies and make holes for the fourth string running back. You cannot deny that. He's good. He's in the NFL for a reason, and he got the game ball, and we'll hear from that later and all that stuff. But that is the offensive line doing its job.
I think they were doing their job to some degree. I think also when you acknowledge that, one, got to give him his credit, right? Being ready for his opportunity in his moment. There was a number of guys talking in the locker room about the way that he performed in this game and the ways in which he just kind of stayed ready. This is one of those mantras that this team has, like, every team in football will talk about next man up. This team lives it, right? They make sure that everybody is prepared for their moment, and that mentality clearly shows up and is pervasive, and you see that in Jawar Jordan. But I think also I will give Nick Caley a little bit of credit here as well. One of the things you saw early on, they were trying to run it between the tackles as they continue to want to do. Even with Woody Marks at times, they want to run between the tackles. Early on, that didn't seem to fit what Jawar Jordan does, as a little bit smaller of a back, but more of a guy who's good and short, has good short space, like agility, good in space. And you saw them. They started using a lot more tosses. I thought that was being alert and noticing, hey, the run game that we typically run doesn't necessarily suit what he does. Fit, as he talked about a lot, and we had a lot of conversations in the offseason about fitting what you do to your players.
Yeah.
And in the course of this game, you could see them go, oh, get him to the outside. You even have, in credit to the offensive line, you have guys that you can get outside of the tackle box, I guess, and have them get in space and block out on, the likes of Ariante Ursery that we've seen a lot, get out in space. Get him outside, allow those guys to get blocks, and let him work in the space. And I think that's what allowed him to really show his wares, including a 50-yard play that was, a large chunk of his running. Not to say that was the only running that he did incredibly well, but that was an evidence of obviously Jawar and his capabilities, but Nick Caley recognizing what his capabilities were and fitting what he was doing in this game to that.
Yes, but let's not forget the offensive line, being able to do those things, being able to get out into the second level, and on the cutbacks, being able to sustain their blocks. D'Amico was talking afterwards, and I'm not sitting here saying this is the greatest offensive line ever. What I'm saying is you got yourself a line that is playing pretty dang well, and to be able to, let's say Nick Caley did that, and he did, adjust these plays. The line still has to get to the second level, sustain their blocks, get to the, be able to hold their blocks, etc. And Woody Marks ran for 4.3 yards a carry, 7 carries, but nevertheless, that was between the tackles.
Jawar Jordan had 80 yards after contact.
Yeah. Okay. Look, you're not going to get me off this. That was a good game by the offensive line.
Do you feel like this was the best game the offensive line had this season?
Yes. 100%. Pass blocking, run blocking, being able to rush for all those yards. I'm not sitting here saying, "Boy, look at these guys. They're Hall of Famers." I'm saying that was progress by the offensive line, not just pass blocking, but in being able to have, like I said, the fourth string running back run for that many yards.
I kind of agree with you a little bit. I'm not disagreeing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do think it's something there, but I'm just kind of curious if it wasn't Gerard Jordan, if it was Dameon Pierce. Do you think he could have had that type of game?
I don't know.
With this offensive line play?
Dameon Pierce is a different style runner. Again, Woody Marks ran between the tackles for 4.3 yards a carry.
Yeah.
They have, and let's not just put it in a bubble with just one game. What has this offensive line done the last 3 games? It's gotten progressively better.
Certainly it's gotten better.
That's true. And I know you're not trying to do this, Lopez, but it seemed like you kind of just saying any four-string running back could have did this behind this offensive line.
That's the last thing I'm doing.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is the fact that you did with the fourth-string running back.
Yeah,
you got to credit the guys up front. You have to.
Give me D'Amico 5 here because I thought D'Amico he did lay out what this offensive line was, because it was a much better run performance than we've seen from this team. This is D'Amico being asked on what the O-line has been doing right and getting more comfortable together.
Wait, hold on one
Okay,
second.
no problem. But yeah, he was talking about the run game and what went right with it. And he also, like you, went to the offensive line. I hate to be the person that's like poo-pooing this, because I do feel like you're right. Mm-hmm. Over the longer stretch of things, especially in this time period, I think the offensive line has absolutely gotten better. I don't know that I look at this as the crowning jewel on the offensive line performance, with due respect for them. And I think it's because I've started raising the bar on the expectation, like especially now that they found their 5 that they're going to continue to roll with. I think there's still more to be. There's definitely more to be earned out of it. And I thought that this was a game where it was, again, sufficient probably isn't fair to them, but it was good enough.
Actually, sufficient I would take.
It was good enough.
Yeah.
I don't know that this was a crowning achievement for them. But again, in a game like this, you put up 40 points. Like, I'm not trying to, look a gift horse in the mouth. Like, they did well enough to allow against a defense that, oddly enough, doesn't feel like they have an identity.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said about that, where you look at, hey, that's a defensive head coach, and Jonathan Gannon, you got a defensive head coach. Look at the distinctions for 2 guys that came in at the same time with similar issues for their team at large, and look at how D'Amico Ryans has built a clear identity that they execute very well. Look at Jonathan Gannon without an identity that they clearly don't execute. But again, here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the offensive line in the run game yesterday.
I'll have to go back and look at the film, but from my vantage point, it looked like we were finishing blocks a little bit better today. Still always room to clean some things up, but for the most part, I thought we finished better. Therefore, we were able to have, I think, a better average in the run game today.
Yeah, and I was reading some of the text here. The O-line was good on the YouTube stream, but I still want to address this in the offseason. Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
definitely, me too. I just
ain't running this offensive line back. No disrespect.
Absolutely. As much as we have bashed them, as bad as they have been, I cannot say, oh, yeah, but given the circumstance of what they were and what they are now. And it goes back to the big sweeping point that I made. The offense all of a sudden is carrying its weight, and that starts with the offensive line and C.J. Stroud. To me, those were the 2 big stories. Obviously, Jawar Jordan, spectacular game, et cetera. But for the offense to be able to carry its weight, it has to get what it got yesterday out of this line, and clearly C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Victory Reaction Monday. Got into the offensive line a little bit here, but I kind of want to keep going. Did the Texans find something in Jawar specifically? Because I feel like we didn't talk enough about Jawar there. So let's keep things going on a Victory Reaction Monday. 713-572-4610. We'll continue discussing next.
The Texans are riding a 6-game win streak, sit comfortably in playoff position, and still have a shot. From injury lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I hate stats.
Victory Reaction Monday. Where
I hate stats. Well, let me be more specific. I hate Reggie's stats.
Whoa! Damn! Whoa! No, because we were talking about.
Let's bring it because it has something to do with George.
Yeah, we were talking about the rushing efficiency in this game, and I know that already makes people roll their eyes, and that's fine. But like, it didn't. We were talking about the offensive line, and you felt strongly that this was a very strong game.
Yes.
For the offensive line. I didn't want to go that far, and part of the reason why I was looking to, see if I could figure some things out why I felt that way. And I went to
this is good. This is good. It's a good
success
rate.
Okay. Their success rate when it came to the 30 teams that have played in Week 15, they were 18th.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's still technically below average when it comes to the rushing efficiency there. So I was like, okay, even still with a game that 143 yards on the ground rushing the football that I think definitely felt like it fell in line with the progress that this offensive line has had over the season. I was not willing to jump out the window behind this was a great rushing game.
Right.
Your response was?
Well, my response, Figgy, was, so he said they were 18th in, effective rushing?
Success rate.
Rushing success rate.
Yeah.
Well, 11 of those rushes were C.J. Stroud and Dario Gumbawale. Well, Dario Gumbawale had 5 carries for 2 yards. He's just not a running back, a true running back. And C.J. Stroud had 6 carries, which ties into this success rate. But how many of those were passes that ended up being called rushes? You know what I'm saying? And because he gained yards. So he had 6 carries for 10 yards. Those 11 carries tie into the 18th. So if you just look at Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks, that's 22 carries for 131 yards and over a 5-yard average. That's what I'm saying. Like, this line was good enough. It was more than good enough. And
so you kind of looking at the eye test with the two main running backs.
Kind of both, because his success rate is accurate, but it also takes into account C.J. Stroud scrambling.
Yeah, you focus on the two running backs, though.
But if you talk about just rushing the ball with your guys, they were very successful. 20 carries, 131 yards, over a 5-yard average.
I also think it opened up as the game went along because of the star of the show, 101-yard rusher. Jawar Jordan, activated off the practice squad, elevated off the practice squad. I want to use the right terminology here. In his Houston Texans debut, even though he's been with the team since last year.
2 years,
right?
Yeah.
2 years. And it was one of those things where even if going back to seeing him in camp, he did good things. He ran the ball well, even at points where we're like, he looks like he might be the best one in the room right now. Of course, that's early on in camp when you can't extrapolate widely. But it was one of those things where I got into the place where I was like, I don't know, what are we missing in watching Jawar Jordan, because we saw him and they seemed to not be wanting to use him. So I was excited to see what he would do when I saw him elevated, and boy, did he do something.
He sure did.
Early on in this game, and this also probably adds to the way that I feel, the reason why I feel the way that I do, it felt like they were running him in the context of what had been the running game prior.
He's trying to be Woody.
Right?
Yeah.
And there was instances where you could see the distinction between Woody's read and react and Jawar's read and react. And that's also when you talk about success rate. His first few rushes, no gain. 2 yards, no gain. 3 yards, 4 yards, right? And then he breaks the 50. Yeah. And then we start seeing them put him in the right context for his abilities. And we saw something special. So the question is, did they find something here in Jawar?
Well, I think what you found, let's get back to why he wasn't on the field. I mean, we know the obvious reasons. Last year, Joe Mixon, and then you're bringing in, other players as well.
And when it wasn't Joe Mixon, you had Dameon Pierce that you had to see if you could make work.
Draft pick. There's a little underlying element of politics involved here too.
Always
some politics, because he's a draft pick. Gave him as many. They held on to him probably too long. Well, then you fast forward to this year, and you're right. In the preseason, we're sitting here going, kind of like to see that guy a little more. Kind of like to see that guy a little more. Well, then, as D'Amico talked about, after the game, staying ready, being able to make the most of your opportunities, all that stuff. But how many players don't? How many players, get that opportunity and just fall flat on their faces or don't move the needle at all, and then they go back to where they were? What I think they found in Jawar Jordan, and again, it's I want to make this very clear. It's not like all of a sudden, he's going to be getting 15, 20 carries a game. It was out of necessity yesterday. But I think did find the changeup. He is a lightning type back. You know, he's got extreme speed. I mean, and really that so-called football speed was very evident on his big run. I mean, he was outrunning DB. He was gaining ground on some of these DBs.
And he bends a good corner, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. So if you, in a perfect world, you get Nick Chubb back and Woody Marks, and there's your changeup, right? If Nick Chubb doesn't come back, I wouldn't mind. I don't think we're going to see Dario Gumbawale carrying the ball very much because you do have that changeup, and the team, the offensive line especially, has proved that they can give him those opportunities on the zone read type plays.
Yeah, if for nothing else, right? I think you definitely found something in Jawar Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else, you found that you absolutely have depth, and maybe we found that. Maybe they knew that in the building. Having him on the practice squad, having him in the building, they knew if we need to turn there. Because we've had conversations about, hey, Woody Marks is banged up. He leaves this game, even though he probably could have returned, D'Amico Ryan said.
Yeah.
But, like, the idea that we get, second quarter bouts, and it's like, oh, here's the ankle again. And we're like, yeah, he came in with that. We knew that was going to happen. Or not necessarily knew, but we knew that was a possibility. Now you have another guy who, as you mentioned, has that agility, has that speed, that quickness that you can use to spell him. And now that's one back that you have. In addition to that, he's a slightly different type of back than Woody Marks. Even though they're both quick, they can both get to the outside. He runs just a little bit differently than Woody. And I like the idea of adding another style, another pitch of sorts to your arsenal. Right.
Yeah, that's where I am with it as well. You know, you look at him, and he's doesn't look like a guy that will be able to barrel through some play. Now, Woody Marks can, even though he's not real big. He can
still
barrel
runs
through
strong.
some guys.
Yeah.
Jawar Jordan doesn't look like he can barrel through guys, but he's real good at getting hit but not flush. You know, he like when a tackler comes on him, he kind of either twists his body or takes a step, and it's not a flush hit. So there goes the yards after contact, lifting his feet, whatever it may be. Certain backs just have a knack for, you're never going to get a clean, hard hit on them, obviously, unless you're running between the tackles on a 3rd and 1 or something. But, out in space and in between the tackles, if he has some room, you're never going to get a flush hit on him. And that's the changeup that I think this offense needs.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. And I think the biggest thing, because that's a 101-yard performance in his debut, I think it would be a fool's errand to assume that that's always going to be what it is. But even with a small amount of carries, 15 carries total, I guess it's still a pretty heavy workload, but considering what happened. And in my mind, I'm thinking about the early snaps of his being more of trying to fit him in a different context. In his context, if you know exactly the way to use him and you come out and use it, you don't need a lot for him to be somewhat effective in changing the. And so I think that could be. Now, the question becomes, you've used one of the elevations that you can. What is it, 3 elevations off to the practice squad? Is that something that you continue to use down the stretch here? Do you try and utilize this later, or do you even find room to sign him onto the 53-man roster at some point? I don't know. But I like this as yet another running back option that you have to continue to build out this running game, which you asked D'Amico Ryans, and obviously you don't even have to ask D'Amico Ryans, but he gives you the answer that we know is the answer, which is this offense is able to demonstrate itself better when you can run the football. And, of course, that's any time in the NFL. If you can run the football, your offense will be better. But particularly with the way that they go about this offense, the way that they use play action, when you see those linebackers bite, it helps if you're running the football well. Plus, when you add that lateral movement, now they're also moving side to side in addition to north and south. I think that this could help you elevate your offense even more. And it doesn't need to be him using the football, like holding the football a lot, just adding depth, giving you more options to attack the run game. I think that's huge.
I think just being on the field. I think if nothing else, he's earned the right to get on the field and make the defense think about something. Okay, that's Jordan that's now on the field. Are they be able to spread the defense out a little bit and have them thinking about different things and how they're going to use him? I agree. Obviously, perfect world. Nick Chubb comes back. Woody Marks. There you go. But I think he's earned the right to maybe give I talk about a changeup. Give the defense that look as well,
without question,
in the game plan.
Yeah, encouraging to see him come out of nowhere and give you 101 yards, big 50-yarder included there, and help you get a 40-20 victory versus the Cardinals. Quick question here, and you could think on it, and maybe we circle back around to it later. Some from the 409 on the text line. Would you have rather this 40-20 game, or would you rather a 20-0 game? And I think knowing how we were coming into this game, I would rather the 40-20 game that we got.
100%.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, inspired by Jawar Jordan. Let's appreciate his debut breakout game once more, but also ask, What are some other? What are your favorite even out of nowhere performances like you got from Jawar Jordan yesterday? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
2922.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Crowd. Hands off to Jordan, running left, takes a hit, takes it across the 5 and takes it down to the 3-yard line. First and goal, Jawar Jordan.
Does that do it? Does that give him the 100?
It's close.
It is
if
very
it's indeed
close.
4, it's right on the edge of it, and we'll see what the stat crew gave him. He's got it. Jawar Jordan, 101 yards on 15 carries. First 100-yard rusher of the season for the Texans.
101 to be exact there, Vandy, Andre. Like, that was a fantastic performance that I don't know that anybody could predict it. And if they could have predicted it, let me hit the numbers for the lotto coming up. I just hit me up directly, 713-572.
When Vandy said that, I was happy for Jawar.
Yeah.
But also, I'm like, dang, this is kind of sad.
First one?
Yeah, the first one of the year.
Yeah.
And we in week 15.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But he made it happen. 100-yard rusher for the first time this season. And, of course, it came from Jawar Jordan, who you got to give a lot of love in his debut. In fact, he got the game ball because who else?
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe make some arguments. You know, there's a couple of takeaways. Jamal Hill helped create one on the second possession of the game.
Lassiter.
Right. Lassiter gets an interception. Obviously, Nico Collins was fantastic in a fairly limited amount of catches even. C.J. Stroud, we're talking about this is one of his best games of the season, but it had to be the guy with 101 yards. And even that play there, Lopez, that we're playing, I'm watching it back in front of me, and we were just having a fun conversation about how Jawar, he just takes glancing blows. He doesn't take full-on shots. It's one of the things. He falls forward, and that play was probably blocked up with a linebacker reaching him in the middle to maybe be a 2-3 yard run. He lances off the first one, bounces off a second one, falls forward for the entire 5 that gets him over 100.
It's an uncanny, characteristic talent to have, and we've all seen those backs that never get hit flush. I'm not saying he's those guys.
The person I think about is Lamar. Lamar does a great job of not getting hit flush.
Lamar Jackson is one, but either way, let's hear old D'Amico giving him his flowers before we get to the question of the day.
I got one game ball, though. Yeah. One game ball, guys, all right? It goes to, this guy was his debut game. Hey, man, just want to congratulate, man. Hey, most yards ever by a Texan in their debut game.
You can't even hear who they talking about because they are so excited. That's how that locker room goes. Out of nowhere performance for Jawar. And so with that, question of the day, what is another? What's the best out of nowhere performance that you can recall? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, let me hear yours. The first two that came to mind, the easy one for me, and we were talking about it before the show, Arian Foster. But Sean actually pointed out it was the year before where you kind of went, where did that come from? But the Indianapolis Colts game, his true debut, I guess, as a starter, was 231. 231
and 3
yards.
touchdowns. But that's the beauty of it is like it was a steady increase. So the first couple of games, 2.5, 3 yards per carry, 3.5, and then in those last two games of the 2009 season, he had a 97-yard game and a 119-yard game. And I imagine you look around and you go, all right, might have something here. But you start the next season, you're like, all right, let's see how real this is.
Yeah.
It's not 100. It's not 115. 251. You're oh, okay, this is for real. He is here. And not just here as a dude who can do a little something like what we're talking about with Jawar, with all due respect to him coming in. It's like, oh, this might be a thing, capital T, right?
Yeah.
And indeed he was Arian Foster for this team.
And the other one for me was Jose Lima. And like a lot of these guys, Jose Lima in 1998, he went 7-1 as a starter, his first true season starting as a starting pitcher for the Astros. 7-1 with like a 2.82 ERA. And you say coming out of nowhere, but like a lot of these folks, he was in the minor leagues for 8 years.
Yeah.
He was in the minor leagues for 8 years, had a cup of coffee with the Astros, a couple of years before that, and then exploded, with really the next season he won 20 games. But Jose Lima was one for me. What about you guys?
The one that I always think about, because I have thought a lot about it. I've listened to a lot of oral histories about it. Jeremy Lin, the 2-week run with the Knicks where Linsanity happens. And then honestly, like the continuation, the Rockets obviously signed him after that. And I don't think he was a bad point guard even for the Rockets. Now, of course, the money changes the framework. But in that time period, you go, this dude from Harvard that had bounced around the league a little bit on the back end of rosters, not only coming in and being impactful because having the opportunity at a role with Carmelo Anthony out, he was just like, I can get buckets. And then he kept doing it. And it wasn't like he did it for a game or two. He did it for a few games, and like teams were like, all right, well, let's try and defend it. And it was like, actually, it's a lot harder than you think. It's not just we're just going to shut off the water. It took the Miami Heat of that time period to shut off the water. 2.5 weeks later.
Yeah, this one I'm about to say, it's not like a specific game or anything, but I felt like this I guess maybe me, because I'm not the heavy baseball and checking out minor league type of guy.
Yeah.
But remember the Yordan Alvarez trade?
Oh, yeah.
Where it was just kind of like hey, we acquired Yordan Alvarez type of deal.
He was one of a couple of players they got.
Yeah, so that one, I felt like that came out of nowhere, especially him coming from the Dodgers. It was like a Dodgers trade, because I'm sure if they knew they was going to get that type of Yordan, they probably would have kept him.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
They definitely
but I felt like that one came out of nowhere. I was not expecting this type of Yordan.
Texter's coming in with Case Keenum. His first start Thursday Night Football for Gary Kubiak. That's a good one. Christian Harris. There's something to that.
Yeah.
There's the Browns game.
Yeah.
He was good, and you're kind of hoping, and he's a high draft pick and all that, but like, wow, where did that come from?
And what's rough is that in particular was a framework that I was thinking about yesterday where I go, damn, it's so different. He got a lot of reps. It was weird seeing EJ Speed being listed as inactive coming into this game. I was like, oh, wonder what the decision-making process was there. And I go, okay, it's a Christian Harris go. And it didn't feel like it wasn't the resounding celebration I was hoping that it would be for Christian Harris returning to a starting or closer to a starting role or impactful role on the defense.
Jeremy Pena's first postseason.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That came out of nowhere.
2 MVPs. And old school. I love this old school one. We've talked about that Oilers playoff game when Earl was out and Pastorini was out and Gifford Nielsen had to play. Vernon Perry had, was it 4 interceptions in that game and a blocked field goal for a touchdown? That's a pretty good game.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing a little bit of something there. For sure. Jimmy Fredette in March Madness. It's tough because it was out of nowhere for the larger public. If you were following that team, you knew that he did that. That was that's why they were in the tournament.
Can I bring up a play that happened? I want to say it was the playoffs against the Bills in 2019. Tywan Jones, remember Tywan?
Oh, yeah, that was huge.
That was a huge play.
that turned the whole game.
Yes.
Whatever happened to him?
Hey, man, Houston legend for that one.
Yeah.
Does Fernando Valenzuela count for you?
I think it does. 1981, right? I think it was 81. He was.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't born. Yeah. I wish I could give you that answer.
I was watching. No, that was because he came out of obviously Mexico, and then I think 1 year in the minor leagues, and then all of a sudden 20-game winner with that screwball.
Yeah, and of course, like he's changed the. It's wild to talk about a player like that and talk about how they've changed the landscape for. A team for a long period, a team of that magnitude even for the Dodgers. But yeah, man, salute to Jawar Jordan, man. What a fantastic game this was for him. Like I feel like I haven't even done a good enough job of highlighting how important and how big this was. Like, I think D'Amico deserves credit here because as much as and obviously Jawar deserves his credit, he's so humble. Did you hear him?
Yeah. He was emotional when he got the game ball. I thought for a second he might shed a tear or two.
But I can only imagine, right? This is a dude who was drafted and has demonstrated he hasn't been a different guy. Like I feel like I've seen this same Jawar Jordan every time I've seen him having any opportunity. And so it was just when his number was called. And they preach that in that building, and it seems like one, it lands with the players, but two, they abide by. Eventually, they'll call you and they expect of you. They're not going to try and dumb it down. They're like, we expect of you what we expect of anybody. And it seems like from the most part, time and time again, guys step up to the call.
You know, the other interesting thing, great thing actually, about his game yesterday, no matter what he might become, whether he becomes a real, contributor or maybe even a starting running back here or somewhere else, it doesn't matter, or he just falls off the face of the earth. He's got to tell your grandbabies about it game.
Yeah,
moment.
that's the beauty.
You know, like his grandbaby's going to be sitting on his lap. Ever tell you about that time I ran for 100 yards?
Right. It's not like I finally got a shot and they let me run a little bit. It was like I got a shot and I was the player of the game.
Yes. Like whether he's something or nothing, he's got that moment.
Hopefully this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Where he's like, hey, this is where it started. And this is what started everything.
Well, he's got a football on his mantle for the rest of his life. At least one. At least one.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Victory Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where it's finally happened. The Chiefs are out of playoff contention, and that's not even the biggest Chiefs news that happened yesterday. We'll talk about that and more next.
Stock up. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're gearing up to hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the football team, here in about 15 minutes. So let's go around the NFL quickly here. And I feel like the biggest news, because the Texans started them towards this, but with beating the Chiefs last week, they had a slim chance of making the playoffs. And then they had the Los Angeles Chargers on the docket. And with a 16-13 loss versus the Chargers, the 3-time reigning AFC champion Chiefs are officially eliminated from playoff contention for the first time since 2014.
It's not unexpected. This was not a playoff team. You know, over the last month we could kind of see it, but just while it's not unexpected, also kind of shocking that it happened the way it did, and then obviously the exclamation point in a good way, in a bad way.
Yeah, we'll get to the exclamation point, of course.
Was the injury to Patrick? We'll get to that. But on the Chiefs themselves, they've played a lot of games. They are not the same team, and I've said it before. This is not the end of the Chiefs, because you do have Patrick Mahomes at some level over the next decade or so, and he's still going to be, Patrick Mahomes. But they have to change things. They have to change a lot.
Yeah, they're going to need to reinvent themselves. You talked about how surprising it was for the Chiefs to be here. Apparently, pretty surprising to Chris Jones as well.
Oh, this was
because this was Chris Jones in the postgame, and it seems like he realized only as he was talking that the Chiefs had been eliminated from contention.
Still have a fighting chance. Are we out of the playoffs? We are. Okay.
Yeah, that audio on the backside, that's not just us leaving it. That was just him speechless, because he's like, we still got a fighting chance. And he's like, wait, no?
Somebody in the audience was shaking their head, no, you don't.
Like, no, unfortunately, big dog, you don't.
You don't, big fella.
What do you say after that, man?
I don't.
What he
I
did.
don't know.
And by the way, quick buy or sell here, I'm totally buying it.
That he just figured
that
out?
He didn't know.
Yeah,
that he didn't know.
Now, to be fair, I think this also points to the ways that all these players will be like, oh, yeah, I'm not paying attention, or especially the coaches, I'm not paying attention to things. We're like, come on now.
Yeah.
Sometimes I imagine it's true. Like, they're just like, hey, man, we got a game.
Yeah.
It don't matter. This next game, let's see what we can do here. And I think that's probably where Chris Jones was like, we can still fight for it. It's like, actually, you can't, man. It's a wrap there. Now, the big kicker on this game, along with a number of other players that we'll talk about here in a second, but Patrick Mahomes, late in the fourth quarter, they're trying to fight. Because, again, this is only a 3-point win for the Chargers. They're fighting to try and either tie this game or give themselves an opportunity to win this game. And then Patrick Mahomes leaves with a knee injury that, he gets off the field, and they're holding him up and taking him to the locker room and say, oh, that's not good. We ultimately find out, or after he undergoes an MRI, that it is indeed an ACL tear. And so that's where, when you talk about they're going to have Patrick Mahomes, and they've got to
September at the earliest.
There's that. So you're definitely going to hurt camp-wise. But, of course, Patrick Mahomes is really – he's really solid in his game. I think we could say. We understand what he is. He understands what he is. But I do wonder, does this at all change the way that he plays? Because one of the things that's made him incredibly difficult to handle is his ability to move around. He's not the fastest dude, but he's got such a particular – I don't even know if agility is the right word.
Like I said, he's the fastest, slowly.
He moves well.
Yeah.
Does an ACL and a return from that change him at all? Like any of that start and stop or lateral movement that allows him to get off schedule and throw the football the way that he does?
That's a more than fair question that a lot of people are asking. I can't imagine that it does. I really can't. That's just not the way he's wired. It's not the way he's ever played a football game. And even if he's not scrambling as we've seen him do, get to the sideline, past the yard marker and all that stuff, I think he'll be able to move a lot. What it really changes for me is I think it sort of sets a calendar for the Chiefs to reinvent themselves, as you put it. He's not going to be available. It's about a 9-month altogether at best recovery from an ACL surgery. So that's September. That's the regular season, already upon the team. You almost, not right off next season, but you almost you put it into the equation of reinventing yourself. I think they have to just sort of regroup, No more Travis Kelce. No more a lot of players. Get some draft picks, get some acquisitions that are maybe a little longer term, and then come back and realistically look at 2027.
I think they got a lot of money on the books too, man. They got to try to figure that out.
That's what Caserio did here his first couple of years. I think you have to kind of go down that road.
I mean, the league is really, you talk about windows, 2 to 3 year windows are really what, and they've had a number of those. They've had a couple of those.
Would you agree? Well, let's look at 2027 if you're realistically trying to reinvent this team.
I mean, I feel like the way that they're situated, they have to try and see what they can do for 26.
Well, sure.
But in all reality, that's going to be a big thing. But even Bill Barnwell was talking about when this team is great, he averages about 3 scrambles, 2.5 scrambles during the season per game. And that ups to 3.5 scrambles in the postseason. Patrick Mahomes and his legs are a huge part of one of the get out of jail.
I can't see him changing though.
But I hope not, because I mean, just from a talent standpoint, we love the National Football League. This is one of the great things in the league is Patrick Mahomes and the way that he does that. It's one of the magician-like things that we see. But that's been a large part of it, and we can't deny when dudes go through injuries, trusting your body is one of the most difficult things outside of, I mean, even rehab and all of this medical portions of it. Yeah. So he's going to have to go through rehab. Some other guys that are also going to have to go through it.
Just real quick, a couple more things on Patrick Mahomes. This injury is a product of the last 3 or 4 weeks, and you will not convince me otherwise. He's been dealing with an injury, a knee problem, some sort of something. How many times, like in basketball, you say, well, he's got a calf strain. Boom. 2 weeks later, Achilles.
Yeah.
He's had a knee. Boom, ACL. You will not convince me that it wasn't.
So you think it was probably dealing with some type of ACL sprain?
Something. It was coming.
Or, I mean, there's additional strain that is placed on the other portions of your body as they compensate for whatever injuries that you're dealing with.
I'm just curious if they would have kept him out. It probably would have been
who knows?
A strain or something.
I would have done that, but there was no way they're going to keep him out either.
Yeah. They were hanging on by a thread to try and win games. And as you saw, Gardner Minshew came in at the very end, and he was trying to lead a drive as I think they had already gotten to field goal range. They
were right around midfield, and then he threw that pick. Is that what you're talking about?
And then he threw the pick that ended the game because they had an opportunity with Harrison Butker to, although he's been the missingest field goal kicker all year. I think he has 8 misses this season.
Right.
But they were trying to get themselves to at least play for overtime. Yeah. And Gardner Minshew wasn't able to get it done there.
And then the most incredible stat that we just have to share because it's been out there, but if you haven't seen it, the NFL playoffs are not going to have Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, or Patrick Mahomes for the first time since 1998. One of those 3 quarterbacks has been in the playoffs.
Don't worry, they're going to have C.J. Stroud. That's going to be the new addition to the statistics, right? Some other things, we mentioned this. There's other ACLs that were happening. I don't know if I've seen it's absolutely confirmed, but there is concern for the Green Bay Packers, and this probably matters more than Patrick Mahomes on the this year scale. Micah Parsons leaves his game yesterday with a knee injury, non-contact, and Teddy Buchanan, linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens. That one might matter considering whether they make the playoffs. They did confirm that he tore his ACL, but I thought is that Micah Parsons might have torn his ACL, and that's probably of those 3 ACL tears the one that's most important because that's a team that's going to be in the playoffs, the Green Bay Packers.
And they have some very high expectations and aspirations yesterday notwithstanding, but they're going to be up at the top,
Yeah, that defense matters greatly to what they're doing. So Micah Parsons not being available, if that is indeed an ACL tear, is going to be a real issue for them and their possibilities. They're in such a weird way because that's a big move that they made for Micah Parsons to help them go over the top.
Right.
And one, he's just not going to factor in, but 2, I think that, especially with the way that the NFC is stacked, there's a lot of really good teams over there, including the Los Angeles Rams that we've seen recently, where I just look up and I go, that might have been something that pushes the margins too far for them to come back from. Talk about not making the playoffs. Another team was eliminated from the playoffs. The Cincinnati Bengals made it very evident that they will not be making the playoffs.
Shocked.
I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, or last week, rather, the way that Joe Burrow was talking in his post-game presser, or not post-game presser, in his weekly availability for the media. He looked sad on the bench, man. He looked real sad.
He just looks like a guy that would rather be anywhere but there. I mean, he just absolutely looks like a guy that says, please, somebody rescue me. That's what he looks like.
And look, we played audio from Jamar Chase being like, oh, man, y'all are putting dots together. Seems like he might have put some dots together himself. This is him after the game talking about his quarterback.
To be honest, I never been in a situation with him where I had to uplift him. You know what I'm saying? But going forward, I might need to, because he does it to me at the end of the day, and you never know what he might be going through. So I might need to start doing that, you know?
And Jamar Chase knows what he's going through. I mean, if anybody does, Jamar Chase does. And that's what makes it even more, obvious that Joe Burrow is just like, somebody save me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I mean, it was downright awful in this game because the Bengals versus the Ravens entered beyond the 35 on the other side, so the plus 35, 4 times.
Yeah.
They scored 0. Zilch. Nada. Like, this thing is a problem. And if you want to understand why this is a problem, it's not a direct correlation, but I'm going to say that it is. Did you see that the Bengals got reprimanded by the NFL for failing to remove snow from seats in their stadium? Because that's an NFL rule. The home team needs to clear all the seats because, I mean, you're selling seats for people to come watch it. You want to make sure that they're clear. The Bengals just didn't.
And that's just penny pinching, right?
That's it.
Right?
This is a penny pinching ass team, and it shows at every level from the defense being bad enough
with your jacket,
the offensive line not being good enough, right? Not having the right situation for a generational possible quarterback and Joe Burrow, to just the seats and not cleaning
up the seats.
the
We don't want to get people overtime this year.
Why would we do that? Why would we pay people to help?
Hey, that's going to be overtime. We don't want to get nobody 45 hours a week.
That's right.
You kidding me?
5 hours of overtime. What are we doing here?
Just absolutely stingy.
It's the Bengals.
It's embarrassing, honestly. Pathetic is the right word.
It is pathetic. It's all about the fans, right? Except unless you're the Bengals.
And honestly, I thought it was kind of crazy how Buffalo used to do it. I know they got it as a tradition where they had fans kind of shovel out everything.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of crazy a little bit. But at least they could lean on the whole tradition.
Yeah, the mafia
thing.
And all that
stuff.
And they'll do anything.
Yeah, but this is pathetic.
I do want to talk about one more injury.
Okay.
That happened yesterday.
Please.
That is about the most disturbing one of all of them. I get that Patrick Mahomes is a superstar and Micah Parsons has the postseason, kind of riding on his health, at least defensively. You see the number on Jackson Dart?
No.
With the concussions?
Did he sustain another one yesterday? I missed it.
Well, I don't know if he sustained one, and I don't think the New York Giants are going to tell you that he did. Or the NFL. This is a huge – this really just flat out ticked me off. He has been, dating back to the preseason, he has been evaluated for a concussion, quote, evaluated for a concussion in 5 out of 10 games. And then you're going to tell me you care about head injuries.
Well, I think that's an issue on the team level as opposed to the NFL level.
Well, that's why I said Giants. But also the NFL, you should have these independent – doctors and everything else.
They can only just come in and evaluate him once they see those issues. I think it is incumbent upon the team to protect their player, and that's where I think the incentive structure was weird, and I think that's also why you look at the head coach and he's no longer there in Daboll, because Daboll was trying to protect his job so much that he kept running Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo in their reckless style of football into those things, and it's like, hey, you got to watch out for them. And now when you talk about that many concussions, Jackson Dart, I don't believe him to be a franchise quarterback personally, but he's the most fun quarterback that they've had in a while, and he's the most valuable that they've had in a little while. And these are the types of things that cut short a career, and that's got to be really scary if you're a Giants fan looking at your best option at a quarterback in a little while, looking like he might have some head issues because they haven't been careful with the way that they've handled him. Yeah, that's a very fair point, and thank you for making that note. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Around the NFL on this Victory Reaction Monday. Speaking of a Victory Reaction Monday, let's hear from the head coach of your Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, the day after, as we bask in the glow of a 40-20 victory. We'll hear from D'Amico next.
game the proper way and finishing how we know how to finish.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a victory reaction Monday after your Texans knock off the Arizona Cardinals 40-20. 6 straight victories for these Texans. I mean, this is the
third longest?
Third longest. Sean Pendergast, noted historian of Houston Texans football, let us know. It's the longest since 2018 when you had a 9-game win streak under Bill O'Brien. Right? And so this is, I mean, a huge circumstance. Obviously the longest win streak in DeMeco Ryans' tenure here as the head coach, which I felt like this was one of those games that I stopped and had to appreciate DeMeco also. I think the juxtaposition of Jonathan, I mentioned earlier, of Jonathan Gannon on the other sideline really brought me back in. Another thing that also brought me to that place was it felt like they handled the end of the first half better. It wasn't perfect by any means, the way that they had to utilize timeouts at times, but they came out. They had the ways or the places that DeMeco Ryans said that they wanted to try and fix. You saw some improvements there. Special teams looked better. Shout out to Jalen Noel, who's continued to get better and better returning the football, and they've done a better job blocking up to create gaps for him. Offensively, they definitely had a step forward. Offensively, you could absolutely say that. And then you talk about the end of half circumstance that got better. But, I thought that this was impressive all the way around. You got to give DeMeco credit for and obviously the entirety of the team credit for what was a step forward game in a game where you could easily not care, right? If there was anything that made this a trap game, it was just like you could overlook an Arizona Cardinal team. It was clear that there was no overlooking in any level of this team. They were very much locked in on doing what they wanted to do, and there was no complacency at all. Starting with the early portions of the game where you score very quickly, and then Jamal Hill's like, I'm gonna dislodge this football.
That was a whack right there. He bumped him, as they say. DeMeco Ryans in the end of the half, and Jalen Noel will make an appearance during Passing Thoughts at 1 o'clock, along with some other things. You'll hear from DeMeco Ryans here in about 10, 12 minutes or so.
Maybe a little later. There's, to pull the curtain back, little technical difficulties, but we'll get you DeMeco Ryans as soon as we possibly can.
Which leads to C.J. Stroud, and I kind of feel like we need to appreciate may not be the right word. We need to recognize what's happening right before our eyes. And that's what I was thinking during the game. It's what I was talking about with some buddies in the second half when I was down there opposite the bullpen, amongst the people, enjoying the atmosphere and all that stuff. But do you realize what we're looking at now with C.J. Stroud?
Dude, I'm starting to get a feel for it. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm. He's finding his groove, and he's not just finding his groove. We've talked about, he's a little better recognition in terms of, when to get rid of the ball, when to kill a play, and live to see another down, and when to try to make a big play, as he did against Kansas City. He did a lot yesterday. But I think what it really is he's making plays that, and we haven't said this maybe since 2023. He's making plays that normal quarterbacks don't make. Like normal, average, the median, so to speak, of quarterbacks just don't make. There are a handful of guys that can do some of the things that he was doing. The touchdown to Schultz, I thought, was superb. Another throw to Schultz. You talked about it with the elevator doors closing. That was incredible.
It was the fifth possession that the Texans had. It was early in the second quarter, and that's exactly what I was doing right there. As I was trying to find exactly the highlight, because I would love to hear the way that it was called. So apologies for not having that, and maybe I'll still find it and play it, because again, I'm still fascinated to hear it. C.J. Stroud escaping to his right out of the pocket. This is the confidence in playmaking that I think you need to have in this game or in this system, because he's moving to his right and he throws his ball to Dalton Schultz. And that sounds like, all right, fine and good. He did that plenty in this game, and he's done it a lot this season. But no, it's not just that. You have defenders very clearly closed. It is a tight window. I think you would call it a keyhole type size window, and he just fits that football in there. And it feels like that is, I don't want to make too much of a deal of this, but it feels like there's a slight distinction in the way that C.J. Stroud demonstrates his confidence in the offense right now than he has earlier on in his career, where I think sometimes a quarterback could demonstrate their confidence and just, throwing the ball, chucking it downfield, big arm, dropping it in the bucket, whatever.
Yeah.
This was a different style of confidence that's necessary for this system where, even in a pejorative way almost, the, death by 1,000 cuts, the, staying within the offense, however you want to talk about this. That was him making a play with his feet and then just going, I can fit it in there.
Yeah.
Like, I believe so much in myself, rightfully so, that what is typically a covered circumstance, I can't get it to this guy's like, no, I can get it in there. I know I can get it in there. My guy's going to catch it. And that's the level of bravado that I love seeing from CJ. That's one of the reasons why this felt like an incredible game, because in addition to all of the making the right decisions, this was a dare of sorts, being a little bit dangerous, but within the structure of the offense, absolutely. I can't get over that play.
Yeah, and it's not just that one. It was several that he made. And that leads to my point of, like, we're not just seeing Stroud kind of getting it anymore. We're seeing Stroud getting it and mixing in the stuff that made C.J. Stroud, the talk of the league as a rookie. How far does that take this team given the defense? That's the difference. Good defense in 2023, no question about that. But to be able to couple what they have on the defensive side of the ball with a quarterback that can make those types of plays in those moments and knowing when to try to make those plays. I mean, there are encouraging signs all around this team. I don't know if there's a more encouraging sign than what C.J. Stroud is playing like right now.
I see you 281 on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text if you want to get involved. Y'all forget y'all spent all of the offseason telling us it took Brady almost an entire season to look good in this offense. This was everything y'all told us to expect from the offense of Stroud. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. That's a fair point to make. I think it's easy to say that going forward, and I will say it's fair. I might have lost sight of that as we go because you go through the roller coaster and you're close. You get blinders in some ways. But, yeah, to be fair, this was the expectation that when he finds that comfort within the offense, then he allows his extreme talents that he's God-given talents that he has to flourish within the offense. And that was, for me, what that play represented. Can I take you to a little bit of audio here, though? This was Julian Edelman. Obviously played with the Patriots, other places, wide receiver. This was him talking about, I think if they were asked of the AFC South who they believed would win this, you might not like his answer, but listen to the second part that he gives, because I'm kind of intrigued by this comparison that he makes.
I'm going to stay with the Jags, but you cannot sleep on these Houston Texans because they're giving me serious New York Giants 2007 vibes where they have...
Oh, don't bring them up.
I'm just saying, if you think about it, man, it was...
Hey, where are you?
Eli, it was like Eli was struggling all year. The offense of the Texans have been struggling all year. If C.J. Stroud can get it going in the back end of this season, they're going to be a problem because I'm more terrified of the Texans in the playoffs than the Jags.
Man, I'm glad we played that you pulled that. Because,
I'm okay at this.
Because I was going to say something that I thought might get a raised eyebrow or two from you and our listeners, because that's a great comparison, or at least analogy, whatever you want to call it, because I'm looking at the postseason. The postseason is pretty much set in the AFC. I mean, we know the 7 teams, right, that are going to be there. It's just a matter of where they fall.
It's sure starting to settle in like that. Yeah. You know what? I realize I have not checked the athletic playoff calculator in a little bit. I think I got to a place where I was like, all right, they crossed the finish line. I'm good. Yeah. Now I was trying to see if they win the division, but I'll double check and make sure. But it should probably be this 7.
So when you look at these 7, how many quarterbacks do you say, okay, well, the Texans don't win that matchup at the quarterback position? 1?
At the quarterback position, 2? The way that they're playing right now, you can give me 2. And one of the things is I might go 1 in a possible, and if I even feel uncomfortable about that, so maybe like a couple of possibles, because Drake May has been playing fantastic football this year, but that's a rookie, right? He ain't been in playoffs. He don't know these circumstances. Right. It gets real in the playoffs in a way that it does not necessarily in the regular season. Even in this game, right? The Patriots, we've talked about, and maybe we haven't talked about it as much, but the NFL landscape has talked about how they have the easiest schedule by far this season. This was probably their toughest game, and they go out. He looks really good. They go up to, a 21-0 run, lead early, lose that game to the Bills. And even that Bills defense that we've seen, they've got some holes in there. So I don't know how much you use that to do Drake. And then on the other side, Josh Allen would be the other guy, except if he's playing the Texans, especially here, yeah, buddy, I don't know how far that goes for.
Well, I'm glad you put it like that because I said one or two. My third option was none. And let's go through the AFC quarterbacks that you could have to go through here. Let's start with those two. Drake May. Does he, just without question win the quarterback battle against C.J. Stroud at this point, the way C.J. is playing right now? My answer would be no, because it's all new to him. He's having a tremendous year. All things being equal, if you just sort of compare and contrast, all these guys that I'm about to mention, by the way, have better season-long numbers than C.J. Stroud. Of course, C.J. missed 3 games as well. But Drake May, I would say, I don't know if I'd take him over C.J. Stroud at this point, given the experience and inexperience for Drake May.
Dude, C.J. Stroud has, played a lot of playoff games. Yeah. I think was it DJ Bieniemy making the point on Twitter this weekend that C.J. has more playoff experience than a number of the quarterbacks in the league right now that people have a lot of respect for.
Yeah.
And he has not just the opportunity, or rather the experience, he's also been pretty damn good in those playoff games as well. So, yeah, I think that matters a great deal when you start talking about his comparison to Drake.
So you'd agree then? Maybe not. How about Josh Allen? Best quarterback, for my money, just overall in the league. But the Texans own that dude. They absolutely own Josh Allen. I mean, it's not just one-off. It's consistently. So as much as Josh Allen would be the one that I would say, come on, you still got to give him the edge at quarterback. I'm not so sure about it. And then let's go to the other ones. Bo Nix?
Yeah, I don't believe that. He's done a lot of pulling rabbits out of hats at the end of in the fourth quarters of games that just feels like it's untenable and unsustainable, especially once you get to weeding out the chaff of the regular season and get into the playoffs.
Believe it or not, that one kind of scared me a little bit, only because of their defense.
Right.
And
now that's a good point.
And I'm just wondering what can the Texans offense do with that defense.
Well, that's a real good point.
And Bo Nix, I mean, say what you want, he makes certain amount of plays just well enough to maybe get him in field range.
Absolutely fair.
That's fair, but I still think I don't think you got the quarterback edge.
Yeah, that's just a little bit that kind of scares me.
This is a wild one, but we have to mention it because he's coming off maybe one of the greatest games in the history of football. Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, man. Trevor Lawrence has been really good in this system. That's a couple of games that he's coming off of really well. I don't know what to make of that. I think generally the answer easily is like C.J. Stroud. Yeah. However, I think you might be seeing the effect of Liam Cohen coaching Trevor Lawrence, where he's finding a better version of himself. I think I will abstain from making that decision right this moment, and I even feel nasty saying that. But I want to see just a little bit more from what Trevor Lawrence, and especially the Broncos game, talking about it. I want to see what he does against the Broncos to get a better feel for what this is with Trevor Lawrence under Liam Cohen.
This one kind of got me a little worried too, man. I ain't gonna lie. I felt like Trevor Lawrence, the Jags been playing really well since they blew that lead to the Texans.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of stem back from the offseason or even early on if they found something. If they finally unlocked Trevor Lawrence.
I'm still going to say no, that I think C.J. Stroud, I would take that matchup, but both you guys are absolutely right. What about Justin Herbert?
I mean, especially with the hurt hand, I don't know. Like he's played all right football. I think I am taking C.J. Stroud, especially if he's in a place where he's playing confident, which it feels like he is.
This one don't worry me at all, man. Yeah. I feel like as well as Justin Herbert play in the regular season, I feel like he's that quarterback that kind of stink it up.
And the Texans own
in the
him
playoffs.
Too.
Yes.
Okay, the wild card here is Aaron Rodgers. It sounds blasphemous with this defense and Aaron Rodgers sort of just game managing and making the occasional superstars throw. I might have to go with old CJ on this one.
Now, the only thing that gets interesting is the Ravens could still take that spot.
Yeah.
And that's where you go, Lamar Jackson.
How good has he been?
He's definitely been a shell of himself, but he's still a damn good quarterback. Yeah. And they're doing a little bit better of rounding into form. This was a better game for him this weekend, so that's one where I know what Lamar Jackson is in a similar way that I know what Josh Allen is. Josh Allen just has this interesting anomaly where he faces off against the Texans and stops looking like Josh Allen.
Right. The interesting thing to me, though, that we are here having this discussion after the way the season started, the lack of confidence that C.J. Stroud showed, the body language that we often talked about, facial expressions. And over the last 3 weeks, he's just gotten progressively better. That's the most important thing to me. He comes back, throws an early interception against the Colts, and we're like, oh, boy. And then he picks it up and has a hell of a finish in the Colts game. Then he goes into Kansas City, and we know that he made some spectacular plays there. And after that, comes back and faces, the Cardinals and has a spectacular game yesterday. He's gotten better every week that he's come back.
76% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns. He had the 57-yard pass. That's the slant that goes to the house. I mean, this was peak. This was peak CJ. Like, this looked fantastic. And it wasn't the flashiest, but I think if you know ball, not to be that guy that's like trying to gatekeep or anything, but if you know ball, you were just watching him play. Like, this dude is fantastic. And I don't say that to say, oh, I know ball and I saw it. I wish that I had thought to like grab all of the audio. Every analyst that had an opportunity to watch this game, you heard them talk about it, and they were falling over themselves with the way that CJ handled himself. And that's one of the most encouraging things in this game. We talked about this game as an opportunity to learn things. I think one of the biggest things that you could circle in watching this game is CJ Stroud looks about as confident as we've seen him this year, and it only stands to get better as he continues through this season. Now, and it's early. It's Monday. We don't have to get all the way into this. It'll be interesting to see what Max Crosby on the defensive line does in that game next week. But again, I would put money on it right now. The CJ Stroud continues this run of form as opposed to regresses from it. And that's the thing that is the most encouraging, as he is clearly rounding into form. And I think you got to give Nick Caley some credit in this offense. I thought that he called a good game in this one.
Yeah, he called a good game. He made some adjustments, but I think he's also been giving CJ Stroud a little more flexibility to go off script a lot. Because even though he's always been able to go off script from day one this season, just didn't do it, didn't have the confidence. I think they're kind of encouraging CJ a lot more to like, hey, if it's not there, don't be stupid, throw it away, but don't be afraid to make the good play.
Right, and I think also Caley is he's honing in on what is the superpower, what do they do well as a team, and what does CJ do particularly well right now, and it's hidden over the middle. And maybe there's going to be certain teams that you face off against where you're not going to be able to get into that as much, but I think that they have recognized. We played Mina Kimes last week making that mention. Those in breakers, that's money. Can I give you some stats here, as you know I want to do?
Yes.
CJ Stroud, targeting the seams, targeting over the middle, 14 of 16, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also averaged 3.12 seconds with the time to throw, which is one of his longest. So he's third straight game with 3 seconds. So he's sitting in, comfortable, making, moving when he needs to have the opportunity and attacking the middle of the field for a great, a great amount of yardage, touchdowns, good rate. Like, I think they're also attacking the middle of the field more because they're like, this is where we do well. Let's make more of the playing out of what we do well. And I think that that's going to serve to benefit them as well.
Huge credit, as you mentioned, to the way Nick Caley has made adjustments, but also huge credit to the guy that's, you got to figure is part-time psychologist and motivator, and that's Gerard Johnson, who works with him every single day.
He big up Gerard Johnson.
He goes to the bench and immediately goes to the pad with Gerard. It is because when you think about what C.J. Stroud was from our perspective anyway, confidence-wise to what he is now, you got to give the quarterback coach a lot of credit.
And I feel you 8-3-2. We need to give major credit to Davis Mills for running a clean offense and giving C.J. the ability to pick up where Mills left off. Fair. I think that is absolutely fair. One, obviously continuing to keep them in a place where they could keep pushing for this. But two, I think C.J. did learn something from being on the side. Like, you talk about that calm, buddy. CJ was calm in that pocket. Not to say that Davis gave him that, but I think the opportunity to sit back and see Davis is calm. It's like, all right, can I implement more of that in my game?
But it's between the ears, too. It's Caley and Gerard.
It's only made it better. Yeah, absolutely. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Victory Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, because there's other things happening in sports, including we have a Heisman winner, and there's more big-time basketball coming for your Rockets tonight. We'll talk about all that next.
The Texans are riding.
them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. What's poppin' is the Texans now 9-5 after a 40-20 victory versus the Arizona Cardinals. D'Amico Ryans, we will hear from him shortly. Unfortunately, we did not hear from him in the last segment, but we will get that to you. One of the things that we did learn, though, Mario Edwards Jr., one of your defensive tackles that are in that rotation, you've now lost him for the season. He left the game yesterday with a pec injury. Found out that it is indeed a pec tear. Mm-hmm. So that ends up being a little thing that pops up for your Houston Texans after losing Tim Settle recently as well. You did pick up Naquan Jones. Obviously, he didn't play in this game. I'm excited to see what he brings.
Are you excited?
Yes, I actually am. Sincerely, I am. I told you, I like the player. I went and watched some of his tape from earlier in the season with the Chargers. He's a good player. He shows up on the tape, so I'm interested to see what he does. But even with that, you're still back down to 3 defensive tackles because you were at 4. You used that frequently when you had Settle, Edwards, Togiai, and Rankins. Now, Settle leaves and you go, all right, we brought in Naquan Jones. We have that equilibrium back of 4. Now with Mario Edwards, you're back down to 3, and now I wonder, how do you answer this? Because I don't know if
you got guys on the practice squad, and that's going to be probably the short-term answer.
That, maybe a little more Danico Autry moving in at times, but I don't know how much you want him being a every down or any down defensive tackle. That's one of those things that the car crash sport, the war of attrition of football, is going to expose, and unfortunately, it's hitting the interior of your defensive line.
Well, and if you start looking at yesterday's game, and just how complete it was, one of the things that the Cardinals did do well was attack the interior defensive line. And there was a number of reasons for that. So, boy, of all the things that you're thinking, okay, as long as they stay healthy here, the last place I thought would be interior defensive line.
Yeah.
Because they were so deep.
Yeah, they were. Right. But that's the thing is, you're deep until you're not, right? Yeah. Depth is cool, and then when you pick at it, you no longer have depth.
Yeah.
But thankfully, I still feel good about any starting 2 that you put out, and right now it seems like it's going to continue to be Rankins and Togiai. We'll see how that continues to go, and we'll see what they do if there's any kind of move that is made accordingly to help them address that position. But yes, that is, I guess, somewhat breaking news on the moment with your Texans that Mario Edwards Jr. wears number 97. He won't be wearing that number for the remainder of the season. He's out for the remainder of the season with a torn pectoral that was sustained in this victory versus the Cardinals. Some other things that are popping. How was that for a Heisman ceremony for?
Wow, and the aftermath.
Yeah, we could talk about the aftermath as well. I'm not going to lie. I was on the road during this, so it was a lot more listening than watching. How did you enjoy the way that they put together? Now, of course, we'll talk about Fernando Mendoza, quarterback of Indiana, winning the Heisman Trophy. That wasn't too surprising, I don't think. I think a lot of people understood that. How did you enjoy the way that the ceremony unfurled? Because it felt like they did a great job of really highlighting each of the guys, which I love seeing when we have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, that's where I was. Some of the things that you're finding out that even, though you follow these guys all season long, you didn't really know about. I thought Mendoza redeemed himself greatly by preparing some comments after he won rather than off the cuff, because he was taking a lot of heat for just kind of being, goofy and sort of off the cuff and all that.
Which why? Why we hating Mendoza? Because I think sometimes we forget these are, and I'm not going to do a thing where I infantilize them and call them kids, but these are real young dudes, man. And as much as we talk about them being in these big programs and having a lot of time in front of the microphone, these are still big moments with, butterflies in your stomach and everything. It can happen.
It could, well-deserved. And he had, here's where my takeaway was really with the final voting, because a lot of people have said, kind of a weak year for the Heisman, and they were comparing Mendoza's numbers to, just the last few, quarterbacks that have won the Heisman, and they don't stack up well. But one thing he did was have the moments. You got it's almost it's a prerequisite to win the Heisman that you got to have the moments, and he had at least 2 or 3 big ones.
He absolutely did. Yeah. Did you feel anything about the numbers being, because you were a Heisman voter, so I think now the embargo is lifted.
Yeah, Diego, I'd like a word, please.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll get there. But there's a lot of conversation headed in about the numbers that all of the Heisman candidates that we had this year, about it down year, them not necessarily comparing as favorably to previous years. One of the things I think is forgotten is over the last couple of years, there's a change in college football where the clock doesn't stop after every first down. It only stops after or in the 2-minute warning or after the 2-minute timeout, and more akin to football, NFL football.
Yeah.
I guess I should say. So that has lessened every game by like 3 possessions, which I think changed the numbers. Plus, Fernando didn't play in a lot of fourth quarters.
Right.
I think that changes. But did you have any qualms with that as you were voting?
I really didn't. The only qualm I had is that people were making these comparisons when truly, you're watching the games, you see what he's doing. He's not playing in fourth quarters, as you mentioned. And I feel like he earned every bit of it.
Yeah. So were you able to get this audio here? This was just a little bit of the end of what I thought was a very good Heisman speech for the winner, Fernando Mendoza. This was him as he capped off his speech.
This is an important one. I want every kid out there who feels overlooked, underestimated to know I was you. I was that kid too. I was in your shoes. The truth is, you don't need the most stars, hype, or rankings. You just need discipline, heart, and people who believe in you. And you need to believe in your own abilities. I hope this moment shows you that chasing your dreams are worth it, no matter how big or impossible they seem. God bless. Go Hoosiers. Thank you guys all.
Under-recruited, if you don't know, like his senior season in high school was the COVID-shortened year, right? So he ended up I think it was a 2-star, only had one offer, and then he worked his way up and found himself in Indiana, which is crazy to think because he's a South Florida dude, ain't he?
Yeah, he's a Cuban-American. Shout out to being able to represent that community and Hispanics for the first time out since Jim Plunkett.
Yes, first Latino. He's the first Cuban, isn't he? First Cuban-American?
Yes, yeah, second Latino. First Cuban-American, and Diego Pavia as well, finishing second.
Yeah, and I appreciated the moment. I hope or imagine you might have appreciated where he made sure to speak in Spanish directly to his grandparents.
Yeah.
Which I enjoyed that, leaning, obviously embracing his heritage, but obviously showing off what you described, being the first Cuban-American, being the second Latino to win this prized award. Another dude who could have been something of that, Diego Pavia, he ain't take kindly to the entirety of the proceedings. Obviously, he had a fantastic season in his final year at Vanderbilt, what I imagine is his final year, assuming that he does not win certain legal circumstances. He didn't take kindly to this because afterwards, he on Instagram seemed to say bleep, and you know what the bleep is, the Heisman voters. But he also still in that moment said that he appreciated his family and his teammates. And I think that it was more of a moment where him being a little bit more rough around the edges as a dude just generally came out. He ultimately has apologized for it, saying that he just was dealing with the emotions of the moment. How did you take that Heisman voter, John Lopez?
I was actually glad he didn't win.
Wow,
I mean, is that petty?
I thought you had this Instagram for a minute, man.
I was really, the whole Pavia thing was really not me necessarily,
not you hacking his Instagram.
I was just messing with Reggie because he hates Diego Pavia. But
I do not. I've enjoyed Diego Pavia since later on in his tenure at New Mexico. I'm not going to say I was there when he was at New Mexico.
I enjoyed him when he was underground.
I did.
He was Pavia when Pavia wasn't cool.
That's right. That's right. No, but sincerely, it was really just a single sticking point.
I was just trolling Reggie. I thought he had a terrific year. Probably not the Heisman Trophy winning year because, again, moments matter. But I also feel like that was about as petty and irresponsible, and I don't care if you're 21 years old. These guys have been, sort of quote-unquote professional athletes since they were 16, or at least known that they are in the public eye, at least known that what they say resonates. They've grown up in the Instagram and Twitter era. They know that things get shared and anything you say is going to be videoed and recorded and it's going to be out there. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing.
To some degree, I would very much agree.
To all degree.
I'll very much agree with you to a certain point.
Yeah.
Mind you, I just got the specifics of his apology. He said, "To be so close to my dream and come up short was painful. I didn't handle these emotions well at all, and I did not represent myself the way I wanted to." He went further to saying he has much love and respect for the Heisman voters and the selection process, so on and so
Hey,
forth.
I'm a Heisman voter.
Yes, you are. So he has a lot of respect
Did he tell me
for
to go bleep myself?
He did that, which, to be fair, I think a lot of people in the audience would also say. Jokes aside. But I think that there is something to be said, because I'm not trying to absolve him of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
It did make me sit and think a little bit about the current eras and generations' relationship with social media, and how we come into a basic extension of regular, of their regular expression.
Yeah.
And this is one of the places where it's clearly a bad thing, right? I think that there's been a nice buffer for someone like of your age, for sure, even mine and Figgy's ages, where there's, your direct reaction to things stays here, and then social media ends up being like a I'm going to show you something that's happening. This is very direct. I think that this is one of the problems in a larger societal thing. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They've been in these institutions of college football enough to know that you probably should have a little bit of a barrier of immediately putting things out.
If I know, and Figgy knows, and you know, you don't think Diego Pavia knew what was going to get out there?
I don't think that he took the time to think that far ahead. But definitely not a great look for him in that moment, but still a fantastic season. I hope that does not undercut what he did as a football player, because he's had some. You talk about moments. Fernando Mendoza hasn't had Diego Pavia moments over the last couple of years. Beating Alabama in Nashville.
Yeah,
I don't know that you could beat that moment. So shout out to Diego Pavia. Shout out to the Houston Rockets, who tonight are playing in Denver, one of the best games of the season in my estimation, because these Denver Nuggets are very, very fun. They match up pretty well. 8:30 tonight. Make sure you fire up your streaming sticks. Peacock is where one. The interesting things, it starts a 6-game road trip for the Rockets, so they'll be going all the way till Christmas, which they'll play on the road as well. But no Aaron Gordon or Christian Braun for the Nuggets, and more importantly, the Rockets are hoping that Tari Eason returns for this game. He's been out with a strained oblique since November 14th. I think that should be really fun to see how he reintegrates if he is indeed able to play.
I think the big thing right here is the schedule, the big road trip for the Rockets, and how they respond, not just tonight, but over the course of the entirety of this holiday road trip, because you got the Nuggets twice in there. You've got the Lakers, Cavaliers are coming in after Christmas, so it's going to be a big stretch for them.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll see if we have D'Amico Ryans available for you so you can hear what the head coach said. Otherwise, we'll keep talking about these Texans and their big 40-20 victory over the Cardinals. We'll do that next.
play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Shotgun set, 3 receivers to his left and 1 back. It's Michael Carter again, 4-man front. Here comes the rush, and there goes Brissett. He's going down, sacked as Daniil Hunter gets there first. Will Anderson Jr. helps out. Big sack in midfield on Brissett.
Man, that one felt cathartic, didn't it? In the Texans' 40-20 victory here on a Victory Reaction Monday over those Cardinals rather, to go to 9-5. It felt good to finally get another sack in this game. It's two of them in this game, which is very different than the 8 or 10 that some people had thought. But still, you get another one. Thankfully, Daniil Hunter was able to get there. But yeah, I want to talk a little about the defense. It feels like we haven't talked about the defense at all, just because going into this game, it felt like this game was significantly more about what can we see from the offense. And they gave us a little bit something of it. It's only going to rev but so high. I think it's offense. You're not getting an offense that's great to show on turf, but that's not what's necessary because of this defense. But the defense did give up 20 points. How did you feel about that, John Lopez? Because I actually was largely good with the way that the defense played, even understanding that there were some points given up.
I think there was some game plan involved in not necessarily having those monster defensive plays. I think the Texans, you can say all you want about, wow, that's awesome. The Texans, you can say all you want about, we got a new TV in the studio.
All right.
60 inches, baby.
Okay.
No.
Act like you've been somewhere before. He's like, look, TV.
I haven't been in the studio with this TV.
People that's listening don't give a damn.
They don't care at all, right?
Yeah.
Everyone can relate to a 60-inch
Hey, they
TV.
switch to the music now.
All right, so back on track here. I think there was some, people understand, coaches understand, they should win that game. So I think they game planned accordingly. They were safer, no big plays, et cetera. They were safe on their lanes. And then they did get a couple of sacks. I'm with you. I have zero, concern, zero worry about, they did exploit this or that, because they did move the ball. When it was 17-0, I think I turned to you at that point. I said, this game's over.
Yeah.
This game is over. And it was, but it got interesting a little bit. At least it was out of character, for some of the things that we've seen from the defense.
Yeah, but for the most part, it was a 2-score game. Once you went up 10-0, I don't think it came back to a place where it was that close. The lens that I was looking at this through, John, was the Jacoby Brissett lens, and I was even in our company suite before the game talking to some folks where I was like, interestingly enough, Jacoby Brissett has had a good run of games versus the Texans, but not today though. Yeah. Jacoby Brissett in this game, you look at his stat line, and maybe you could convince yourself that he had a good one, 249 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. It did not feel like he had like a particularly good game in this. Now, for the circumstances, he managed himself well. He is very good at what he does, which is managing, making the right decision, getting the ball to where it needs to go, not putting the ball in too much danger. I thought that he did that pretty well. But even within that, this was not a game that you write home about, even though he threw for 245 yards, because it feels like when those yards really started coming, it wasn't prevent defense, but it was very much a more cautious defense where we don't have to be too aggressive. We don't need to shut the water off, because that's not what's needed of this team right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's part of the game plan with how the defense approached this game. No real worries. I will say, though, and if you haven't heard, the injuries are stacking up on the defensive side of the ball, and there's going to be some real good, real good teams that you're facing, obviously, down the stretch, teams that can run the ball. I mean, all of a sudden, the Colts game at the end of the year with Jonathan Taylor looks interesting, because Mario Edwards, done for the year.
But Mario Edwards wasn't one of those guys that I thought about factoring in major in the run stop.
But that's a body in the interior defensive line that they will run the ball on. They did it yesterday, especially with Phillip Rivers. They will run the ball on 2nd and 8 or 2nd and 9. So there are some things that are there for the defense. Obviously, Kamari Lassiter, another one that you just kind of keep an eye on in terms of where he is. All these guys at that point in the season defensively, injuries might be something more so that I'm thinking about, like in terms of compared to the performance they had.
Yeah, I was very good with the defense. There was a few small questions that popped up. One of those being EJ Speed being inactive in this game really caught my attention, because I was like, all right, let's see what Christian Harris does. Is the Christian Harris dream dead?
It wasn't bolstered yesterday. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. We talked about it earlier when we were mentioning how Jawar Jordan had such a out of nowhere performance, and he was fantastic in this game. 101 yards, pretty good read and react. Showed good wiggle in those moments and good patience really when he was running the football. And we were talking about other come out of nowhere moments, and you could easily look at Christian Harris versus the Browns in the playoffs a couple of years ago and go, that was his moment. And we are so far from that. You talk about stopping the run. I don't know that it can be Christian Harris as that third linebacker come week 18.
I think that's why he's not been playing.
And I think that this was an opportunity to display his wares. And unfortunately, it felt like he was constantly getting allowing a block to get to him and then not shedding that block. It felt like he particularly was one of the reasons why they ran the ball a little bit better than I thought they should have, the Cardinals.
Yeah, no, I agree. So defensively, the other thing that you have to realize, and this has just been a little statistical marvel here. 4 defensive backs have at least, 3 defensive backs have at least 4 interceptions, and one of them is not named Derek Stingley. The secondary is still going to be just tested and pass those tests consistently. So the secondary is still going to do its job. The run game defense, which earlier in the season we kind of wondered, okay, are they a little susceptible there? Now you can maybe start wondering it a little bit with the injuries up the middle and some of the linebacker play, but Toto's been awesome. Obviously, Alshire, he had a really good game, Alshire. I thought he was exceptional. Even though I don't even know what the totals were for his tackles and all that, but I thought he was all over the field making plays.
No, Azeez, we've talked about it. He's the heart soul of this defense, and this defense is revving high, and it's in part because you see him playing incredibly well. In fact, there was a play where non-contact, mind you, you saw him kind of hobbled at one point in the game. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Because he matters so much to what this defense does that I was genuinely sitting in the press box terrified because I didn't see anybody hit him. I saw him kind of babying his knee, and I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
At the worst, he's going to have to come, or at best, he's going to have to come off for a little bit. And at worst, you might be talking about an injury that has an impact. And then I just see them come huddle together, the defense, and that
I know exactly the play you're talking about.
I see him standing in there, conducting his defense, and they go out and they run the next play, and I'm like, all right, I guess he's just doing, like, we're good. That was a moment that was huge personally for me, but I think that, again, that speaks to just how much this defense is about the players, and I love the players that they have for the most part. I was kind of disappointed that Christian Harris was not able to demonstrate himself better.
Now, there is something else defensively that you have to maybe put a pin in, because there's not a lot of Trey McBrides out there. But they found something with the tight end that they just kept feeding and feeding and feeding. He might be the best tight end in football right now. Certainly it was yesterday. But is that something with Miles Bryant and Jalen Petrie and some of the things that some of the ways that they got him open? I mean, he was just eating the Texans alive.
Yeah, and when we talked to our guy Tyler Drake out there in Arizona of Arizona Sports, that was one of the things he said. Is like Trey McBride, he relishes circumstances where he is double covered or what have you. And it was one of those things where when Tyler said it, I was like, okay, what does that mean? And you see it on the field, like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Like he plays well in all these circumstances. It's one of the reasons why he's probably the best tight end in the game right now. And that's heavy praise. There's some dudes in this league that can really do both ends of everything. He's a big old wide receiver of sorts at times. But then,
he's big.
He is.
He's not just like the wide receiver type.
Right.
He's big.
This felt like it was more a credit to Trey McBride than it was a detriment to this defense. One, again, because it started really turning up late in this game, third quarter, fourth quarter, when the game was starting to get out of hand for him.
Touchdown. I think he had 5 catches.
Yes, but I think it started turning up in a big way where you're starting to get a lot of yards. Because I remember vividly where you started driving later on in the game. I'm like, man. And I'll tell you the reason why. Again, pulling the curtain back is because I was like, I need this game to get out of hand so I can just like kind of turn my attention. And it did not get out of hand in the way that I was hoping because they kept rolling on. But Trey McBride was fantastic. I felt like that was largely him. Although, can we talk about the fact that you looked over and goal line circumstance, Trey McBride is covered up by Damone Clark?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, how did that happen? But maybe that's what I'm talking about. Maybe how they got him open, even though there's not a lot of Trey McBrides out there. Is that something that you have to kind of maybe worry about defensively?
I don't know if I'm worried about it. And yes, great point. You got Brock Bowers coming next week, so that's going to be another thing where we will test and see, right, in a couple of weeks. Was this a one-dude thing, or is this just kind of going to be a thing? But ultimately, I look at and I'm going to lean on analytics here. I look at statistics that tell me that this team has been pretty good against tight ends. I think this was more circumstantial defensively, where you end up, especially allowing a little bit, playing a little bit softer, and understanding that the circumstances of the game dictate that the offense giving you a buffer that you don't have to play so tight. And I don't even think that they would acknowledge that, because I think they're like, we play the same way all the time. But I think we see a football team that was like, we don't have to be as aggressive in this game in order for it to go well. And I think that that's what allowed. I would lean more into that being what allowed the Cardinals to do what they were able to do. Even, I don't even know if that's to like a high regard, 249 yards passing. But even that, a lot of that stuff still felt like it was, I don't want to call it garbage time, but in instances where the defense wasn't.
It was weird
playing
yesterday.
tight. I mean, in the fourth quarter, I don't remember exactly when, you got Traymon Smith in there for Derek Stingley. Like, I don't know that they pulled everybody, but I noticed when it was like, oh, Derek Stingley ain't playing no more.
Yeah. It was just a weird game. I kept waiting for it to be completely out of control.
Yes.
Like, okay, well, they'll make a stop here, score another touchdown, whatever. But two things factored in, and maybe this is just being nitpicky, but they did kick a lot of field goals rather than punch it in. There were still a couple of, that's on the offensive side of the ball, a couple of issues with the red zone. But then defensively, the Cardinals just kept finding a way, even after you got an interception late, and you're thinking, all right, now it's going to be, it's going to go wide open. They still came back and scored again. It was just like they never could quite get that distance between them and the Cardinals.
While we're talking about tight ends, how about Dalton Schultz, man?
Well, that's one of the things that I had in my passing thoughts that we need to mention here.
We'll get into passing thoughts here at 1 o'clock here in the program.
Well, this is the one that I will mention now because you just brought it up. This might have been the best overall tight end game, certainly of the NFL season this year. Do you realize that tight ends, including one Pharaoh Brown, accounted for 25 catches, 233 yards, and 3 touchdowns in this game?
I don't think I had done the math there, but that makes sense. 134 for Trey McBride, 76 for Dalton Schultz. Pharaoh Brown added a nice yard himself.
Texas legend, Pharaoh Brown.
He added a yard.
But 2 catches.
He added a yard here.
Yeah. So, and then Cade Stover had a couple of catches as well.
And 22 yards himself, which I was happy to see Cade Stover.
25 catches from tight ends. 25.
I don't even know what to like. It's not National Tight End Day. They should have bargained this in a different way. I thought it was fantastic. And Dalton Schultz was holding his own. It wasn't like just one dude had all of it. Trey McBride had a lion's share. Of course, I loved what Dalton Schultz was able to do, including obviously surpassing Owen Daniels in this game. I thought that this was a fantastic game that's highlighted what has been a fantastic season for him. It's clear that he is C.J. Stroud's safety blanket.
We talked about it last week. I think he's having a really, really good year. I don't think anybody's shortchanging him anymore. But, we mentioned also this could be a tight end that has 80 catches this year. Yesterday helped.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday helped.
To a great degree. Yeah. I mean, he broke Owen Daniels' a single-season receiving record for a tight end. But he's become the safety blanket. I think that's the biggest thing for me. And I think that's why we talked about that CJ play where he's moving to his right and throws it in a keyhole to Dalton Schultz. I think there's a level of confidence that I know I'm throwing it to my guy in there. And that's huge because, again, the way that this team can move, sometimes you need just, can I get a quick 7 or 8 over the middle? Yeah. And it seems like that is so frequently Dalton Schultz's domain of getting him the football there. So I love what Dalton Schultz has brought to this offense. And this felt like just another game to demonstrate that the way that this offense, when it's at its best, you run the football, you hit the middle of the field, obviously with some in-breakers, but also you just have Dalton Schultz, manning the middle or leaking out off of these, these chips off the edge and then leaking out. And that just easy completions that help you continue to move the football, have progressive and move football down the field.
His knack for being able to, when a play breaks down, be the guy that gets open is something that is really, it's kind of saved this team's bacon on a number of occasions. I mean, yesterday they were in control pretty much the whole way, but it was on display again. When a play breaks down, or especially on the one that we've talked about when C.J. Stroud threaded the ball to him, he just seems to be the guy that either C.J. Stroud's eyes go to automatically or he breaks open better than the other guys. It's quite the knack.
Red zone 3 for 6 for this offense?
Yeah.
Any feels?
Yeah, feels. Yeah, okay. I got feels.
All right, so I guess we'll need to talk more about this as we go and probably also mention the Woody Marks touchdown that was weird.
Mm-hmm.
I will call it weird, if nothing else. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We got a pair of tickets, or a quad, 4-pack of tickets to give away, don't we? Should we do that now?
Yeah,
Shout out to the University of Houston. Basketball time still happening in the great city of Houston, and the Cougars are the team making waves in the nation. Caller number, let's say 7, wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston basketball team face off against Middle Tennessee on December 29th. The tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. And you want to see them take on the Blue Raiders? You got to be caller number 7 right now. Monday, December 29th at 7 p.m. is when you'll be able to utilize those tickets. Winning those tickets, though, happen right now. Call number 7, 713-572-4610. And if you don't win the tickets, you can always call. You can always rather go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets. We'll be giving away that 4-pack all week long. Call number 7 right now. We'll get the first crack at it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Stock up the Texans offense after a 40-20 domination of the Cardinals.
We're getting hot at the right time. You know, we're trending up. You know, going into January. You know, we got to just keep this going. You know, it's going to be one game at a time mentality. You know, one play at a time mentality. You know, then we'll look up at the end of the year and see where we're at.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
with two of college football's best at NRG Stadium. Hit up KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of embarrassed to say just how much of the Rivers, Indianapolis Colts, Seattle Seahawks game I watched yesterday when I got home.
Why?
Because it was
What you embarrassed about?
It was far too much. I said, well, I got to check in on this. It's such a good story and everything. But, I mean, it was like I was plugged in.
Why would you not been?
I mean, we kept saying everybody's going to watch. I just couldn't turn the channel. I usually watch Red Zone like crazy.
Yeah.
I watched every bit of that game. Beginning to, well, as close to the beginning as possible to end.
I'm with you, and it's because, and I was the one who was the loudest on, man, we're making a big deal out of this game that's going to be a walkover. I couldn't take my eyes
off of it.
It wasn't the walkover, right?
Yeah.
Like I said,
well, not only that, forget the game. Yes, you're right. That was a factor. But I just couldn't take my eye. What's he going to do next? Is he going to be able to do this? Oh, my goodness, he just threw a touchdown pass.
Well, I mean, I don't think you can forget that because he's playing in the context of it was always a one-score football game.
Yeah.
In fact, they had a lead for a good amount of this. Like, I think that matters a great deal when we're talking about this when I thought this was, and you came in with Vegas looking at this as a 2-score football game, and it was 3-0, 3-3, 6-3. In fact, the Colts were the ones that got up on a 13-3 lead.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why you go, I cannot stop looking at this as Phillip Rivers doing that little shot put pass that he has, throwing it just beyond the sticks and making it at the line and constantly getting them into the right play. I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting here.
You're absolutely right, and that added to why I was watching it. But
that's not why.
That was not the reason I was watching it.
You were trying to see him hurt.
No,
you're trying to see him hurt.
Something about old guys. Some about old guys playing that game or playing a sport, and also just how strong he remains and has always been between the ears, knowing what play to put him into, knowing where to put the ball. It was just fascinating. And then they're cutting back to Fairhope, Alabama, and his high school team. They go to the stands, and his son is there, grown ass man, watching the game. And I was just like, I could not get enough of that game.
Yeah. I watched probably 95% of that game, to be honest. I didn't even go to Red Zone.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, after the Texans game, I'm like, you know what? I'm just watch this. This game. I watched the whole game.
It was wild. It was absolutely wild. Like, I can't believe I just can't get my eyes off of this.
You know what it reminded me of? And a lot of people probably won't get this reference, but it was a show called Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Mr. Cooper pretty much lived this dream playing for the Golden State Warriors. And I think, I can't remember, he was a teacher.
Yeah.
And so I want to say his class was watching him actually sub into a game. I don't think he wasn't good or nothing like that, but just watching him on TV in the game, that's what it reminded me of.
It was like a TV movie.
It was.
It was like a TV movie, except it was live.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. And, of course, on the TV, I'm being reminded on what was just a hellacious Sunday that, Devontae Adams also had an injury, I think, to his hammy. But, yeah, no, this was a game that was very interesting. And Phillip Rivers, adequately a sicko, talking about, because he took a hit in this game. This was him talking about getting hit for the first time in a while.
Getting hit for the first time in a while, did that wake you up a little bit or remind you of the game at all?
I never minded that part of it. It actually was, my wife always tells me I'm crazy because there's been times in the last 3 or 4 years I said, I wish I could just throw one and get hit hard. And she's like, that's not normal.
Definitely not normal.
Definitely not normal.
Absolutely not normal.
These are my confessions.
So it was the Kids Day at the at NRG Stadium yesterday, and I don't know if this was intentional, obviously it ended up being intentional after a while, but I don't know if this was set up in this way all the way along. Toro was inducted into the Hall of Fame, Mascot Hall of Fame, and I've got to admit, I didn't know that there was a whole Toro family. Like, did you see this? There was Mama and Papa Toro.
Yeah. Had a cane.
There was Mrs. Toro. I didn't know Toro had a whole family together.
Yeah,
and
he
all
likes
that.
to keep his private business.
Which is fair. We know who he is as a human being, but we don't know about all the other family. That's fair. The actual confession within this, They unveiled a banner for Toro up amongst all the other banners of the division championships and everything. I think they should leave it up. Like they had it up for the bit.
What?
They took it down. I think they should leave it up. Why not?
What?
I thought they did a great job. It was adequately much smaller than the other ones. So it's not like it'd be on the same level as, 2012 division champs and
Andre
Toro
Johnson.
Yeah. Clearly it's not there.
Put him in the Ring of Honor now.
But I kind of liked having just like the little hey, appreciate Toro up there.
Okay, let's compromise. That's an outside the stadium thing. You don't put Toro in the stadium.
Why not?
You don't put a banner.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Like maybe by one of the entrances.
He's a Hall of Famer. You ain't seen the gold jacket?
You realize the Hall of Fame.
So by those standards, he need to go in the Ring of Honor here, right next to Janice Monaire.
Well, we'll let them get to that. Clearly, that takes time. They'll do that eventually.
You do realize that the Mascot Hall of Fame is like a business that is trying to make itself relevant.
I mean, what not a business, John Lopez?
Well, this is true.
We exist under
the
capitalism.
NFL is a business.
Everything's a business. I think that the little mini Toro, put it back up. Leave it up there consistently. Why not? Shout out to Toro and show some respect to the man.
These are my confessions.
So I actually brought this up earlier. We kind of talked about it a little bit. I got to confess, I'm a little bit nervous about the Jags, man.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I know it's popular to say the Jazz gonna jag and all that stuff, which I definitely side with. And I also think it's a little bit different with the Houston Texans team right now, because I know in the back of our minds we always got that, well, the Texans gonna mess it all up in the playoffs and all that stuff. I actually don't think it's that type of year this year. I think this is totally different. I think we need to throw that scenario out the window. But I also think it seemed like it's a little bit different with the Jags now, man. It just seemed like after they blew that, I forgot how many points they were down against the Texans when they just blew that lead. I thought that was going to be it for them. Yeah. But it seemed like they came back a little stronger. I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy at all. I wasn't really a Trevor Lawrence guy from the beginning. It seemed like he's kind of playing a little bit better than I expected. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit nervous about the Jags, man.
I think that's fair. You notice one thing I haven't said in the last 2 or 3 weeks is the Jags are going to jag, because I'm kind of there with you. I'm like, they're a little bit scary.
Yeah, and now means I mean, they could still lose. Yeah. Like, I'm not sure, but
they ain't going to jag.
Yeah. It's hard for me to just go to that old scenario or that old saying and say they are a joke and all that stuff. They look all right, man. They've been kind of blowing teams out a little bit. Yeah. So that kind of got me a little bit worried.
Yeah, their defense is definitely better than I think maybe we even give it credit for oftentimes. And Trevor Lawrence is looking more competent, especially under Liam Cohen. I think it's fair to have a little bit of concern. I think really the big thing is I'm concerned that they might not do the slip up and allow the Texans to win the division. That's the big concern. I think you still match up with the Jaguars, and I feel better, especially if the Texans are playing as they are right now. I still feel good about this Texans team, but you have that positioning where they have that game on you, and they have to slip up in order for you to – you're waiting for someone to help you out now, obviously, is the thing that's the big thing.
Yeah.
That's on my mind.
These are my confessions.
So we had this discussion off air, and I think it's a fair confession. I hadn't really realized how big volleyball has gotten.
Dude.
College volleyball.
Yeah.
Now, the gist of it is a moment to brag about my school, but that's not really what the confession is. My school is Texas A&M University. They go into Lincoln, Nebraska, and beat 33-0 Nebraska to get to the Final Four of the NCAA volleyball tournament.
That's a blue blood too. When it comes
that is a blue blood
volleyball.
But we were talking off air. I think volleyball it's an incredible money-making sport all of a sudden for college sports.
I don't know what
They're filling up stadiums.
I don't know what the money actually is, but the interest is definitely there. You talk about Nebraska. Nebraska, was it last year or the year prior? They did an event where they hosted one of the volleyball games at the football stadium.
Yeah.
And they filled that joint up.
But even the mid-tier teams, if you start looking at some of these attendance figures and such, which I did during the break, 7,000, 8,000, 12,000. I'm talking like Vanderbilt and Indiana and teams that aren't necessarily volleyball powers. It's an incredible money-making sport now, and of course somebody said you're going to mention that the Aggies went to the Final Four. I thought that was a good way to mention it because this is a fun sport to watch.
Without question.
Yeah.
I've always loved volleyball. I had the good fortune of when I was in college getting a chance to call volleyball.
Okay.
And when you get into the schematics of it and stuff, it is such a fascinating, fast-paced sport as you know watching it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, teams get into it. And to be fair, you could look at the SEC. The SEC, they get into any competition. If it's like equestrian, they're going to be in there acting a fool. Like you see what happens during baseball
But it's everywhere.
time. But it is everywhere. You talk about, the West Coast, they show up. The Midwest, they show up. And I think, to piggyback off your confession, I think I'm going to try and make time to watch more of the tournament here for volleyball because you're without the Blue Bloods. Like, this is the first time
Texas
in forever.
didn't make it.
Texas is not there. No Penn State.
No
No
Nebraska.
Stanford. No Nebraska. Those are four of the biggest teams. And Wisconsin's only been in because they played Texas, so only one of them was going to have to be in.
Yeah.
This is a parity moment when it comes to volleyball, and they're playing at an incredibly high level. So shout out to A&M for doing something pretty incredible as they continue on in the volleyball tournament. There you go. Those are our. Somebody said, "Man, I'm surprised you guys are barely talking about volleyball." Here we go. We're talking about it right now. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Victory Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's talk about some winners and losers of the weekend. Who did you feel were winners of the weekend, losers of the weekend? We'll talk about this in here. Well, we'll do that next.
All right. Fast breaks, but.
and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A victory reaction Monday after your Texans get a 30-20 victory. Puts them at 9-5 on the season, and they're barreling towards 12 wins, man. Like I'm not trying to count my chickens before they hatch. Mm-hmm. But
go ahead. Count.
Oh, okay, cool. You now have 9 wins, 3 more games to go against a Raiders team that has already fired the offensive coordinator and has their ups and downs. Mm-hmm. A Chargers team that admittedly got a victory, but it was a 16-13 victory over the Kansas City Chiefs to put them out of their misery. And that they look like there's a little bit of competition there, but definitely is a winnable game.
Yeah.
And then you have
Rivers time.
Phillip Rivers, or maybe not Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, you're right.
Anthony Richardson has been I don't know,
cleared to practice.
Cleared to practice, I believe, was ultimately where it is. So cleared to return. So maybe that changes things up. But even then, those still feel like winnable games. So fantastic place that your Texans team is. And you know what? Let's talk more about these Texans. Some of the other things that we haven't gotten to, and a little bit of passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I will. Let's kick it around a little bit. Let's start with this one. The best special teams game of the year? Let's go through it.
Okay.
Outside of the end of the first half, blocked field goal, you had literal start to finish, with the opening kickoff going, 38 yards or thereabouts, something like that from Jalen Noel. Then another big return from him, a fumble recovery on a kickoff return, Fairbairn with multiple 50-yard kicks, Jamal Hill, big hit that led to that. Was this the best special teams game of the year?
I mean, it definitely has a case for it, without question. Mm-hmm. And even whether or not it's absolutely the best or not, I think that it's a demonstration of, one, they get returned to form after having a little bit of waivers a few weeks. And it's also highlighted some of the things that they've done well all season long. Shout out to Texas Cap tweeting this out not more than 10 minutes ago. Houston's average starting field position last year, the 27.1 yard line. Mm-hmm. This year, 33.1.
There you go.
Like, you've had better returns. This was another game where you had a couple of really good returns. Mm-hmm. You're not necessarily beating all, but that's not the entirety of the run game. It's not just can you get touchdowns off of them. It's can you get better starting field position off of them. And you're doing that right now with at least the return game. So the return game's there. You mentioned the coverage is better and you got the ball back. Shout out to Jamal Hill. The special teams is showing up in a way that it's supposed to and that you would expect from a Frank Ross coached unit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Another passing thought for you here. Couple of angles on this. The first thing is just the bizarre nature of Woody Marks, the way he scored on the snap between C.J. Stroud's legs. And I kind of said, I said two things in the press box. The first one was to you. I said, the secret to the red zone is just snap the ball between the quarterback's legs.
That's right.
It was not intentional.
That's a heady play by Nick Caley to be like, you're going to throw the defense off because they're going to think it's a fumble and you're going to pick it up and run it in.
That was Ben Johnson out there for a minute, man.
That's right. No. So, and everybody
involved. Fake fall.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody involved kind of kidded around, but ultimately, said, that wasn't planned. Just as I think D'Amico said, sometimes the ball has to bounce your way.
Well, yes, absolutely. CJ said specifically that's on him. Like the idea was
he said gun.
Yeah, he said gun in the huddle. So obviously the indication was this is a shotgun snap. The center's going to take that in, and there's a different snap for shotgun than unenter. So that was a Jake Andrews, C.J. Stroud miscommunication, heavy on the C.J. Stroud. He took responsibility, but hey, if you mess up and it works, you thank God and you move on and you get it right and make sure that you don't make the same mistake again.
The second thing I said ended up being true, and I just feel sick for people who can relate to this, and there are a lot of people who can relate to this. So I was walking over behind the press box to get some chocolate-covered pretzels and sour gummies.
Sure.
And I told someone, I wonder how fantasy football platforms are going to handle that touchdown.
Oh,
did you hear about this?
I didn't.
Fortunately, my fantasy platform on the league that I'm in is ESPN, and they treated it as a rushing touchdown. Yesterday, or this weekend, is the first week of playoffs in a lot of leagues. And CBS Sports and Yahoo apparently awarded 0 points to Woody Marks.
That's jerk.
0 points to the Texans on that because they considered it a fumble recovery.
That's jerk behavior.
Dude, can you imagine losing your fantasy football playoff game because two of the three major platforms scored it as a fumble recovery instead of a rush?
I cannot imagine that because I'd be very mad.
Yeah, I would be.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't play no fantasy football no more.
I'm interested in how many of our listeners, lost or were affected in their fantasy football playoffs or end of season because of that. I was like, I had a hunch that might happen, and I was like, sure enough. So I wonder if they're going to be able to change it. At this point, it's too late.
Well, you haven't finished the week, Monday Night Football, and adjustments can happen, so maybe they adjust it. Who knows? Back in the day, you used to do a lot of adjustments. Now it's a lot more instantaneous. I want to salute the offensive line on that play. I know that we had a little bit of a disagreement to start the show on just how good the offensive line was in this game. But after a couple of plays of getting mushed by the defense, they opened that joint up so that it didn't matter that there was a fumble and
plenty. He wasn't touched till he crossed the goal line.
He leapt in the goal line just for style points, I think, because they moved that defensive line in that play. It was a real inconsistent game from my viewpoint. I'm looking forward to rewatching the game again today on the offensive line. It felt like there were some plays where they absolutely moved dudes off the line, and there were some plays where they allowed guys into the backfield, and I think that the inconsistency is what's throwing me off of them.
Another couple of passing thoughts here. How about D'Amico's game management at the end of the first half?
Yeah.
Decent. I mean, it wasn't like the Seattle Seahawks did. What's his name? Handled it perfectly.
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald handled it perfect, but he did pretty good. When we've been talking about some of his late first half management.
Yeah, I mean, use timeouts to kind of give themselves opportunities there. To kind of try and stop the Cardinals there, get the full ball back, and they got an opportunity at a 52-yard field goal, which is something, right? Maybe you could say, hey, there's a possibility you go and score, but I don't know that this offense is quite situated for that necessarily. They got there, hustled to the line, the timeout, line of scrimmage, spiked the football. Actually, that's the thing that I didn't get. I wrote that down wrong. I was weirded out by them hustling to the line to spike the football instead of taking the timeout when they had it.
Gotcha.
However, they got a field goal off.
It worked out, yeah.
They got a field goal off, so I'll give them the credit there. It still feels like it could be better, more efficient, but that was definitely sufficient.
No, that was good. A couple things offensive line related. Neither one of them is altogether great. How did Blake Fisher not report? And that was a big penalty at the moment. I don't know if he was he too casual with it and just, the referee knows.
I think I'm actually willing to give Blake Fisher
as an eligible
pass.
receiver.
I think I'm willing to give pass on because we've seen this happen. Remember, was it last year or 2 years ago with the Lions? Who were they playing? I think it was the Cowboys, where Dan Skipper says that he reported, and they were like, no, you didn't. And this is a whole back and forth. I think sometimes referees mess up too. We know this. And I know that Blake has done this enough in the course of the season. They've done so much six-man offensive line where he knows how to report, and it's almost routine.
But I
have a hard time
too casual with it. Like
maybe that's the case.
He knows.
Maybe that's the case. I'm willing to gamble though that the person who's more comfortable with him reporting is Blake Fisher than the official. Yeah. And I'm guessing the official just kind of didn't see it. And when he didn't see it, he's going to call it.
Then it's a flag.
And so I think that's why we were all in the press box looking at the next time he came in where he made it abundantly clear. Hey,
referee.
Hey. Extra. I'm eligible.
5'7". I'm eligible here.
So I'm taking the case that I think it was the official who messed up there more than Blake.
And then the other one is even more inexplicable to me. I think we all like the Stover push. But how do you line up again? 2 consecutive weeks you're lining up when you're literally 3 feet away from the football. And this time was it Titus this time?
No.
Who was it?
Wasn't that not Blake on the end?
Was it Blake again?
Yeah.
I know Ursery last week. But you're lining up on the Stover push and you're just hanging over the ball and you still line up. Oh, I just don't understand that.
That one's uncomfortable. That one is definitely uncomfortable. I don't really have a good answer for it, man. Like I really and truly don't. Because that should have been one. Let's start with the fact that it was a really good push.
Yeah,
like they did what they did.
They've
but yeah,
been good with it.
And it was indeed taking my notes. It was a 3rd and 1. The sneak. He did a great job following the space, getting off to the right side. But you look at the replay, and Blake Fisher is lined up he's like angled in first and foremost, but it felt like he was lined up well off sides. It was clear.
Yeah.
And so that is on that dude not checking where he's supposed to be. And it sucks that we did it back-to-back, but there's a couple of instances where Blake Fisher, hey, man, get it together.
Yeah. And I mentioned this earlier, and I think it's I'd have to go back and look at every single game, but I think that might have been the greatest tight end game of the NFL season thus far. If you're adding them all up between Pharaoh Brown and Cade Stover and Trey McBride.
Really going to keep doing the Pharaoh Brown thing?
Dalton, he had 2 catches, and Dalton Schultz. Tight ends accounted for 25 catches, 233 yards, one of which was Pharaoh Brown's. 3 touchdowns. 25 catches just from the tight end position yesterday. That blew me away. And oh, by the way, Trey McBride, good player.
Yeah, he's good at football.
This just in.
I've taken that note. He is indeed good at football.
Any little nitpicky things? We'll probably get to some of this stuff as we move along, but I want to mention 3. We've talked about how Stroud has blossomed and has been so good. Still too many field goals. Still too many field goals for my taste. Second thing, I can't believe Nico scored a touchdown on the second play of the game and then wasn't, outside of the one that was called back, wasn't targeted again until late in the third quarter.
Yeah, I had that feeling as it was going. I was a little bit less frustrated by it than I would have been, than I was when this happened earlier on in the season. It felt like, 1, you're getting production, so I have less room to be mad. And 2, it felt like they were intentionally getting more guys involved in the process. But yeah, it does feel like, hey, you could probably get to Nico a little bit more, right? Like, but he got his yardage, and he even had one taken away due to a penalty. If that did not happen, he would have gotten,
his 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still looking at that. Actually, didn't he
got it later.
He passed it around, but he got it on that play. Yeah. So salute to Nico. 3 years consecutively with 1,000 yards. He is right where he's supposed to be as one of the best receivers in all of football. And those are your OG's passing thoughts. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, now we will hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, on what he had to say a day after the big-time 40-20 victory that took your Texans to 9 wins on the season. We'll do that next.
All right, guys. Synergy next, Low T Center. You know.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the football team, after a 40-20 victory, met with the media, as he does on a Monday. This is what it sounded like.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's again.
To start, everybody here in Houston has on their cold gear. They're ready.
I know, right?
It's cold in Houston.
It's
breaking news.
It sounds crazy for me to even ask this, but I think it speaks
Don't
to how.
ask it.
But I think it speaks to how elite y'all have been defensively. For you all to, give up 20 points, do you feel like that bothered defensive players based on their own standards?
From that game, defensively, that game was not up to our standard. So there are a ton of things that we can improve upon, a ton of things that we need to get better at, things that we worked that we didn't play up to our standard defensively. So we have a lot to go out and improve.
In terms of the other side of the ball, a lot of the guys were talking about the red zone and how they could have been more efficient down there. What are some things you're seeing? Kind of a season-long deal, but what are some things you see specifically improve on there?
First thing, when we get into the red zone, we got to eliminate going backwards. I said where we are in the red zone, we got to make sure we're targeting the right people in the run game, making sure we get a hat on the hat when we are, trying to run the football. It starts there, just being on our assignments, doing what we're supposed to do, and from operations standpoint, we got to be able to execute. Just overall as an offense, it's not okay just to get into the red zone. We want to be able to score touchdowns. So there's still a lot left out there for us offensively as well.
As you watch the offense throughout the course of the day, is efficiency and CJ's ability to kind of spread it out, is that like a hallmark of the offense having a good day, headed in the right direction throughout the course of the day? Are those two things kind of signs that things are working on offense?
Well, when we opened the game, how we opened the game with CJ making a huge play to Nico and Nico taking it to the house, I think that's indicative of how the day is going to go for us. That's, we're operating the right way, we're executing. But overall, I thought CJ did an outstanding job of just playing very clean, very efficient throughout the game. The ball went to multiple guys because he was just going through his progressions, making the proper reads. And when it wasn't there, he was able to scramble, make a play. He was able to get out of escape the pocket, throw the ball away when it wasn't there. So I thought his decision-making was really, really great. And he stepped up in the pocket with his eyes downfield multiple times, made great decisions. And that's what we expect from him, to play clean, make great decisions, protect the football, and make plays when plays are there to be made, and that's what he did for us, and he had a really great game.
I'm always asking you about the offensive line, but I want to ask you specifically about Titus Howard. Is it he's just evolved as a player, or is it the combination of that and his leadership that's taken his game to the next level?
I think Titus has done some really good things for us when it comes to, first and foremost, just being unselfish, of starting out at right tackle. He's played right guard, he's moved to left guard now and kind of settling in there. I think just from his mindset of it doesn't matter where I'm playing, I just want to be in position to help the team. I'm so encouraged by that and pleased by that mindset from Titus, because that's what winning football is about. That's what I believe in, a team-first mentality. Wherever you want me, whatever you need me to do, I'll get it done, and that's what Titus has done. He's a smart player, able to play the multiple spots, and you can move him around because he's able to handle it. And so that's why we put a lot on his plate. But he's done a good job for us, and there's still room for improvement as well for him.
Did you see any kind of particular way that the Cardinals tried to block Will, and how have you noticed teams try to adjust to how disruptive you be?
When teams try to approach and block our defensive line, we'll see similar schemes. We'll see guys get into a chip plan where it's going to be the tight end or the back stepping in. There'll be a lot of seven-man protection plays that we have versus our defensive line, and they brought that on because of how good they've been on the edge. So, of course, offense is going to do some things to try to slow our defensive line down, and that's what you'll see. You'll see more chip, like longer route progression. So we got to do a better job of just designing from a defensive game planning perspective, just game planning and designing things to help out our defensive line when we are getting those chip protections.
Do you have an update on Derek Swinger? You guys listed at the end of the game an oblique injury, which he had obviously earlier in the season and played through it.
And for the injuries this week, unfortunately, Mario Edwards will be out for the season. He ruptured his pec, so he'll be out for the season. The other guys will be fine. We'll see how the week goes. Stingley had the oblique, and Woody with his ankle. We'll see how they progress throughout the week.
When you start off and John asked about the defense, and you said you're not playing up to the standard. I'm curious from your perspective, how much do you kind of weigh how dangerous the offense is overall? Because obviously some teams have better offenses than others. How much does what the team's potential firepower has come into the game, how much does that factor into how you evaluate how well the defense played?
How well the defense plays, to me, has nothing at all to do with the offense and their firepower. It's all about our standard, our level of play, and what I expect from our guys every single snap. It doesn't matter to me who we play against, what they've done in the past, or who they are. To me, it's a standard that we play with that's you're going to operate as the best, or if you don't operate that way, then it's not good enough.
Jawar mentioned some of the success he had was because the offensive line allowed him some cutback lanes, and he was able to find some of those things. Is that another thing that, hey, the offense is clicking that day, that the running backs have that available? Is that kind of a sign the offensive line is doing what they need to do?
For the most part, I thought Jawar made good decisions with the way he was running the football. We still can clean up some of our blocking assignments and how we're blocking. For the most part, he made some good cuts. He was able to hit an explosive play on him because he made a good cut. Just him slashing downfield, taking what was there. I thought he did a really good job of benefiting off of some of the good blocks that we did have. He did a good job of that.
Just had their 8th game without giving the ball away for the season. Do you think CJ and Nick and just everybody in general has gotten more cognizant of still trying to make big plays, big explosive, while not putting the ball in jeopardy?
We just operate our offense. It's not about the big play. You just operate how you're supposed to operate, run the plays that we've studied all week. The coaches feel good about the game plan they put in, what we feel like will work against that defense. You just go out and play ball. All right? The big plays will come, but it's always, for us, every week, our mindset, we have to protect the ball offensively. We have to take it away defensively. That'll never change.
Do you feel like, I know you got Woody and Nick who've been your steady guys, but when you see a guy like Jawar have the game he had, do you feel like there's a way to still get him touches even when Woody and Nick come back healthy?
We'll cross that bridge when it gets there, but I think more so for right now in this game on yesterday is just, giving Jawar his praise for what he was able to accomplish. I thought he did an outstanding job, again, of taking advantage of the opportunity that was presented to him, and he did a great job of, gaining over 100 yards, rushing, making some explosive runs for us. So it's just a credit to Jawar for right now. We'll deal with the other issue, when we get there. But for right now, credit to Jawar.
How would you assess how your linebackers have played? Obviously, DJ Speed didn't play yesterday. Christian Harris got to see more. Seems like they've been real dialed in. Aziz is having a really good year. How would you assess the linebacker play?
Overall, throughout the year, the linebackers have done a good job of playing really well. I think yesterday we left some plays out there where we can play better.
Go ahead, Serge.
What do you think about CJ's decision making on yesterday to be able to get the ball in the right place at the right time, and in particular on that pass to Dalton Schultz? That was a play that he could have probably ran the ball in, but it looked like he wanted to make sure that he got Dalton that touch right there. Just his decision making throughout yesterday.
Yeah, CJ's done a great job yesterday with his decision making. Again, keeping his eyes downfield, being able to see when the receivers do uncover on the scramble drill. Dalton has done a really good job of, having that connection, being on the same page with CJ, and CJ's eyes are up and he's trying to find him. He's not trying to run the football, right? But we also have that threat of him running, which we know it presents a problem to the defense. So him having that threat allows our receivers to have even more time to uncover, and that's what you saw, him and Dalton just being on the same page and CJ making that connection to get us in the end zone.
Obviously, defense has gotten a lot of praise this year, but this is like year 3 of this defense, and it's been obviously a pretty good unit since you've gotten here. What's kind of, from your perspective, gone into acquiring and developing the players that have? Because you always say it's about the players. So what's kind of gone into finding the players and developing the players? You guys have the number 1 ranked defense your 3rd year coaching them.
For the players that we get on defense, for me, it all starts with just number 1, just the mindset of defensive players. Like, do you really enjoy and love playing football? Right, if you do, then you're able to play defense for us because you're going to play fast, you're going to play physical. It means a lot to you. So acquiring players like Kamari, Kalen, Tommy, like getting guys, Aziz, Henry, getting those guys who play the game the right way. They are passionate about what they're doing, and they care for one another. And that's the most important part defensively is, you have that mindset, but also you're not a selfish player. It's about playing together, and that's what's allowed our defense to play well at times. When we play together, we're on the same page, we're communicating, everybody's where they're supposed to be. We're a tough unit to go against, right? So it's we got good players. We got the scheme. When guys handle it the right way, it's tough to go against us. So it's just all about, again, the players just being on the details of their job. When we do it right, it's going to be tough.
In a follow-up with that, obviously you played in a few schemes, your playing days. Obviously you kind of learned the scheme that you run now under Salo. What kind of made you go with the scheme that you kind of run with now, obviously with your own wrinkles on it, versus some of the schemes that you had success with as a player?
I played in a 4-4-4-3 defense as high school, so I've done this for a long time. I played mainly in a 4-3 scheme. I played a few years in a 3-4 scheme. So to me, it's about being detailed in what you're doing, right? Defensively, it doesn't matter what you do. It's about how you do it and how can you coach it. How can you get guys, to buy into what you're asking them to do. It's a lot of different ways, a lot of different schemes to do things. I have a philosophy in my mind. I have things that I believe in, that I hold dear to as a defensive coach, that I'm not relenting on. And so when our guys are doing that the right way, I know it works. I've been a part of a lot of great defenses, and I know what works. And we have a really good defense here. And again, it wasn't our best outing yesterday, so I'm excited about the opportunity to go out and play even better.
With the injury to Mario, how much can you lean on Naquan Jones and maybe even some of the practice squad depth that you require? Yeah,
we'll see how the week goes when it comes to losing Mario. Mario's done a great job for us all year. It's a steady player, consistent, brings great energy to our entire team. So really going to miss his presence. And he's can fly around on game day. He runs to the football with great effort, intent. Really loved what he brought to our unit. So we're missing him. We lost Settle, losing Mario. It's going to be difficult to replace those guys.
Special teams, I think there was a couple of rocky moments about a month ago, but it feels like they've settled in. Big day yesterday with some returns, a turnover forced as well. What have you kind of seen from them as they've sort of turned around from a couple of those hiccups about a month ago?
For our special teams unit, the thing that stood out yesterday is how they blocked on our kick return unit. That's the one thing I've been, really emphasizing for our guys is we have to block better. There have been multiple times we've had opportunities to return the football, but there's one guy who's not blocking and not finishing on his guy. So it starts there, blocking with the right intent. They did a great job of that, and Jay Noel was able to make some huge returns for us because guys were blocking the right way. And then when it came to our coverage unit, we had to do a better job of getting off of blocks, making plays, and that's what they did. They got off blocks. We had a couple big hits there from Jamal, and Christian had a big hit. Clark came in and made a few tackles. So all the guys just really, taking what we're emphasizing. It doesn't change what we coach. It hasn't changed. It's just guys taking it to heart and doing what they need to do to put ourselves in position to make big plays on special teams.
So, D'Amico, you always talk about the standard as a standard. Is this kind of what you envision December football being, when maybe like your defense didn't play up to your standard, which has been just phenomenal for this unit all season, but the offense picks it up some and special teams picks it up? Is that kind of coming together at the right time?
Yeah, no, it is. In December, you want to play, team football, right? Whatever it takes to get the win, that's really all that matters. And yesterday, we played really good team football. Our offense did a great job of getting out early, getting some scores, right, to get us up in the game. And our special teams played outstanding yesterday. Defense, they made stops when we needed to get stops. And so, going into December, whatever it takes. It may not always, never going to be perfect, right? We're always striving to continue to chase that perfection, knowing that it's not going to be perfect. But, man, I'm really proud of our guys for just finding a way to play together and playing to finish. I know we can finish every single time, and that's really what matters. Now, how do you finish games? You just want to finish with a win, no matter how it looks. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the football team, talking the day after a 40-20 victory over the Cardinals. I don't know about you, I found it fascinating, the bravado that I don't know that I always hear from D'Amico Ryans when he's talking about his style in this 4-3 defense. He's like, look, man, I know things that work. I've been a part of great defenses. I know what works.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. And I have nothing to the contrary, to be honest. I just was like, okay, D'Amico, no, you don't even have to question. I know.
I just got out of that. You're right, but I also got out of that. Gonna be an interesting week for the defense. He was not happy. As good as the win was, he was not happy with the defense.
Which
they've been so awesome for so long, but this one time he's like, all right.
But that's how you remain great, right?
Yeah.
That's how you remain great, is not allowing the standard to fall at all.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, that you get that performance from the defense, even still, 4 points above what the average is, and it's like, no, there was a lot. There was a lot left out there.
Sucked.
Has it felt like it's been the same on the offensive side the other way from D'Amico?
Oh, in terms of the what he commands?
Yeah.
I think so. He's been talking about we need to change things and like that.
All right. That was the thought that I had in that moment. We'll have more opportunities to delve into it. But you're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so the mixtape going to be a little somber today, man.
Oh, no.
We lost a lot of legends this past weekend, including a Hollywood director, a local media legend, and today came down, we lost an R&B legend. So we're going to go through it. We're going to talk about the good times, though.
Let's salute some legends next.
Your reaction starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sport Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I say it's going to be a little somber type of mixtape. Man, we lost a lot of legends in the past couple days, man. It's been crazy, and it's still going on. I'll tell you about a couple other legends we lost today as we've been doing this show. But the one that everyone is talking about is Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Reiner. They were found dead in their home, in their Hollywood home, or their home in California. And it's kind of threw everybody off because the original, I want to say, report was it was 2 bodies found at the Reiner residence. And then later on, it was confirmed that it was him and his wife in the home. But let's go to E! News with this story.
Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle are found dead in an apparent homicide. A source close to Reiner has confirmed to NBC News that Reiner and his wife were found dead in their home on December 14th, apparently of stab wounds. According to the Los Angeles Police Department, officers responded to a death investigation just before 4 p.m. local time on December 14th. Once inside the home, officers discovered 2 decedents. In a statement to Variety, Rob and Michelle's family says it is with profound sorrow that we announce the tragic passing of Michelle and Rob Reiner. We are heartbroken by this sudden loss, and we ask for privacy during this unbelievably difficult time.
So really sad situation, and I'm not sure if this is confirmed or not. I've been seeing a lot of mixed stuff, but allegedly they're saying that I guess it's their middle son, Nick, who could be responsible for this. And if you kind of know, I guess a little of the story, like the backstory of Rob and his son, I guess they had a lot of issues with Nick.
Reported substance abuse.
Yeah.
And all kinds of things reported.
And,
we'll see.
And I just seen recently, I guess Nick got into it really bad at, I think it was Conan O'Brien's Christmas party or something like that. I think I seen that from TMZ, and that was, I guess, before this all happened. But rest in peace. And I don't want, we ain't got to really, I mean, y'all got thoughts on this part of it. But we were talking before the show
just about Rob Reiner himself.
Yeah, just the run he been on as far as directing movies and all that stuff.
Well, you say director, and that's absolutely accurate. But he's really just an icon. I mean, he was a scene stealer. If you go back to movies like Wolf of Wall Street, he was on screen for about 10 minutes and stole scenes. He was a star. We go back to All in the Family.
I know him from just being Meathead.
He was on the
Michael.
He was on The Bear, as stealing scenes on The Bear. But as a director, and we were talking about this before the show, and this isn't a thought unique to me because it's been out there, but it's worth mentioning. You could argue that the best romantic comedy ever was When Harry Met Sally, directed by Rob Reiner.
89.
You could argue that the best court drama ever,
Few Good Men, 92,
directed by Rob Reiner. You could argue that the best coming-of-age movie of all time was directed by Rob Reiner. You could also argue that the best mockumentary of all time, and really set the standard and set Hollywood this path of mockumentaries, was
This is Spinal Tap.
Spinal Tap,
84.
So you're talking about like the best in 4 or 5 different categories ever was directed by him,
and a lot of them in the 6-year span at the early portions of his career as a director. Like these are early forays, and Spinal Tap literally the first of his directorial credits. So that's obviously really, really big when it comes to the history. If you're an entertainment fan in entertainment, I guess. So I guess, rest in peace to Rob Reiner, his family. And just to, make sure that it's solidified, because I know you were saying you didn't know the full details of it. NBC News has reported that Nick Reiner was arrested and booked on suspicion of murdering his parents. Obviously, we don't know officially, but that at least is something that has been reported.
Yeah, it's such a sad situation, man. And I want to say he was 78, I want to say. He was kind of up there, but it's never a good time to go away. But this is awful, man. It's so sad, man. I hate that this had to happen like this.
Oh, yeah, and we didn't include Princess Bride, which absolutely was his 87.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Princess Bride, too.
Man, that's a hell of a resume, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, rest in peace to Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, who was also, she was doing her thing at one point, too.
Well, she was a photographer by trade or by profession early on, and I think he changed the ending of When Harry Met Sally because he wanted that couple to end up together like he did with her. It was originally going to be that they ended up not together. And he changed the ending so they would end up together. That's crazy.
Man, again, rest in peace. As I continue on the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio says 10, another rest in peace to a Houston legend, man.
Yeah.
ABC's own, ABC 13's own, Dave Ward. He passed away at the age of 86, I want to say. I want to say he was 86.
Correct.
He was, I know I say Houston legend and all that stuff, but I think he might just be a legend in general, man, because he was in the Guinness World Record for the longest, I want to say, broadcast anchor.
Local anchor
for one station.
Yeah.
He held that record for, I want to say, over 50 years. So he started at ABC 13, I want to say, in 1966 and retired in 2017. So, and now that I got a little audio clip of him, this is after he started, after retirement. And he started a podcast.
Of course he did.
And so it's because I'm sure he would have thought he would have started a podcast in 1966.
Yeah.
But here's a little clip from Dave Ward on his podcast, and it features a kind of a guy we know around these parts.
Okay.
Hello, friends. I'm Dave Ward, and welcome to Dave Ward and Friends. This is a series of casual conversations with people I have met and friends I have made in my 60 years of broadcasting radio and television news in Houston. I'm very proud to have today the man who hosts the top-rated sports talk show in Houston on 610 AM, Sean Pendergast.
Hey!
Sean, thank you so much for being here, buddy.
Yeah, Dave, it's great to be here. It's an honor to be here. I know this podcast, I've seen who else you've had on this on these previous episodes so far, so it's quite an honor to be on this list and to be here in the Dave Ward building. This is great.
Salute to Sean Pendergast.
Shout out to Sean on that one.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna have to. You can search that episode on YouTube. Just type in Dave Ward, Sean Pendergast, and they'll pop right up.
Man, what a legend in the business of media. One of the things that I only recently learned is I didn't realize he was a college dropout, like Walter Cronkite. That was his idol was Walter Cronkite, and apparently he that gave him a level of courage to do this thing that he wanted to do because he's like, oh, well, I guess I can do it too. And I can't recall exactly. I think it might have been ABC 13 themselves, or maybe it was the Chronicle that had put together a little vignette about David Ward, talking about like his Hello Friends.
Oh yeah,
that thing that he did was very much to try and welcome people in, and in an age where the news media is one that is not trusted. Like, he facilitated a lot of the trust that we once had by, one, obviously his standard of excellence here in the city of Houston, but then also reminded folks that, hey, man, like, we're here for you in that way of just something as simple as, hello, friends, this is the news.
And an enormous, I'm not talking about like casual, hey, whatever, the Astros are in the World Series. I'm talking about a day-to-day enormous sports fan. Like, he followed it religiously.
Man,
big time.
Yeah, rest in peace. And salute to the Houston Texans. I see they did a little something in the press box, honoring Dave Ward. So salute to the Texans and rest in peace to a legend, man.
Yeah.
Gone but never forgotten.
Nope.
As I continue on the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610, this just came down, I want to say like 2 hours ago. R&B legend, Singer Carlton. and some of them. I mean, I hope everybody know who this is, but you should know this song right here.
Look at her, she's a bad mama jamma.
This song right here, he passed away. Well, the report came out a couple hours ago at the age of 72. I'm like, man, I got a confession about this song too, and this is when I was younger. I used to always think this was Stevie Wonder.
I can see how you
this sound like this sound like a Stevie Wonder type of pop right
I
here.
can absolutely see how you get there.
Yeah, it wasn't to as I got a little older and started doing research. I'm like, oh, that ain't Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And literally everyone has said "Bad Mama Jamma."
Yeah,
at
without
some
question.
point or another.
It found its way into the sports lexicon greatly.
Yeah, got found into wrestling.
Oh yeah.
Who used to say? Was it Chris Jericho? I think.
I can't recall. I know Sean is somewhere just
Eddie
yelling
Guerrero.
at his radio.
Eddie Guerrero. I think he used to probably. No, did he used to say? I can't remember. I think it was.
We've talked about it. We've said that on this show.
Yeah.
A Bad Mama Jamma right there.
Yeah. Yeah. So rest in peace to him as well. And then also that something that came down today. For those who used to watch General Hospital.
Oh, I saw that.
Is it Anthony Gary?
Really?
Yeah, passed away at the age of 78. He played Luke
and Laura.
Yeah, he passed away. That just came down not that long ago. So I'm like, man, I pretty much had to rip the rundown up a little bit. This was supposed to be like a little corner towards the end. But I'm like, man, that's a lot of rest in pieces.
Yeah, a lot of rest in pieces, and I mean, I don't mean to equate these things, but it also reminded me of it was a very harmful week, and when it came to football as well. We had a lot of injuries as well, so there was definitely some rough things about this weekend if you look at it.
Well, the Luke and Laura thing on General Hospital it put together primetime numbers when they had their wedding finally.
Oh, really?
That
was a big deal right there.
It was the big years of Luke and Laura. They hate each other. They love each other.
The Ross and Rachel, well before Ross and Rachel.
And their wedding, I'll have to look it up, but it ended up.
You used to watch General Hospital?
Well, All My Children was my number one, but General Hospital either came on right before or right after. So I was and everybody was into Luke and Laura.
Okay.
Yeah.
We probably need to do a segment on the different stories we used to watch.
Yeah.
We probably do a whole segment on that. And then I don't want to leave a bad note. I do want to give a special happy belated birthday to the one and only Dick Van Dyke.
Oh yeah, 100, right?
100, man. 100, man. And this is Dick Van Dyke. Somebody asked him, "How you feeling, man? To be 100 years old?"
Yeah.
I feel really good. But for 100, I have no pain, no discomfort. People say, "What did you do right?" And I say, "Don't ask. I don't know." I'm rather lazy, and I think I've always thought that anger is one thing that eats up a person's insides, and hate. I never really was able to work up a feeling of hate. The things I don't like, people I don't like and disapprove of. And my father was a person who was constantly upset by the state of things in his life and everything. And it did take him at 74 years old. I think that is one of the chief things that kept me going.
Good for him. God bless that man.
Yeah, man. Salute to him, man. I ain't gonna lie, he was a funny dude. If you watch some of those shows, the Dick Van Dyke show back in the day,
great physical comedy, but then also like just comedy in general.
He was just kind of just that dude that just I don't know. It's hard to explain, but like a linger type dude that just
and Mary Poppins.
Yeah,
I mean, and he could play a bad guy. Didn't he have a TV? He had a TV series for a while. And he could play a bad guy. No, I'm talking about like a dramatic TV series.
Did not know that.
For a while. And just legendary. By the way, I just looked it up. Luke and Laura episode, still the highest rated soap opera episode ever. More than 30 million viewers. It was crazy.
Dang.
All right, there you go. A salute and a rest in peace to a number of legends that passed. Here in the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, an interesting weekend in the AFC South as well. Let's go around the AFC South, see what's happening. We'll do that next.
Stock up the Texans offense after a 40-20 domination of the Cardinals.
We're getting hot at the right time. You know, we're trending up. You know, going into January. You know, we got to just keep this going. You know, it's going to be the one game at a time mentality. You know, one play at a time mentality. You know, then we'll look up at the end of the year and see where we're at.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 6.
Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A lot of things happening this weekend in sports. Obviously, your Texans getting a big victory that takes him to 9 wins on season, 9-5. Your Texans after a 40-20 victory. But then also, salute to North Shore, salute to C.E. King, and salute to Richmond Randall. All will be playing for a state championship after getting wins this weekend. So salute to them. We'll talk more about that probably tomorrow. I think John Lopez.
Yes, because there's a lot to talk about with
there is a lot. And then Prairie View A&M, salute on a fantastic season. Unfortunately, it didn't end the way that we wanted to with the Celebration Bowl. They got out to a 21-0 lead, and I think I was driving at that time or something. I was otherwise busy, and I was like, all right, cool, they did it.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out that no, they lost to South Carolina State.
Nope.
Quadruple overtime though.
Yeah.
So at least they made it a battle, but I was a little disappointed, but still a fantastic season that deserves to be celebrated nonetheless. Also happening this weekend, the AFC South had some interesting stuff happening. So let's do a quick edition of Around the AFC South. Choose your own adventure as always. Where would you like to start?
Oh, we got to start with the man, the mid-legend.
Dude.
You know who I'm talking about.
Phillip Rivers, 44 years old, restarts the 5-year window on the health insurance from the NFL. Shout out to him for that, especially with all the babies that he's got there. I got to give them 5 more years of insurance, which he did. He did, in fact, start, and he handled it pretty well.
I've seen that all over. How much of that was really a factor?
Oh, I doubt it.
None,
I think he just wanted to play football. He's a sicko that wanted to play football. And he did it. And he'll have wait 5 years to go into the Hall of Fame. That's neither here nor there. What is here? Pretty solid completion percentage, 120 yards, nothing crazy, 4.5 yards an attempt. That sounds about right. It was very much, 10 yards or shorter, hand the football off. But it felt like he very much was effective in the thing that you knew, using his brain. He knows exactly how to diagnose what's happening. He clearly knew the offense really well.
Yeah.
But you saw the veteran status of him checking out of things, and that makes sense. Even as a dude who just got up off the bench as a head coach at high school level, but also a dude who played in the NFL for a long time and knows the system very well.
That was a guy that knew that offense better than his head coach probably.
Maybe.
He knew where everybody was on the field and knew where his guys needed to be. I mean, his pre-snap stuff was like incredible in terms of how he was setting things up and lining up and where to put the ball. It was impressive. I mentioned I couldn't take my eyes off of it, just the phenomenon of it. And also the big brain on Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. Now that was the major headline in this. I thought I was more interested in the fact that their defense played so damn solid against the Seattle Seahawks offense that has been pretty damn good this year. Now Sam Darnold was okay. I don't think that he was great. I don't think that he was bad in this game, but they were able to hold Seattle to, for a large part of this game, single digits. They got to 18 points. Ultimately, the Colts lose. So it was a difficult game, but it was a lot closer than I thought it should have been going in. So it's a credit to the Colts. It's not going to do nothing for them because it feels like they're falling further and further out of the race.
They are. They had and probably would have won this game if not for some exceptional, and I mean exceptional game management by Mike McDonald while the Colts were about to go kick the go-ahead field goal, using his timeouts on the defensive side, saving, I think it was 47 seconds, ultimately getting the ball all the way up to near the 40-yard line, and then just a short field to get the game-winning kick. It was a head coach doing what a head coach, how he can impact the game.
Yeah, so the Seahawks 11-3 now. They continue to be one of the better teams in the league. Next for the Colts, a 10-4 San Francisco team on Monday night. It gets no easier for them. They'll deal with that, though. I'm interested to see if they end up bringing Richardson back. He's been cleared for return. So I just want to see what they're doing. I feel like that's the smart thing, right? Bring back Richardson and see if you can maybe gin something up for next year.
Is it? I mean, they still have a shot. Distant. Yeah.
I guess while they have a distant, but with the distant shot, you're just going to do the Phillip Rivers thing with the understanding.
Who would you trust more?
Well, Phillip Rivers clearly,
right?
But
all
right, maybe I'm over here, so I'm looking at it that way. All right, between Jacksonville and Tennessee,
my man said clearly.
I would like to figure something out there because there's no way this Phillip Rivers thing is just the way that they keep going.
That Phillip Rivers thing, I was just thinking some stuff that may be real disrespectful.
Okay, let's not be disrespectful in this moment. Well, you want to be disrespectful, clearly.
Like what?
Man, sometimes maybe we be acting like this football thing is a little harder than it really.
Oh, I think the game itself.
I'm just talking about of the amount of like that dude came in. I mean, let's just be honest. That dude did more directing at the line of scrimmage I've seen CJ do all season.
I honestly think, I'm curious what Clint thinks on this.
And that game, like he seemed like how the hell he pick up all of that? I mean, I know he's smart.
I just think he knows the offense better than
the terminology, everything. I mean, the terminology's got to be a little different from when he was with.
Oh, they made the comment in the game that it's as open as the playbook's been since Steichen got there.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
I think like I said, I feel like that may be disrespectful for some of those who run, but I'm just like, man, like that man walked out there, and Daniel Jones. Nobody has appeared to have more control and understanding of everything that was happening with people he just met.
Right. Well, I think I think it kind of speaks counter to what your point. Your point is right. Football is easy, basically, when you talk about tackling and blocking, right? But at that level, from the quarterback position, I think he just knew it better than anybody.
And he's seen a lot of football over his days. Ain't that right?
I mean, to me, the moral of the story is just the power of the cerebral aspect of the game.
Yes.
I mean, if you know something, offense like the back of your hand, if you've seen every pressure a defense can throw at you, if you know your limitations, which clearly he does now. If he didn't before, he does now.
And he played to him.
I'm not even talking about the play part. It's just like how
what he knows.
The ability to even entertain it.
Yeah. We were talking about like, hey man, maybe these guys here with the Texans, their offense, they got to, man, it's been 6, 7, 8 weeks. We got to get them together.
Mm-hmm.
This dude waltzed in there like Baker did that one time with the Rams. Been there 3 days and they come out and how the hell are we running 2 minutes? How do we know like sometimes it takes 10 weeks to get this offense together. Hell, how?
Yeah, but he's had 17 years.
7 years in the National Football League, and
I know he's had 17 years.
If you believe in the reporting, that he been on the phone with Phillip Rivers or with Shane Steichen all season long.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose to believe it that way,
I guess. Running over the offense.
No, but I love your point of I mean, you got guys that are doing it every day for the last 20 weeks, and we're talking about man, it's only been 20 weeks they've been in this offense. This guy walks in off the coaching field,
and he's like,
he's been coaching. I mean, he literally walks in off the Hall of Fame list.
I know he's played 17 years and he's a smart player, but damn,
he wasn't just pointing at the linebacker. He was pointing at the safeties.
We make it seem like it's going to take 2 years for you to really get to know the offense.
But I think we can't discredit the foundation that he has in football and how that shortcuts a lot of the stuff.
Like I said, I know I'm gonna come off disrespectful.
No, I think it's fair.
That dude had too much of the terminology, man. Like he been there with them all year. Like he's walking up, he's doing everything. He ain't just calling out the mic. He's telling. It's like. Damn! Do you know the offense better than Jonathan? I think I saw a couple players walk up there and ask him, "What do I do here?"
Yeah, I think he does.
That was just wild to me.
It was. I will agree with you in that. I very much was there.
If he hits the double move to Downs out of halftime, they win that game.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I mean, that gives them a 2-score lead, puts real pressure, and Indy's defense is lights out.
They were.
And I mean, you can argue that Downs has got to make that. I mean, it's a catchable ball. It just the ball was up early and way too high.
Yeah.
He threw that thing.
That was what was needed.
He threw a little raindrop from about 20 yards out. You know what I mean? But so I understand why it wasn't complete. But you complete that ball right there. It's a huge chunk play and another field goal, if not a touchdown.
Text line coming in. That's the same offense his high school team uses. I'm going to tell you what right now. If Shane Steichen and the Indianapolis Colts, they're just running the same exact offense that his damn high school team is, and Shane Steichen needs to add a little bit more to his offense. No, I'm gonna go out on the limb and say there's a little bit more to the Indianapolis Colts offense that had been the number one offense all season before Daniel Jones got ripped up.
It is Daniel Jones. Jokes aside, though. Apparently Schefter is saying that Steichen told reporters today that Phillip Rivers will start again. So we get to do it again and see what it looks like. Real quick before we go, because the Jags played the Jets. They got a big 48-20 victory. Did it feel like T-Law had, again, one of the best games of his career yesterday? 330 yards, 5 touchdowns?
Yeah, I mean, look, if anybody is surprised by Trevor Lawrence's...
Fair enough.
I didn't watch Trevor.
Well, I mean, what he threw 5 touchdowns and rushed for another one or something like that? But I mean, if anybody is surprised, and we don't it goes beyond Trevor now. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it shouldn't surprise anybody that they go out there and stomp a mud hole in somebody, or that they can go out there and put together a performance like that. Hell, that was the Jets. They had the ability to do it. What they beat the Chargers by 31-6 or 31-7. So I mean, like, the ceiling ain't the problem for the Jaguars. I was talking about this on a radio hit. Like, I don't know why. I just don't trust them.
I've been there for years, and I mentioned it today. This is the first time where I'm like, the Jags are going to jag. I've never said that lately. I think there's something there.
I talked to
We're
B.
going to
Scott.
find out Denver this week.
B. Scott said he gave that. He said he's going to stop talking about Trevor.
Yeah.
Well, I think it all. Now the interesting thing, 20 of 32 in this game, so definitely some more there to be made of. But he had 4 players with 50+ receiving yards, so he moved it around. The real test next week, Broncos. That's when it gets interesting. 12-2.
That's
Sunday at 3:05.
That's the one we need. We are huge Broncos fans. If they win that game, we beat Las Vegas. I believe that would put us in first place.
That's correct.
And it put us in first place with the Chargers and the Colts left on the so we really legitimately control our own destiny at that point in time.
Yeah. So that's what I'm gearing towards, and I will say Patrick Surtain looked just as good coming right back into the fold. So yeah, I think that'll be the one that we're looking forward to. That's a little around the AFC South, a little crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Courtesy of DNSing. And let's get you off and running here on a Victory Reaction Monday. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And but right now you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Note the big TV in front of you, gentlemen.
I heard y'all break the news, man.
Yes.
I heard y'all break the news.
I said, am I tripping?
No.
They broke the news on radio, Ron. We got a 60-inch TV in the studio.
Yeah, your glasses got real big and real strong all of a sudden.
Boy,
that's first class right there.
It's nice. But also first class right now. The drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live here on a Tyler brought back the Victory Monday shirt and a Reaction Monday as the Texans get their 6th straight victory, and they are well entrenched in the playoffs in the AFC, and they did what they needed to do against a bad Arizona Cardinals team. Put up 40 on them boys, put up a little 40 burger, and that's what their offense needed to do, But yeah, man, a big W for them. A lot to get to as they take care of business. I do want to start here. Remember, we're off early today. The D'Amico Ryan Show coming up right behind us as he will you'll hear from him a little bit after watching the film, doing his thing. He'll be on with the fellas right after we get done at 5 o'clock. But he did speak to the media earlier, and I think this right now coming off the game as we turn the page on a Monday is the biggest news. There, not a lot of times do we start talking about injury stuff unless it's really bad to start off on a Monday. But this is the very latest with the Texans injury-wise. Here is D'Amico discussing the injury situation with some of his players from yesterday.
For the injuries this week, unfortunately, Mario Edwards will be out for the season. He ruptured his pec, so he'll be out for the season. The other guys will be fine. We'll see how the week goes. Stingley had the oblique, and Woody with his ankle. We'll see how they progress throughout the week.
All right, so the big one there, another defensive lineman that they lose, interior defensive lineman that they lose for the year. They've lost Settle, and now Mario Edwards Jr. is out. And again, that's Foley Fatukasi. He was out before the season started. Kurt Hinish, they've declared him out before the season started. Not one of these guys are guys that you look at, Clint, you're like, man, you can't play without this dude. Can't play without him. Like, not one. But, Clint, when you start to lose several of these dudes, when multiple parts of them, now they're going to have to go, obviously, to the practice squad or outside of the building just to get bodies in here so they can have some depth. And going into this part of the year, it's right now they've got Tommy, Sheldon Rankins, and Naquan Jones. I mean, that's who they have right now on their depth chart when it comes to interior. I mean, Danico Autry is somebody that's got to jump in more. But man, they've got now Tim Settle, Heinisch, Edwards, and Foley all on IR and out for the season, that is starting to build up.
Well, they've taken a major hit at a position that was built. The way that particular position was constructed on this roster was we're going to have multiple guys that are well above, the depth player. All of them could respectively start in different systems. We're going to have him. We're going to rotate the hell out of him. We're going to stay fresh, and we're going to have 4 guys, if not 5 guys, that rotate and heavy rotate, and we're never going to have an exhausted player on the interior. To now, you're missing 4 guys that were going to be in the rotation to some degree, and to your point, you got more injured than you got healthy on the ESPN depth chart. Now, obviously, the practice squad over there is lengthy these days, and so they'll have people that can step in and provide a little bit of depth behind, as you mentioned, Sheldon Rankins and Togiai. But there, boy, it's going to be thin for a couple of weeks until they figure out what they're going to do there.
Yeah, and also, Clint, what have we probably said? If there is a, I don't even want to say weak, but if there is a space where teams feel like they got a fighting chance to attack this group, right? The secondary may be the best in the league. Their edge rushers are definitely the best in the league, especially depth-wise, too, when you could bring Barnett and Autry behind them. Their linebacking core, when healthy, is pretty good. The place that you look at is in the interior, and especially running in the interior. And we saw the Cardinals do a little bit of that yesterday, but in the interior, that's probably the place where there's maybe a weakness, and they're just losing guys now week after week. This is now 2 or 3 weeks. They've lost 2 or 3 guys for the season out of that group that was already the weak spot.
The only silver lining here is if you've got some depth on your practice squad, which I'm sure they do, now's the time to get them up and get them on the roster. But if there is anybody on the streets right now, I can't remember who. There was a big defensive lineman. Now he may have gotten claimed, or maybe already be re-signed with the team, that was released a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure he was healthy. But where I'm going with this is that is one position where at that middle of the road guy, there seems to be a lot of movement on and off of rosters. So you talk about guys that may be on the streets right now. There may be some interior guys that you can get in here now, get them on the practice squad, get them tuned up to where they can actually be ready to play. If indeed being on the streets has taken them out of playing shape, if they can get there by come playoff time. So I'd be shocked if they don't have several options that can help get to the end of the season or can help them the next couple of weeks. But if there is a game changer out there on the streets, I would think that the Texans would make that move, and you got a couple of weeks to get them ready if indeed they're not in necessarily game shape.
And then also, as he said there, Derek Stingley, who left the game with the oblique, that's something he's been dealing with since the early part of the year. And then Woody Marks, he left the game with the ankle. Those are other 2 guys that are injured. That he said they should be fine, and we'll see the rest of the week with those guys. But yeah, those are some pretty big news coming out of that blowout victory.
He made last night in the post game. He mentioned that Woody could have went back in the game had he needed to, but Jawar was obviously handling the rock well and handling the running back duties well, and so they thought it'd be best he'd sit on the sideline. So now, other than the fact that he went in there and got re-injured or whatever he did, aggravated whatever was already injured, he did get 3/4 of football off, and Jawar Jordan did get out there and play some. So. That was a good thing. And I don't like to read too much into it, but you can tell a lot of times by the tone of D'Amico on these injuries. Usually if there's a chance somebody's not going to play or if it's a sensitive topic, it's one of those it's simply, we'll see how the week goes. I mean, he literally said, those other guys, they'll be, we'll see how the week goes. You know what I mean? So it's one of those where if you're reading into how he said it, what he said, it seems like they're going to be they'll probably be ready to go.
Yep. You brought up with Woody Marks could have come back in, but didn't because they were in good control with Gerard Jordan. 15 carries. The first 100-yard rusher that the Texans have had this season. Also caught 2 balls for 17 yards. There was a lot in that game. The Texans took control of that thing pretty early. Was that the number one takeaway was for me. Was that the number one takeaway coming out of that game for you? Was the performance of Jordan and seeing what was behind Woody Marks?
Yeah, I mean, because you look at that game. I mean, you hit the nail on the head early last week when you highlighted how many teams were 35, averaging 35 points, giving up the last 5 games or whatever. I mean, that was a team, especially in hindsight, looking back on Sunday, that was a team that, you did exactly what you should do, is go out there and handle your business. And so I looking at it as a game where you go, okay, what good? Let's keep everybody healthy if we can, which we didn't do a very good job of that with Mario Edwards going down. But on the flip side of it, did we figure anything out that gives our team another chance, right? Do we know more today than we knew, Friday afternoon? And I would say, yeah, Jordan obviously went out there and played well. And this is not just a flash in the pan, guys. I mean, he was the story. I mean, I got tired of hearing John Lopez talk about him during training camp. I mean, it was one of those, like, he had a hell of a training camp. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he was popping off the screen because you remember Nick Chubb came in late and was injured, and Woody Marks was a freshman, a rookie, and then Joe Mixon was nowhere to be found, but Pierce was injured, and so he was getting all the run. And so I think this is real. I think they trust him. I think they've seen enough to know that he's a little bit of a difference maker back there. And what an outing yesterday, man. The ability to step in.
Were you surprised?
Yes.
You surprised?
Yeah, I mean, hell, 100 yards? Yeah.
But not just 100 yards, but the way it, like.
The whole thing. I mean, to a running back, for him to be able to jump in, and when Woody goes down and go, okay, I'm gonna assume all the running back duties here moving forward. It wasn't like they were forced in a position where Dare Ogunbowale had to take a bulk of the load. It clearly something that they trusted Jor with, and so the ability to step right in there and have no obvious mental errors that got your quarterback hit or hurt or whatever. I mean, it looked like the quarterback never went the opposite direction from the running back. Everything was clean. The operation was clean. That alone was impressive. But when you look at him in particular, the contact balance that you always hear D'Amico talk about, I think was blatantly obvious with him. The vision, the cutbacks that he had, a couple of cutbacks, one of them for a monster gain. That was big time. The overall speed, just the ability to go get 50-plus yards was there. That you mentioned he caught 2 balls out of the backfield. I thought he caught the football very naturally, which we saw him do in training camp as well. I think it's very real. And you look at Jawar Jordan, Ron, I think now that game is behind us, moving forward, what did we learn? Well, we learned that Jawar Jordan is up to the task. And it happens to be at a spot where your top 2 guys are dinged up, and so you may need that depth a lot more down the stretch here than you thought. And so it's comforting to know you got a guy that they can trust.
Listen, I don't want to jump to too high of a conclusion here. I don't. But I'm watching that, and we'll see some more, and I think we'll see some action for him against the Raiders coming up next week. By the way, Aaron, I need 8 tickets. But I think we may see
8.
Just
8. Did you hear this, Tyler?
The Ocho?
This 8.
He just went.
That's the Raiders, man. Come on, man. Nobody's coming to that. Come on, man.
I mean, everybody's coming to Texas.
You ignored me. You ignored me to the Tampa one, guy. You ignored me with the Tampa one, Aaron.
Oh, you put it out there, huh?
Oh, I did.
Might have been because you asked for 8.
I didn't ask. I sent emails and personal text messages. I'm just saying. And I know your mama's listening, Aaron. So mama text her. Let her know I need 8.
6 straight. 2
anyway, let's not go over the top here. Let's not get out of what the conversation is.
Okay.
All right, I need 8 though. But hey, man, I'm watching that. Hey, Tyler, I'm a good week away from. It looks like they found their backup running back.
They might have their 2 deep for the future, huh?
Listen, hell, the future. I'm talking.
Today for the future. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like Nick Chubb, who, hey, God bless him. It occurred, but I'm not going to sit here and say that was Saquon Barkley I watched yesterday in that 26 jersey, but we hadn't seen that type of, energy, that type of. What's the word I'm looking for? Juice coming out of the backfield from Nick Chubb, right? Yeah. Nick Chubb is like, hey man, if he gonna get you more than 6 yards, he probably gonna run over about 3 people and maybe drag somebody. And hey, it's an impressive run. But my man Gerard Jordan was getting out into the open field, getting untouched. Now, obviously, I know that was an Arizona Cardinals team that I believe is on the 2 count of 1, 2, 3 Cancun. I believe they are ready to rock and roll, and they have been terrible down the stretch defensively. So I don't want to get too crazy. But, Clint, we hadn't – I mean, only Woody Marks has shown that type of juice, explosiveness from Gerard Jordan. And he picked up the blitz, and he was able to do all those other things that we'd only talk about with running backs. Hey, man, I don't know. I don't know, boy. Like, I don't think Nick Chubb has 100 yards on those 15 carries, if that was him.
No, he doesn't. No, it's a different type of back. There's no question. And I think I think it's a very valid point of what do you do moving forward if everybody's healthy. The good thing is for D'Amico and Nick, not good, but the decision is going to come down to, hey, man, do we want to rest one of our top 2 guys? And if we do, we got a really good answer in Jawar. Right now, that's the answer. But if he continues to go off and play as well as he did, does he move up the depth chart when it comes games that actually matter, which is the final 3 this season?
We've been watching games, Glenn. I mean, Nick Chubb, he'd probably get you now lately. Probably get you 5 to 7 carries for about 17 yards. It feels like something like that. Feels like Gerard Jordan is potentially turning, at least from what we saw yesterday, more than that. And again, give him a little bit more leeway, and we'll see. Like, I know it's just one game, so I don't want to go crazy. He could get it back there.
I mean, the wheels have to come completely off for him not to threaten Nick Chubb for his job. I mean, that was impressive. I mean,
Nick Chubb's not doing what he did for 50 yards in the open field.
No, unless the thought is on a complimentary back that can get 2 yards after contact, and then obviously Nick Chubb, I think, is going to win that battle. But he made a strong case for the top 2 in this running back room when games matter and games are on the line.
See, the text line always just takes it too damn far.
What happened?
We got Jawar gives Jahmyr Gibbs capabilities.
Yeah, no, that ain't.
Now, see, man, we just out here trying to have a good time and enjoy what Gerard Jordan did. Now you got to go and do this.
You put him in the conversation with the best in the league, most electric in the league, didn't he?
Man, you ain't seen no damn Jahmyr Gibbs capabilities. What you talking about, man? Let's get our players of the game, man. 713-572-4610. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? We do it every Monday. We'll do it next.
All right, fast breaks, buzzer beaters.
information and hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Victory Monday and Reaction Monday here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Remember, we're off at 5 o'clock. The Coaches Show, D'Amico Ryan.
Is that a new shirt, new Victory Monday shirt, or did you just say the Victory was good enough to put that old dirty one back on?
No, I fixed it.
Really?
We got a little more time with this one before I got to get another one.
I mean, what's the secret, man? You got them old pit stains out of there?
How'd you fix it?
Well, they weren't stained yet, but I worked on it with some products at the house.
And it passed the wife's eye test, huh? And she let you walk out with it. Well done. Victory Monday. The old shirt's back on.
Yeah, and it didn't affect us at all on Sunday that I didn't wear last week. So that's
I felt like had I not reprimanded you, you would have left it in the garbage.
What were the home remedies you used?
Oh, I don't know the name of them. I used several products on it.
Whatever, anything in the house, man, get them pit stains out. When you win 40-20, man, you go desperate measures, man. You just get it done.
Some spray and wash, some grandma's old recipe shoe cleaner. Yeah.
Okay, so a collective, several items.
Yeah, collective of chemicals.
We will get to the Man Eye Institute player of the game. You can text yours in. I see some people texting theirs in already, but we do have action, fellas. Aaron. She messed
Power Radio.
Aaron sent me a screenshot from her mother. Hey, Mama Kapner. Ron needs 8 tickets for the Raiders. Said he knows your mother is listening, and I need to text you. Said you didn't get him tickets for the previous game he asked for. I think he deserves them. Well, Aaron, I think you know what you need to do then.
I mean, I think that is tremendous.
It is.
Is she going to be able to come up with 8, you think?
Yep. Yeah, she is. 8 right there. Listen to your mother. Okay?
8, do you feel comfortable asking for that?
I do. I do.
I mean, no checkup at all?
No checkup.
Like before you said that number, you didn't think, oh, this could get dicey?
No.
Not at all?
No. The bit worst she can do is say no. Now a little pressure's on, though. Because last time she just didn't say anything, which I guess was no, but, nothing. Mom's right there for it. Yep. Just saying. There it is. Got to get those tickets, Tyler. All 8 of them. Just want you to know, Nick can't wait to get there. He's 5. Come on. Let him in the building. He's ready. He's excited.
He would get excited. I mean, that's sweet life for a youngster like that. I mean, it's exciting for all of us.
Saying,
but it's
man,
really
8
exciting
big ones. There it is.
8 of them, man. I mean, who all you got? 1, 2, 3. You got 5 in the family. And the mom and in-law. Your mom and in-laws
sliding in. Well, I don't count. I got my own ticket.
Oh, it's not even counting you.
No, I got my own ticket. Right, I can slide in there. Yeah, man, it's good times. Hey, man, I don't have to give a breakdown of who all's going to you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
8 of them. Thanks, Ma. We sat down in that suite together. Me and Aaron's mom had some long conversations.
Last time you asked for 10 tickets?
No, I didn't. That was. I think I had to ask for 15 on that one. But no, I won't put her conversation out there. It's obviously confidential. But she had to get some things off her chest about the team. Yeah, I was in a tougher spot than they are right now. All right, let's do it. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute, see life better. Clint Stoerner, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Mine's C.J. Stroud. I thought C.J. Stroud from jump executed very, very cleanly. I thought he managed the if and when you need to take risk very cleanly. And look, I think there's. We mentioned when CJ got healthy that Nick Caley's coming back. When he comes back, Nick Caley's better. The O-line's better. I think CJ deserves a little love for the fact that the quarterback product has been better. It seems like he's taking steps every week. Dalton Schultz was in the postgame last night with us, and live in the postgame with us, and unprovoked. We asked about CJ. but unprovoked talked about the taking command and the leadership aspect he's been impressed with. So 22 of 29 for 260, 3 touchdowns in a game versus an NFC opponent where the only way that opponent is going to keep up with you, the only way that opponent is going to be in the game in the fourth quarter, the only way this is going to be a one-score game was if this offense didn't handle their business, if they turned the football over, if the quarterback play was sloppy. And I thought CJ was tremendous. And I thought he did it in a way of, up until late in that fourth quarter, I guess it was, Nico didn't have but one catch. So he spread the football around to a lot of different players. And he the brand of quarterback he played yesterday is one, what you'd expect against a lesser opponent like that, but two, what the quarterback play needs to look like, and they want the quarterback play to look like in this offense. So I got to go with C.J. Stroud as my Man Eye Institute player of the game.
Tyler Milner, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? Somebody texted and said I go with Nico. Who's yours?
Yeah, I got to go with the guy y'all talked a lot about the first segment today. Running back Jawar Jordan stepped in when Woody went down, did a hell of a job. Final numbers, 15 carries for 101 yards. That is a 6.7 yards per carry average, and he put 2 receptions on top of that for 17 yards, one of which was a big 14-yard catch. So I'm going with Jawar Jordan.
Yeah, as we talked about it, man, he came out of nowhere in this game and was special big time. We have been talking about old Schrader maybe getting some time, and they cut his ass loose before the game.
Elevated Jawar Jordan.
And then he came in and as Tyler just talked about, really cut loose in this game. My Man Eye Institute player of the game is Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz was and has been really, really good during this season. And, he just seemed to be there all the time. Another 7 catches in this game. I know the other tight end on the other side went off in Trey McBride, but Dalton Schultz was really, really good. By the way, did y'all know that touchdown Pharaoh Brown was still playing football?
Still playing?
I did not know.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
What number was he stuck
49,
with?
baby.
Oh, God.
Rocking
49,
at 49.
man.
Oh, touchdown Pharaoh Brown. He's still in the league, baby.
That one. But Dalton Schultz, man, do you know Dalton Schultz? As Ocho would text in, let me interest you in a stat. You know Dalton Schultz has climbed to 6th in the league amongst yards from tight ends.
Right now?
Yes.
This season?
Yes, right now. He is at 650. He is 6th in the league in yards for tight ends.
Look,
so he has come back. And when you run the way they did, and he's out there, today is not the day because I just want to be nice. But we'll have to talk about Blake Fisher. But when he's like the way they ran the tight ends out there, he is clearly night and day from what he was when it comes to that from last year. But man, he's something special.
Yeah, no, he's on pace to have his best year of his career. I think he had 808 yards that year in Dallas, his best year in Dallas, and so he's on pace to have a better year than that from a yardage perspective. He tied the Texans franchise record for tight ends catches by a tight end with Owen Daniels, I believe it was, had 70, and that's where I believe that's where Dalton Schultz is at. And so, yeah, man, he's having a hell of a year. And most impressive part of it for me, obviously, after last year, is how physical he has been and how willing of a blocker he's been this year. It's been a hell of a year. It's been impressive, man.
All right. Those are our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Jawar Jordan, C.J. Stroud, Dalton Schultz. Man Eye Institute, see life better. Coming up, if you missed it, there is some injury news. There's one that's really tough because Mario Whitworth Jr. is out for the season. But then D'Amico talked about 2 other guys, and I wonder, does the opponent next week factor in their approach with some of these guys that are nicked up? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, get down to Tom.
Here's Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up at 3 o'clock, we will hear from the people. We will hear from you coming up at 3 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. If you missed it, D'Amico Ryans talked about injuries yesterday. You got that, Tyler? Let's hear from D'Amico. He spoke earlier. By the way, D'Amico will have the coaches show coming up behind us tonight, not tomorrow or whatever I was saying. Not tomorrow, but today, 5 o'clock as we get done. But this was him talking about injuries from the game yesterday.
For the injuries this week, unfortunately, Mario Edwards will be out for the season. He ruptured his pec, so he'll be out for the season. The other guys will be fine. We'll see how the week goes. Stingley had the oblique, and Woody with his ankle. See how they progress throughout the week.
All right, let me go to the number one Texans fan that I know. Larry, no. Tyler,
hold on, so.
Hey, Tyler, let me, and the people, you can jump in on this, 713-5724-610, YouTube and Twitch. We understand about the Mario Edwards news. That's tougher. We talked about that in the first segment. But Derek Stingley has the oblique. He's been fighting that. Woody Marks has the ankle, foot thing. He's been fighting that. They played a sorry-ass Raiders, in which I'll be at with 8 tickets. The game in the suite. They play the Raiders, who's just coming off of a 31-0 ass kicking in Philly. You remember Philly was in a bad spot. Then they ran into the Raiders. By the way, the Raiders 32nd in total offense, 32nd in points scored per game at 14. In your mind, from a fan perspective, then we'll get the quarterback perspective. From a fan perspective, would that change your approach about how you handle these guys with these injuries? Like, neither one of these guys finished the game in Stingley and Woody Marks. It is the Raiders. You want to win games. You got them at home. But if obviously if it's another team, maybe the Chargers, maybe you look at this different. But playing the Raiders, would that change your mind about who you play?
To a degree, yeah. Absolutely, to a degree. Now, I got to find the faith and trust in the shot callers over there at NRG that make these decisions on who's going, who's not, how many snaps.
It's not the Astros.
Yeah. I got to trust them here, and if I see them out there, trust that that's okay. But absolutely, there's got to be some kind of consideration with that. But until something's guaranteed, whether it be winning the division, getting that wild card spot, whatever that results in playoffs for the Texans, I am perfectly good with seeing everybody that they think is available out there and playing on game day for the Texans.
You know how these guys run about these, how they go about things here. Because I'm thinking twice here, right? Because you need those guys. You need those guys for the stretch. And I don't know how bad it is. Really, they know. Do you think that's even a consideration right now?
No.
You don't think so?
Nope. If they're healthy, they're
healthy enough.
They got to be all hands on deck. You got to go handle your business against Las Vegas. The only nothing about the opponent changes how you approach the game. Now, if you want to look back on how George Jordan did in this previous game, and now you feel like you got a guy you can trust, and you got a couple of banged up running backs that
throw Nick Chubb in there too.
One of them needs a little more rest. Then that I'd look back at the Arizona game and make some decisions, but no, not because of who the opponent is this week. No chance.
Text line saying I'd rest Stingley, but I'd play Woody. I'd be the opposite. I'd play it by ear. Yeah, I play it by ear. Like, because to me, if we go by I know I heard Woody could have gone back in, if the game mattered. And obviously, the game mattered, or if the game was in doubt. I just wonder is the thought of like he could play if this was a playoff game and we needed it, but like, cause I think they can thump the Raiders pretty good without either one of them, personally, especially where the Raiders are right now. I
feel like they could whoop the Raiders and you could probably pick five guys.
We got Little Hands, I think, didn't Little Hands start? Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett's in there. Gino right now.
Yep.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, I think you could probably take 5 guys if you're picking of what's the head coach over there, old gray-headed fella?
Oh yeah, Pete.
Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll can select the top which 5 you want, and they can sit out. And I think the Texans still whoop their ass. But that don't. You can't approach it. You got to approach it in a way of, man, if they're healthy, they got to go.
Text line coming in. You sit both Marks and Stingley. If they can't win without those two, you don't deserve to win.
Yeah, that sounds good in theory right now, but let that happen and that come true.
Yeah, I know the coaches don't really, generally, you would think, approach it that way. But I do think, obviously, I don't think you treat this like a playoff game, right? Like if there's, I don't.
Well,
think
I think if there's any way that DeMeco Ryans can look his team in the eye and go, hey, Woody and Stingley are inactive this week because they just can't go. It's just not. It's best for the team down the stretch. If they don't go, they ain't. But if they're out there and they're able to practice and you set them anyway and they're able to play and you don't play them, yeah, man, that's playing with fire. At this point in time, no. If guys are healthy, all hands on deck. We all go out there, play, handle your business the way that you should, and maybe you get the fourth quarter off.
Yeah. So that's the latest there with those 2 guys in particular. Obviously, Mario Edwards Jr. out for the season adds another name to the list when it comes to D tackles.
Now that one hurts.
Yeah, that one does hurt. What didn't hurt was the offense coming to play the way they did, Clint. I know I said it all last week, and I will say it again this week with this Raiders team. Although the Raiders aren't as bad defensively as the Cardinals have shown to be down the stretch. We talked about it going into this game, that the Cardinals had given up 35.5 points a game over their last 5 in their 5-game losing streak. They'd given up 40 points 3 out of the 5 games. And the Texans' offense has been struggling, right? They've been either at least very inconsistent, where they would just go through stretches where they weren't playing. Well, they put up 40 in this game. Now, obviously, we could look at a few things. Clint don't love kicking 5 field goals, but still, I don't give a rip. You got to 40 against this team, and that's what you needed to see. We needed to see this offense come out and be able to do some things, and they go right off the bat, and they go 57 yards to their big play guy and score a touchdown before you can even get to your seats, and then it continued. So, to me, yes, the Cardinals are a bad defense, but they did what they needed to do. We needed to see some signs of, all right, they got to be able to do something against this team. It shouldn't look like a pulling teeth 13, 17, 20-point game. And they looked exactly what you would hope they would look like for a team that has thoughts of making a big run.
Yeah, look, I think what was beautiful about Sunday was obviously winning by 20. But the if you look at how that game, every time that the Cardinals threatened to get back in the game, the Texans made a huge play to shut down every thought that they had the ability to. You look at the Knoll return to out damn near midfield that after they scored a touchdown and they got it to a 2 or 3 score game, boom, that swings it, you go get points. And then it's Jawar Jordan maybe the next drive, I think, where he goes 50 yards and swings field position, you end up scoring points. And then all of a sudden you look up and they're driving and they're going to make it a 2-score game, and who has an unbelievable pick in the end zone? Kamari Lassiter. So, I mean, they just made – every time the Cardinals threatened for this thing to be a game and for the Texans to feel threatened at all, they made a monster play to keep them off the board, or they made a monster play to score points immediately following them scoring points. And so, yeah, it was a hell of a game. It was complimentary. There wasn't as many sacks as I thought. I needed 5 or more sacks. I heard some people out there asking for 8 sacks. You only had a couple of sacks, so it wasn't as dominant up front as you would like it to be versus Jacoby Brissett. However, it was a 3-score winner.
No, it was, and their offense putting up 40. That's and this was Arizona's defense. This wasn't like the Ravens earlier in the year where they had a bunch of practice squad guys that just got to the team. This was their defense, and they played really well and did what they needed to do. Nico got going. Dalton Schultz got going. They got the running game. They were very balanced. That was exactly what they needed to do. All right, let's open up the phone lines to you. It's a Monday. We've been doing this all year, hearing from you, 713-572-4610. Tyler will get you on. We looked at arguably this team's best offensive performance of the year Sunday against the Cardinals, putting up 40. And we understand this team is going to go to the playoffs. I will say to you this. Do you feel like the offense can consistently play well enough for this team to have a potential dream season? Are you watching this? Do you feel like they can play well enough for this team to have a dream season? 713-572-4610. Let's hear from you coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that
to enrollment.
KILT. KILT FM 82 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday as the Texans win their 6th straight ball game, taking care of business by 20, putting up 40 on the Arizona Cardinals. The phone lines are open. Tyler will take your call, 713-572-4610, 3 o'clock. So Mondays, we turn it over to you, and the starting block to me. That may be the best performance we've seen offensively for this team. Do you feel like this offense can be consistent enough to play and put this team in position to have a dream season, right? We feel like we understand what the defense is going to do. They have carried this team, and they've carried this team to some wins where they're really you would hope would have done more. It maybe could be an issue when they play better teams. But we've watched them. We've now seen 3 games with C.J. Stroud. 713-572-4610. You can call in. Also, you can text in, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you think this offense can play consistently well enough for this team to have a dream season? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I think that consistent being the key word here. Now, they may get to a point and lack the firepower.
Yeah.
That some of these offenses have. That's fine. I mean, but when you talk about the confidence meter in this team's ability to go and consistently put a product out there that's not turning the football over, that's complementary football, that's can take advantage of the opportunity that this defense presents, and play efficient, clean football to win low-scoring games. Yeah, I feel pretty confident that this team can consistently do that. You know, one thing off of yesterday's game, Ron, I don't know that score 40 points did a whole lot for me, as in, boy, this team is explosive. Boy, this team can go rattle off a bunch of – but what it does do, and with this run of games that they've won, 6 straight games they've won, I think the floor for this offense has risen. I don't know where the ceiling is, and I wouldn't bet that the ceiling has moved much at all. It's low, and I don't think it's moved much at all, to be honest with you. But I think the floor has risen, and I think when you look at how we're built, defensively we're really good, and you just want to be opportunistic on offense, safe on offense, minimize risk on offense. I think they're learning how to do that. C.J. Stroud is learning how to do that, and I think they can do it consistently. How far can the defense take us? We'll see.
Yeah, text line coming in. No, the offense has an Achilles heel, and it is scoring when they have goal to go. Our guy Joe Robichaux, granted, they scored 40 yesterday, but in the red zone performance still sucks. The people are really texting in about the red zone as the problem. Like I said earlier, love can 5 field goals or getting a touchdown that you accidentally snap through your quarterback's hands and it bounces perfectly to the running back on 3rd and goal that gets you in. I can understand people with their concerns when it comes to really getting in the red zone, especially goal to go.
I mean, my pushback to that is every team we play moving forward is going to have very similar problems versus our defense.
Yeah.
So it's not you're not going to bump up again. They've had success with these guys, but they've got Josh Allen's number. Joe Burrow and Pat Mahomes aren't going to be in the playoffs. Lamar may miss the playoffs. I mean, so when you look up, I mean, you got a bunch of guys that have played very little playoff, if any, very little to any playoff football, and are going to struggle against our defense as well. So whatever problems you sense our offense has, you better believe that our opponent's offense is going to have those same issues because they're playing against the best defense in football.
Yeah. All right, we'll head to the phone line, 713-572-4610. The phone lines are open. do you see this offense being able to be consistent enough for this team to have a special dream season? Go ahead, Derwin. Kick this thing off. How you look at it?
Hey, man, look, the offensive line has shown some development. The biggest thing in the offseason was that coaching change that they made. And when you look at the sacks, last year we gave up 54 sacks. So if we don't give up more than 4 sacks, I believe, over the next 3 games, we're going to have almost 20 less sacks. A lot of that is on CJ. But this offense is coming along. Are they lighting it up? Absolutely not. But they have made some serious progress as it relates to giving CJ time to throw the ball. And when he has time to throw the ball, he does a good job, man. 138 quarterback rating, that ain't nothing to shake a stick at. But real quick, Ron, wherever Gardner Minshew has gone, he's ended up playing. Every single place he's been a backup, he's ended up playing, man. When y'all get done, y'all need to get a new backup for next year, man.
All right, I appreciate you, Derwin. Yeah, well, we'll see what he's going to do these next few games here. But, no, like to what he said, though, Clint, the thing is they don't have to light it up. And I think that's the point you were getting to about other teams. No, the Texans don't have to light it up. That's why I said they just have to be consistent, right? Like they just have to avoid the second halves they had last week in Kansas City. They got to avoid the first halves they had in Tennessee, right? They just and to me, again, I don't love kicking 5 field goals, but how can you get to 20?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How can you get to 20 in many of these games? So, I think I love the point of the offensive line. That was one I was going to watch this week because they struggled, especially in that second half last Sunday night. But they were much better in this game against the Cardinals, and with the exception of Max Crosby, should probably be all right against the Raiders. So you good to see that pickup. But yeah, they just have to be consistent with protecting the football, making the plays that are there, and being able to extend drives by picking up third downs.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have to have a good game plan for about a quarter. I mean, you shoot against Kansas City, against a really good defense that has the ability to dial up pressures in a way that you've shown you can't handle multiple times now over a couple of years. And you still went out there, and with this defense, you still won 20-10. You still won by 2 scores, right? What'd you do? Well, when the defense laid it in your laps, when Andy Reid laid it in your lap, you went down and you scored a touchdown.
Advantage of it, yep.
Right? You took advantage of it. And I think this offense has the ability to do it. And I think C.J. Stroud is playing better. The offensive line is playing better. We've covered it a million times over the last 2 weeks. The fact that Woody Marks is getting more runs, 70+% of the snaps when he's healthy. You know, the fact that yesterday they went heavy Jawar Jordan. I think a month ago they would have been heavy Dare Agumbawale and just been okay with getting out of there with a win. But instead you put a more electric, younger, better skill set, better athlete, ultimately just a more electric player out there than Dare Agumbawale, and they stuck with it. So I think they're operating a little bit differently. We're not rotating left guards anymore. We got guys locked in positions, and we're playing well. It seems like the tight end room is much healthier with obviously the return of Cade Stover. Now the one thing that you can say is what the hell's happened to Higgins the last 2 weeks? He's kind of fallen off, where before he spent about 2 or 3 weeks where he was really the guy that seemed to be having a lot of success opposite Nico Collins. But what's really happened to him? But you've won through it, so it really doesn't matter. It just what they're doing makes sense. And I mean, surprise, surprise, when you do that and you stick with the best players you have on the field more often and you stick with it, they improve, they learn the offense, the quarterback plays better, the quarterback has a better chance to play at a high level. He's doing that. So it's pretty convincing that they're at, again, the bar is low now. We're not having an explosive conversation. We're just having to take advantage of mistakes and be consistent. I think they can do it, man.
All right, Corey, jump in here. You've watched this team, Corey. They may have had their most impressive performance. Do you think this offense can play well enough for them to have a special season?
It's a yes, but also we need either Higgins or we need Christian Kirk to step up because we need a true number 2 receiver. We can't just be dependent on Dalton Schultz to keep catching balls like that. We need somebody to step up. And I also believe that if we score over 21 points, we should have a good chance of winning any game in the playoffs. But we know that Josh Allen's like a different beast in the playoffs, bro. He's going to turn it up. We probably might end up seeing Buffalo again. But as long as CJ stays upright and he cuts down on the mental mistakes, I think that we could do a very good job of having a special season, especially with the defense. But also, on the last thing, do y'all know if Tank Dell is coming back? We could use his explosiveness on offense, and we're going to need that going down the stretch because these are like tune-up games getting ready for the playoffs. So we could consistently grow during the year, and we could go play in the cold, and we could prove we play in the cold like we did against Kansas City. I think we might be ready for a very special year, and thank y'all.
Appreciate the call, Corey. Guys, just let the Joe Mixon and Tank Dell stuff go. They're not coming back.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I've seen people text that in. I usually don't respond to it just because those guys aren't coming back.
I mean, Phillip Rivers, on the eve of Phillip Rivers playing after coming smooth off the Hall of Fame list, makes you think that maybe one of those guys could come back. I don't know. I just don't think. I think the way Tank Dell plays, how explosive he is, and how important change of direction is for his game. This isn't about just running. I just think that it would take weeks of practice. It would take weeks of full speed routes for him to even have a chance, and we're just
he's not
there.
even starting.
I don't think
not even gotten on the practice field. Yeah. I'd let that go again, but to what Corey said, now we'll jump to you. We'll get to you, John, here in a bit. To what Corey said, like they need. I mean, hell, man, they just need one of these guys to step up in the game, right? Like again, man, it's not. You said it, 21, a race to 21. How can that be? Maybe your defense helps you. Maybe you just can't. I mean, you just cannot have what they had, like 5-6 straight possessions where you just do nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Or just go like you can't have 36-yard halves like they've had and expect that you're going to be able to pull things off. All right, John, where's your confidence level at? Are you confident that this offense can be consistent enough for them to get to where they want to get to?
Yes. Hello, is this me?
Yeah, it's you, John. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry. Yes. So I'm a longtime Houston fan, so forgive me. I'm used to looking for problems because I've been bitten too many times. So I got two things I'm worried about right now. Throughout the whole game against the Cardinals, I didn't see one example of CJ changing up, having to change up the calls at the line of scrimmage based on what he was seeing from the Cardinals defense. I think because they're so bad, probably he didn't need to. And I'm worried about him needing to change calls at the line of scrimmage based on what the defense is giving him, particularly against a defense like Denver, if we happen to meet them in the playoffs. The other thing I'm worried about right now, if we're talking about giving Jawar Jordan extended snaps based on what we saw against the Cardinals, I'm seeing somebody who I'm worried about the way he carries the football. I don't see that ball high and tight. I see that ball exposed away from the body, and I'm worried about, again, going up against a defense like Denver, who knows how to punch that ball away. I'm worried about what that might do in a playoff scenario. Again, I'm a longtime Houston fan, so I'm used to looking for problems. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call, John. Listen, all of the Jawar Jordan stuff, like we just really have the one game to go off of. I think we need to see more in how he performs past that. But listen, man, it's a question for your opinion, and you get that. Hey, listen, I won't argue if you look at this and you think, man, there's some things I'm concerned about. Yeah, there are some things to be concerned about, right? And it's fair because you're going to need your offense to play a certain way for you to win the amount of games, 4 games that you're going to have to, 3 games to get to a Super Bowl if you can pull that off. And they have things, Clint, that are fair things that people, hell, I know you're concerned about, that you'll be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest concern is what you saw against Seattle, where they jumped out to a 14-point lead. The fact that, and I know the game was different, so I'm not putting a huge amount of weight on this, but I mean, you had a bad Arizona team with hell. I mean, I didn't have one receiver outside, one pass catcher outside their tight end. I didn't have them that was playing. Right, and they went out and put up 20 points and threw an interception in the end zone that would have put up more. So, something like that happens against a better team. Does our offense have the ability once or twice, over the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks? Do they have, the ability once or twice to be the reason that you win? That's really only concern I've got with the Steelers.
There is some when you brought up. I don't know if you were getting there. Is they did it against Jacksonville and had that miracle comeback, but they get down by 10 in the second half.
Yeah.
Against playoff level defenses.
That's the only place where I'm not that's the only place where I'm like, oh boy, I'm not confident about that. I don't feel good about that one.
Yeah.
But maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe this defense is good enough to make a run to where it never happens.
Dave, I'll let you close this thing out, Dave. Turn the radio down, Dave. Where you at? You believe in this offense? Damn, we lost Dave. What the hell was Dave listening to?
I don't know, but he was jamming, wasn't he?
Hey, Dave, what the hell was Dave?
That was good.
What the hell was Dave listening to? I try to make that out. Anybody got that song? 713-572-416. Anybody 610? Anybody got that song? All right, as we do each and every week after the game, I think maybe if you listened earlier, you may have a hint. But C.J. Stroud, what was his grade? He played a really, really good game yesterday, but what was his grade? 22 of 29, 260, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and a quarterback rating of 137 plus. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Are we going to give you your flowers for sure?
Stock up the Texans offense after a 40-20 domination of the Cardinals.
We're getting hot at the right time. We're trending up, going into January. We got to just keep this going. It's going to be the one game at a time mentality, one play at a mentality, then we'll look up at the end of the year and see where we're at.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
If you're looking for a great deal on a Lincoln, get on out to West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land and go see my friend Ruben Mendoza.
281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Yesterday, the Texans got a big dub as they took care of business. No letdown. Did not overlook the Arizona Cardinals. They come out, what was it, second play of the game, 57-yard touchdown, and then the Cardinals, they went ahead and grabbed that towel after they fumbled the kickoff to where this this thing's about to really get away from them after they fumbled the kickoff. Shout out to Frank Ross and his group, because Frank was over there teetering there for a little bit. They had a nice day yesterday, good in the return game. Made 4 or 5 field goals, forced a fumble. So good day for Frank's group. But they got the big dub coming up behind us. Remember, it's Monday. We are out early at 5, which means the coach's show with D'Amico Ryans will follow us. All right, we do this every single Monday after the game on Sunday. C.J. Stroud's grade. What did you grade C.J. Stroud at yesterday? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on that. C.J. Stroud, 22 of 29, 260, 3 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating of 137.1. Your grade, Clint. I know you were really impressed by what you saw.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I gave him an A. I don't think you could have done any more. The only thing that could have made this performance better is if the game ever got tight, and he was one of those Superman moments that we saw him do, early in his career a few times here. I mean, I reserved the A-pluses for those kind of outings. I mean, this was a game that was never close, but part of the reason it wasn't close is because from jump, C.J. Stroud was dealing. I mean, the first tight window throw to Nico Collins on the long touchdown. I think he made even a couple of the incompletions were really good throws, great placement on balls. He spread the ball around to a lot of different players. Him and Dalton Schultz, the chemistry has obviously been there for a long time, but it looks like even at a higher clip right now. I think he's feeling things in the pocket and moving really well. He's getting through his progressions quick and checking the football down, staying out of trouble. And really, like I said before, this is a game where the only way this is even a game, whether you viewed it that way from the beginning or you looked up and it was 17-0, you go, okay, what kind of brand of quarterback do you want to play the rest of the way? The only way that the Cardinals would have gotten back into it was if ultimately the offense messed the bed or the quarterback all of a sudden started turning the football over, taking a bunch of risks, sack, fumbles, things of that nature. And so he obviously was aware in the moment and handled his business. So I got to give C.J. Stroud an A for what he did yesterday. It was really impressive.
Ray coming in with a B. Champ Slice gives him an A. Text line, solid B+. Text line also saying, sounded like old buddy was listening to, Dave was listening to Janet Jackson is what that sounded like. I have to go back and listen. I know Tyler has a look in his eye. I'm not sure. So I couldn't hear it. I couldn't catch it. It was so quick on him. Sound like maybe a little Janet Jackson. Shout out to Janet. Courtney told me her dad took her. That was her first concert. Velvet Rope tour.
Really?
Dad felt like her dad wanted to go more for himself. That was when Janet used to bring people up on the stage. I don't know if anybody out there remembers that. Anyway, Derwin, CJ, and A. I want to. When I first looked at it, Clint, I wanted to say, man, this might be the best game CJ has played. We talk about opponent and everything. I'm in between A-, B+. I want to go A- because no turnovers and the 3 touchdowns. But I got to put some of that on the leader of the offense, which he is on the field, that they're kicking 5 field goals. I don't love that. And they still are having pre-snap, procedural, weird, didn't check in to the official stuff that's taken away big plays are setting them back. Like Nico Collins, hell, they had put the graphic up and everything in the stadium that he'd gone over 1,000 yards and missed a big play there. Hell, CJ may have been over 300 yards in this game. And I'm not saying it's completely him. Blake Fisher doesn't check in, I guess, well enough. But that is still becoming a deal. They're having too many of I think somebody lined up offsides again yesterday, where they're just having too many of those penalties, and him being the leader of the offense out there is just dings for me. So kind of him being the leader of the offense, and not just on him, but kicking 5 field goals in the game, and many of them inside of the red zone, and then just the weird penalties that they're starting to have, many of it pre-snap, that's costing them yards that they've got to. We keep hearing that every week. We gotta figure that out. They've got to clean that up some. So that's why I go A-, or it looked like a damn near A+ type of performance.
Yeah, man. I got I just it was one of those outings where, boy, you can just, now I don't know if it's real or not, but you can see growth. You know what I mean? Like it's Arizona. They were obviously a rough defense, but man, you can just see growth in how he's handling this offense in particular, and so that's just a huge plus, man. And then you look at the box score was solid. The scoreboard was off the charts. So yeah, man, there's a good one for CJ.
Yeah, how much? I guess I want to kind of get there. So I see some other people B-, too many field goals. CJ had the runner, loved the CJ run or late pass for touchdowns. Texans still have concerning issues being able to score touchdowns in the red zone. Ding them for some points there. How much of that do you lay at his feet? The issues in the red zone, the issues with just shooting themselves in the foot.
Well, I mean, not all of it. I mean, yeah. I think you're either coaching or you're allowing it, but I do think that there is there's the communication piece that we've harped a lot on is, we've always viewed it as like, oh, we're pointing out the mic and pointing out the pressure and sliding it this way or sliding it that way. And a big part of it is, as I said last week, is to be able to spit out and communicate the offense in a consumable way in the huddle when there's not a lot of noise. I mean, when there's a lot of noise, and I think that could be a problem that's really slowing them down in the red zone, because plays get kind of wordy down there in a sense of how you want to move guys around. They're not able to just line up and go, hey man, we're going to run power, we're going to run short yardage, goal line power right behind Trent Brown. They're just not able to do that. So I do wonder if the amount that they're asking C.J. Stroud to communicate in the huddle or in the moment may be a little bit extensive. So, but again, I said last week, that's not a C.J. Stroud problem. That's a Nick Caley, C.J. They got to find a sweet spot. They got to find what they can execute and get communicated and make sure they're getting out of the huddle early enough.
Yeah, text line coming in. B-, too many field goals again. It's hard for me to go over a B when you're playing a team as bad as the Cardinals and you have to settle for 5 field goals. I told you I thought it was too many field goals, but the opponent, there's a part of it, but Clint, you go out there and especially where this offense has been, to put together that type of performance and many times looking the way they did, to be able to hit plays and to be able to do things. Really, like right now with this offense and some of their struggles, like the opponent to me is, I'm not about to just completely throw that in the trash. It's not like this offense is just like a juggernaut where you have these certain expectations. I mean, yeah, the Cardinals are a struggle, but I mean, let's just be honest, man. How many of y'all had them getting 40 in the game?
I did not.
Right? Like, they kicked 5 field goals, but 5 field goals don't get you 40. They got, he threw 3 touchdown passes, even if it was against the Cardinals. So, I can't get over a B. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Text line coming in, just win, baby. Field goals are part of the game. Yeah, and many times with this defense, that can probably potentially be enough. But you just don't want to. You don't want to live on that. Again, big performance though. 260, 3 touchdowns, no picks. You'll take that all day long in a game from your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. A's over here. for the most part, and many of you on the text line the same way. All right, coming up as we continue, weekend's best, weekend's worst. What was it? What was the best thing that you saw this weekend and the worst thing you saw this weekend? As we do each and every Monday, we'll look at that weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Look, it's the holiday season. Christmas is right around the corner, and you talk about some of the most special moments that you're going to spend with your family, with your friends, is this time of year, man. And it's not just about your knees, your back, your shoulders, your hips. It's that time with your family that
Buck IHOP value menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Victory Monday. Weekends best, weekends worst coming up from the text line, Clint. Why are so many people talking about field goals in the red zone? They scored 40 points. Who gives a damn how they scored 40 points?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably more of that. That thought process. I mean, I think there's always something to work on. So D'Amico and Nick Caley and CJ are always going to be critical of the points they didn't score. But yeah, I mean, look, you scored 3 touchdowns and kicked 5 field goals. I mean, there's something to be said about 8 trips in there. I don't recall off the top of my head. I'm not looking at Kaimi Fairbairn's distance on his field goals. I don't remember how many of them were in the red zone and how many of them
at
weren't.
the end of the half.
So there's 6 trips. So I mean,
no, that was 5. He was 4 or 5.
Okay, it was 4 or 5. I'm sorry. So 5 field goals. Yeah, I mean, look, I think 8 attempts in there. If you're moving the football well enough to get that kind of scoring opportunities, it's hard for me to complain about it. If your quarterback those 3 touchdowns, it's hard for me to complain about it. But I think the perfectionist that most professionals are, definitely D'Amico Ryans is, and C.J. Stroud are. I mean, I think it's commonplace to say, hey, man, we got to be better in these moments. There's still plenty of room for improvement. But I'm with you. I didn't watch yesterday's game and go, oh boy, the offense, man, damn, man, you got to score more touchdowns. I mean, you could have, sure, but look, if you get 3 with our defense, if you're creating that many opportunities to get points and you're scoring, so what would that be? 7 of 8 attempts in field goal range at the very or better. You're scoring points with our defense. You're gonna win a lot of games. So I'm not of the group that's concerned about what I saw yesterday. Now the bigger picture. And what we've seen all year long in games versus tougher opponents. I think that's it. Yeah. Now yesterday didn't erase the issues that the Texans have had in the red zone for me. I'm still fully aware of them.
Yeah, that's the thing to me is overall. Hell, you get to 40. Hell, you get to 30. I don't know how you get there.
Yeah. Well, I still think they're lost down there. That the key is not like, man, you just running some stout defenses and boy, there's some timely plays made. I still think they're lost. I mean, look, you went into a game yesterday where you've had some serious problems. You've had serious problems inside the 10, inside the 5-yard line.
I already know where you're going.
And you seriously took time this week in preparation for this game to go Dare Ogunbowale Wildcat package in the red zone.
I thought that might be in your weekend's worst.
Well, I mean, we ain't got there yet, have we? I mean, it very well could be. I mean, you may have just put me onto something. But and then not to make it worse, you then decide to go down there and go Dare Ogunbowale Wildcat, and you're gonna pull a reverse, some kind of reverse action to Xavier Hutchinson. Like that. It's not even 14. It's not even Jawar or it's just. I mean, I'd put Nico back there to do it. Maybe not in that particular instance, but that would make more sense. So, yeah, I mean, I still believe that they are lost in the goal to go situations. I still think that they're fishing for answers there. But yesterday didn't do anything to make it worse or any better, to be honest. But so yeah, I probably side with the texter a little bit more than most folks.
Yeah, for me, it's just all right. You got 8 trips to the into the scoring zone or red zone against the Cardinals. I don't think you're getting 8 trips against some of these better defenses. And if you get 3 or 4 trips and 3 of them are field goals, that makes the game a lot different, right? And I think that's just been the issue. And the issues have been so, like, one of the touchdowns you scored was just a miracle of bounces that you were able to get, and they've just struggled so much from there. So, yeah, I can understand to me where people are like, hey, man, you keep kicking these field goals. You get in there 3 times against Denver and you kick 3 field goals, that's going to put you in a tough spot. All right, weekends best, weekends worst. For you, Clint, what was your weekend's best? What was the best thing you were able to catch this weekend?
Ooh, man, I would probably go with the Denver Broncos and their performance down the line. I mean, I'm a big Sean Payton fan. Bo Nix has proven me wrong when he was at Auburn. I doubted him in a big way, not quite as disrespectful as I was to Dart, but doubted him in a big way, and he turned the way that they came back and beat the Packers and have right now are the team that's got the bye in the AFC. How quickly they've turned that thing around and got it moving in the right direction. The fashion in which now I don't always appreciate the go route on 4th down that they threw to get back in that game against Green Bay. But
how about them going for it on 4th
yeah,
down,
I mean,
to give them the ball back with a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, it's but I would probably say a couple of really good games. Obviously, Josh Allen and his MVP, resurgence, if you will, is up there. But I would, for me personally, I know Sean Payton. I'm a Sean Payton fan, so probably the Broncos' performance beating the Packers at home in the fashion that they did.
Yeah, my weekend's best was Phillip Rivers. I was personally, maybe you were. I was personally shocked how well.
Oh yeah.
Phillip Rivers looked, how well he played, and that was one of the, Tyler, and I know you've been there, Clint, you've been there, and listeners been there. That was one of those sports moments that I didn't know that I was going to care as much about, that I was going to be wrapped into. I had to come off of Red Zone, and I had to go right to the game because I didn't want to miss any of the Phillip Rivers game, and I was like, boy, he threw that touchdown pass to Josh Downs. I said, what in the world? He looks at it. I'm looking at him. He looks like he's got total control.
Yeah.
There was a 3rd down, at least the drive that they kicked the 60-yard field goal. There's a 3rd down, and Alex Pierce must hate his life at this point because ain't that going up top, that 23 yards per catch that he's been leading the league in the last couple of years. That's coming back, baby. But he hit him for a 3rd down and 14, threw it off his back leg.
Yep.
Phillip Rivers, anticipation before he gets out of his break. And I was like, look at Phil. They kicked that 60-yard. I was like, man, look at him out there going off, not cussing. Phil does. And then, obviously they scored with about 20 seconds left. And I was like, is Phil going to do it again? And then, obviously, he threw the pick over the middle. But just whether they lost, I got invested into Phillip Rivers and the Indianapolis Colts. And I just many people thought he was going to get injured. People had the takes of, I'm seriously worried about him. And it was first, second drive in, you're like, hell with this. This. Yeah. He clearly looks comfortable.
Yeah. I think I want to change mine. I think my weekend's best is Chargers beating the Chiefs 16-13, sending y'all's ass to the house.
Well, go home, man.
We going to Las Vegas.
Nobody. Hey, it was over. It was over going into it. You could say the Texans ended it. You could say the Broncos ended it before that. The Bills ended it before that. First time, 11 years, Chiefs aren't in it. All right, my weekend's worst kind of goes into that, and that is just the injuries we saw yesterday to major players. Mahomes, a big one there, and Micah Parsons, another one. It was just tough to see both of those guys go down. ACLs. Devontae Adams, that could really put some both. Actually, he went down. Puka went down too. He came back in, but Devontae Adams, that hamstring, that does not look like that is weeks a week away. That looks like that might be some time in there as well. Christian Watson in that same game with the Packers went out. They said he's avoided long-term issues, but he had a bad thing with the chest. So just a tough weekend when it comes to major injuries to big players in this in the NFL this week.
My weekend's worst is, and I've tried my damnedest. I thought it would be honest with you. I thought it was actually silly conversation about the Cleveland Browns and Kevin Stefanski, and them somehow working against Shedeur Sanders. I thought it was crazy from the jump. How your starting quarterback goes in the game yesterday without the right wristband or something wrong with the wristband, and they go a drive and they don't figure it out until after a drive that he's got something wrong with his wristband yesterday. How your starting quarterback and your offensive-minded play-calling head coach don't have the same wristband and have a very good explanation after the game of what the hell happened, because I think a sideline reporter caught the interaction on the sideline. Hey, man.
That didn't happen with the Sienna Stallion.
I mean, how does that happen, man? I mean, I was wearing a wristband in high school, man. I was wearing a wristband in college.
Sienna Stallions is Little League.
If you knew how many times we sat in a meeting room and me and the coach with that wristband in our hand, he'd call, hey, green. Like once we had so many plays on that damn thing because I wasn't very sharp. We had a green side and a red side, whatever, front, back. Hey, man, front, 21. And we just go down there and just call and play, making sure everything was on. How in the hell does Shedeur Sanders get in a game? And it is such a discrepancy that a sideline reporter catches it. I mean, you got to be kidding me, Kevin Stefanski. I don't think they're hijacking this young man's opportunity at all, but it's inexcusable. It's a fireable offense. If Kevin Stefanski keeps his job after this year, I don't know, which it wouldn't surprise him to Cleveland, but I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
Yeah, it's a I hold short to say that this is just deliberate, but it's a hard argument at times for those who truly believe it's deliberate because it's week after week just stuff that's unexplainable.
I mean, it's year.
I don't know that Kevin is doing it deliberately, but I do believe Kevin has checked the hell out.
That's the only thing that makes it make sense.
I do think. Like, if they came into him and say, hey, man, we want to let you go. I think he's got a box packed up halfway before they even get there. So
the walls are bare in his office.
Listen, I just that's a big claim, and he will never work in the NFL again if it's deliberately out there trying to mess up this kid's career. But I do believe he is checked out, which is bad too.
Yeah.
Right? Is bad.
Well, it's unfortunate because I think it's probably more like it didn't something like this go on in Miami. Wasn't Tua forced on Brian Flores?
Yeah.
I mean, I like that. I could see it being one of those where it's just there's a lot of tension in the room and there's a lot of there's just. But I
think Kevin's like, hey man, because he gave up play calling. Hey man, y'all go ahead and get it, man.
Y'all go ahead and do it. Yeah,
CEO.
But how you mess the wristband up especially with a young quarterback? How you mess the wristband? How there's not some kind of operational, process during the week to where we've been looking at. Hey, we done looked at this damn wristband. The one he's got on his arm, we done looked at 15 times now. Yeah. I mean that is unacceptable, inexcusable, fireable offense right there. They got to make some changes up there.
Yep. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, it's a Reaction Monday, baby. It's a Reaction Monday. Texans with a big win. I've got 2 reasons why we should all be more confident, not about beating the Cardinals, but about our ability to win in the playoffs. Based off what I saw yesterday, I got 2 things for you. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, how do you go from 95 long, stressful days with your home sitting on the market, right? It's the worst place to be in. To selling in just 3 days. I tell you how you lock arms with Orchard, man. A local family here in Houston, up on the north side, right? They went with a traditional agent. 95 days later, no offer.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Playoffs?
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, and it is a reaction Monday. Texans with a big win versus NFC opponent, the Arizona Cardinals. It was a fun Sunday, comfortable Sunday. Jumped out to a 17-0 lead, and then every time the Cardinals threatened to get within 2 scores or to even make that game interesting, boy, the special teams got a long return. The backup running back gets a big run. Kamari Lassiter gets an interception. So it was a nice, comfortable afternoon at NRG Stadium for all of us Texans fans, no doubt about it. Before I get into this game, though, I do want to mention that today's Dirty Daily is powered by Tyler's Victory Monday shirt. They get the sponsored highlight today. It is not a new shirt, ladies and gentlemen. It is revived. Tyler went home, pulled it out of the trash, and said, you know what? Old Dirty's right. I mean, there is too many wins this season. We are too hot right now on this winning streak. Won 6 in a row, by the way. At this point, this was the 5th one in a row. Tyler decided it was a good time to lose track of his Victory Monday shirt. So he went back home that afternoon. He said, it was standing up in the corner, by the way. It was just standing up over there by itself. That's how nasty that damn thing is. It was just kind of standing up, peeking at him.
Standing up, huh?
Yeah, standing up over there. So Tyler went over there and grabbed it and said, hey, man, let me loosen you up a little bit, man. And he got some chemicals, a concoction now, got the chemicals and got them armpits right, the sweat marks right. And his wife let him leave the house with it. So it is the original Victory Monday T-shirt. If I knew what the tag said right now, I would give the manufacturer some love, but I don't. So it's T's Victory Monday shirt. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can see it. You can see it in all its glory. It's absolutely beautiful. We greatly appreciate you watching there. We appreciate you listening on that FM dial, at HD2 FM dial. That's how I listen, but we appreciate you listening that old school way on that AM dial as well. The Odyssey app, y'all, AUDACY. I hadn't told you all about that in a while. If you hadn't downloaded it, damn it, do it now. You can take us anywhere and everywhere you go. AUDACY. Big shout out to Tyler's Victory Monday shirt. Big shout out for why he's wearing it, which means we won another game. Here's the deal, boys. I don't want to go on too long and too deep about this. It's a pretty surface comment, right? The Texans scored 40 points. C.J. Stroud went out there and had a good game. This is not a week versus the Arizona Cardinals, Ron, as you highlighted now. The average over the last 5 weeks, the previous 5 weeks before the Texans game, they had given up 35 points on average over the last 5 games. Well, that number's gone up because in 6 games they just gave up the 40 points. So it's got to have gone up a tad bit. The Texans did exactly what you thought they were going to do, Ron. They went out there and scored a ton of points. Now, I don't think this is a game where a lot like the Baltimore game, for different reasons, but a lot like the Baltimore game. I don't know that this is a game you beat your chest about, boy, the offense is back. Boy, the offense has figured things out. I don't know if that's the caliber game, the performance that we just had. But I'm going to tell you, Ron, it was the exclamation point on a run of 5 or 6 games. Obviously, they've won 6 straight. It's the exclamation point for me that gets me to a point of, I don't think that this offensive unit, right? I don't think this offensive unit's ceiling is rising at all. In fact, I think it's going to be low, and I think it's probably going to remain low with the exception of a couple of flashes there. But what I do believe that I'm significantly more confident in right now is the Texans' floor offensively.
What did you think it was, or what was your idea of their floor?
Well, I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it the most pressured quarterback in football. We've seen him turn the football over. We've seen an offensive coordinator that leaves a lot to be desired, right? We've seen beyond Nico Collins, hey, man, who's going to make a catch? Christian Kirk is hurt or non-existent, right? Or one of these young guys going to step up. The tight end room was Dalton Schultz and Blake Fisher there for a while. So, I mean, like you look up and you go, boy, the floor is really, really low with this offense. They found a way to start 0-3 with this defense. That's how low the floor was, right? What I'm saying is I think when you look at the formula for the Houston Texans to make a run in the playoffs and potentially get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, when you look at the formula, it's not about how high the ceiling is for the Texans offense. It's about how high the floor is. Does this offense have the ability to go out there and play clean, efficient football, not turn it over? When the defense presents you with opportunities to get points, do you have the ability to go get points? Be it 3 points or 7 points, do you have the ability to go get those points? Right? Can you play a game where you don't give up 8 or 9 sacks and your game plan, your offensive game plan is shot because you're in 2nd and 20 or 3rd and 17 all the damn time?
You can't do nothing after the snap.
Right. Can you keep yourself in position to where the offense can go, we've got C.J. Stroud, we've got Nico Collins, we've got Dalton Schultz, we've got Woody Marks. We can make enough plays to score enough points to win games with our defense. Our defense is going to set the tone for every single game, right? Do we need to be aggressive? Do we need to be conservative? Do we need to run it? Do we need to throw it? What do we need to do? I trust right now that this offense can do those things. And here's why. You look at yesterday's game, right? And this isn't about just yesterday's game, but it's about the 6-game winning streak and what we've seen over a good bit of since Davis Mills was the starting quarterback into C.J. Stroud being the starting quarterback. The offensive line play is significantly better, both in protecting the quarterback as well as running the football, right? I know it hasn't been the case of late, but Higgins is a guy that can be a counterpunch to Nico Collins. The last couple of games haven't been bad. They've just been kind of non-existent, where previously he was really stepping up, right?
This week it was Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz is having a career year. As I said, Nick Caley, he seems to be, with the exception of just having answers for the pressure packages and being able to counter those, everything else has gotten significantly better. D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, they're playing the best guys. I mean, Woody Marks getting 70% of the snaps leading up to this game is evident of, hey, we got to get our best guys on the field, right? You look at how yesterday went. Yesterday was a perfect opportunity for its coaching staff to go, well, we trust Dare Ogunbowale. He hadn't got much run all year long. Let's push him out there and give him the bulk of these carries. And they thought better, you know what? Let's leave him in his reserve role at running back, and let's see what this Jawar Johnson kid got. Right now, I don't know if that was a plan from jump or if that was just a knee-jerk reaction to Woody Marks being injured. But at the end of the day, they had a chance either before the game or in the game to go heavy Dare Ogunbowale, and they didn't. It seems like the decision-making is different in how they're approaching offensive football. And I just believe that overall is going to bode well for the formula that is winning football for the Houston Texans. You look at yesterday's game, 3 total tackles for loss. One of those was a sack. They gave up 1 sack. I mean, just overall, we can go position by position.
Not negative plays.
Not negative. You can go position by. I mean, Ron, there was a time when you'd watch the Texans try to force the run, and there'd be 3 or 4 runs that would get stopped before they got to the line of scrimmage. Before you ever got to C.J. Stroud being one of the more pressured quarterbacks in the league, right? Yeah. I mean, are there things that I would like to see? Yes, I'd like to see a better quick game. I'd like to see Nico move more. I'd like to see Nico used more. I'd like to see a screen game that is at least effective and complimentary and highlights Jalen Noel and some of these other players. I'd like to see those. But right now, I mean, less is more. Let's stay efficient. Let's minimize risk. Let's let the game dictate how you play football. And I just, right now, I feel like this team has the ability to do that. Now, I think they're going to need more in the playoffs to make the run we're talking about making. But I do feel like right now that they are at the very least a very complementary unit. They're capable of consistently playing complementary football with our defense.
And that's what it is. They don't need to be 40 every week, obviously. Right. But they have to do things where they are, as you said, complementing the defense and not 3-and-outs and doing things to hurt the defense.
That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And Victory Monday, Tyler's behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. Also yesterday, I think the floor is higher than it was a month ago, which is big news, good news for Houston. Number 2, the one concern was Woody Marks' body isn't built. He's not built to go 26 carries in a game. And then you look at his backup, Nick Chubb is an injury-prone, aging back. What are the Texans going to do if one or both of those guys goes down? Well, now after yesterday's game, we know, again, because the Texans brass, they decided, let's give Jawar Jordan a shot. We don't need to see any more Dare Gumbawale. No, even though Woody Marks started the game, hey, I know you can go back in because you think your foot's all right, but you sit, you get you a little rest, get on the shelf. We're going to see about this Jawar Jordan kid. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Jawar Jordan, specifically his performance and also the cutback lanes that were available.
For the most part, I thought Jawar made good decisions with the way he was running the football. We still can clean up some of our blocking assignments and how we're blocking. For the most part, he made some good cuts. He was able to hit an explosive play on him because he made a good cut. Just him slashing downfield, taking what was there. I thought he did a really good job of benefiting off of some of the good blocks that we did have. He did a good job of that.
Well, I want to press this. I know DeMeco's got to play it down to a certain extent, right? To me, this is not a flash in the pan, right?
Didn't seem like it.
We saw this in training camp. We saw a kid that can play. We saw a kid that belonged when he was getting a lot. He was getting run with the ones. He was getting a lot of reps in training camp. We saw a guy that wasn't overwhelmed. We saw a guy that completely stood out time and time again on the field. Everybody that was at practice saw it. It's not a flash in the pan. It's not the first time a lot of folks have seen it. Now, it's the first time you've seen it in game action, and it was good to see. But I do think him balling in camp was actually it needs to be mentioned here. And then DeMeco talked about the cutback, talked about this or that. Look, man, the vision, the burst, the speed, the change of direction, all of that was really impressive. Now, fresh legs versus on the field with a bunch of guys that have played 14 weeks of football, you expect that. But I'm telling you that the tangible skill set for him was showcased in a big way yesterday. I thought the vision, first and foremost, why I put vision first in that list, I thought the vision was tremendous. I thought there are some similarities to Woody Marks and the ability to make that first defender miss and get skinny and get slippery and go get a couple of yards when it's not blocked up perfect. That's big time, man. And the ability, you mentioned it earlier in the show, Ron. He caught a couple of balls out of the backfield, and I don't want to overthink. Yeah. I don't want to overthink this, but the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, and if you do it naturally, and it's almost second nature, and coaches see that, which the coaches already knew, right? It's not like they didn't see that the first time like we just did. The coaches have known that. But when you have that kind of player, you've got a dual threat running back at this point. You can work plays. Instead of just always being a check down guy, you can work plays into the offense where you're literally clearing out one side and throwing him the ball on a little underneath route, which I think is what they did yesterday. I think it was him. I can't remember if it was him or Woody, but I think it was by the time he was in the game. But you can't tell me that wasn't a design, 3 vertical, put all the receivers to the right side, run them all off, and bring the running back with a little underneath route, and after everybody's cleared out and let them run. You can't tell me that wasn't part of the plan. And so the fact that you can work that in, that is a valuable weapon to have. So it brings us to the point, Ron, of like, what does the running back room look like moving forward? I'm ready to answer that question. Is DeMeco Ryans ready to answer that question?
We'll cross that bridge when it gets there. But I think more so for right now in this game on yesterday is just, giving Jawar his praise for what he was able to accomplish. I thought he did an outstanding job, again, of taking advantage of the opportunity that was presented to him. And he did a great job of, gaining over 100 yards, rushing, making some explosive runs for us. So it's just a credit to Jawar for right now. We'll deal with the other issue when we get there. But for right now, credit to Jawar.
This is a big deal, Ron. Again, I know DeMeco's going to say we'll make decisions down the road. He's not going to show his hand to anybody about who's going to play running back this week. But this is a big deal. If for nothing more just depth reasons, this is a big, big deal. Now you got confidence beyond your aging veteran running back in Nick Chubb and a guy that really is playing a brand of football at times has been your bell cow and really should probably be your third down back and your specialty back if we're being completely honest. So now you've got the luxury of having some quality depth that you know is there. And I'm not talking about just depth you trust. I'm talking about depth that you can go out there and literally make something out of nothing, can make plays, has the change of direction, has the vision, has the speed to run away from defenders. And so I think this is a much bigger deal than maybe the Texans are leading on with just the post-game pressers in today's comments.
I mean, Clint, I have not seen anyone other than Woody Marks run with that level of juice, explosiveness.
Right.
But outside of that, I mean, Nick Chubb is, like, let's be honest, third down and short Clinton Tyler, 4th down and short. That they go to Woody Marks in those scenarios.
Yeah.
It's not even like Nick is the short. You would think he would be. He's the bigger and more powerful back, but they usually run with Woody Marks in there, and so he doesn't even fulfill that part of it as maybe a role. So I don't know, boy. It's one game, so I don't want to lose my mind over one game, Clint. But
yeah, it
was one game, and it's the first time any running back, hell, I think's gone north of 75 yards, let alone 100 yards. And I mean, it's got to be at least thought of on the table when they get in these important games, because you need all the explosive plays, all the yards you can get when you're on the road playing in playoff games. And boy, I don't. Well,
Right.
I don't know. It's hard not to look at that and think, "Whoo!"
Well, when you're talking
that might be RB number 2.
Come on, well, look, I'm okay either way they slice it, but here's the case for Jawar Jordan to be RB2 is it's obvious when you go into a football game, whether it's Woody Marks' foot or it's Nick Chubb's ribs, you're one play away from Dare Ogunbowale having to get a good chunk of reps because the other one's banged up too. You don't want to load the other one up with a bunch of reps. So you're just they're to go into a game with one of my top 2 backs being a fully healthy, fresh running back at this point in the season, who just went for 100 yards, who you trust to protect the football, who can catch it out of the backfield, who can protect as well as anybody. I mean, he was a part of the story that was building in training camp about how impressive these running backs were in the pass protection game. He was part of that. So it's not like this isn't a flash in the pan either. So, like, there is a what's best for the team scenario where Jawar Jordan is the backup running back just to go into a game with, man, I got to have at least one healthy guy that doesn't have problems coming into it.
All right, coming up as we continue on a Victory Monday, Reaction Monday, we'll look around the NFL. I think we learned something. I think we learned something big time. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, well, I tell you what, if you're just now listening, just now tuning in, you might learn a little something here. But the odds are you probably already know all about them Cold Coors Lights. You already know all about the Silver Bullets. You know all about the Wolf Killer. You know all about that Coors Latte. I was just recently taught about the Double O Light.
Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Does Tyler still show them tiny nipples? Time. That looks like not a fresh shave, but that's.
Damn, them are some dimes, man.
That's not as airy as usual.
Yeah, I did some
Sometimes you pull up, but you never know.
A little manscaping.
Did some manscaping late last week. It'll carry me for a week or two.
That's late last week?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was 2 or 3 weeks.
Maybe it was early in the week. Now you got me questioning it. So I do produce this hair pretty quick.
What are you, just trimming it down, or are you going completely off? Because if that's late last week,
I mean, he's not naring it. That we know that much.
We know
never again.
No chemical.
If that's
no
late
chemicals.
last, that ain't shaving with a razor. That's a trim down. You didn't put a guard on there or something.
No,
Like
I
you
never
wanted
use a
skirt
razor.
length.
I always use the clippers, the electric clippers, and just take that down as far as it goes. Looks pretty good, but I don't use the razor. I don't want no razor burn.
Yeah. I surely use those clippers. By the way, coming up behind us, 5 o'clock, you will hear from D'Amico Ryan's The Coach's Show. Every 5 o'clock, you got to stay tuned and listen to that. He gives some great nuggets, and we need it for our ratings. So stay tuned, 5 o'clock. The No Fire, but Fire with D'Amico Ryan's. That comes up right as we're done. By the way, Tyler and Clint, were you moved at all by the Heisman Trophy? Did you check into that? I didn't.
No.
I didn't see any of that. I barely. In fact, I don't even know if I could rattle off all the finalists. I got in my this is the most rips I've given, about the Heisman Trophy. I just
You mean the fewest?
Yeah, what I say the most.
You
The fewest rips I've given about the Heisman Trophy. I know Mendoza won, and then I know Diego was involved.
I heard about that on In the
That
Loop.
was the biggest thing I heard about it. But it happened. I don't even remember. I didn't even check in to see. Oh, the Heisman's coming on tonight on whatever. I don't know. Who are the other two? I'm guessing Jeremiah Love was one of
The
them.
running back from Notre Dame, and then the quarterback from Ohio State, saying.
Oh, was he? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know he was a finalist.
I'd say it was a rough year.
This is weird. It was weird, man. You remember the years of Vince and Johnny and Reggie Bush and Matt Lyon. You was into that. I didn't even think twice about it this year.
Well, I don't be honest with you. I didn't watch enough Indiana Hoosier football before the Big 12, Big 10 championship game to know, whether the kid should have gotten it or not. I know I agree with Johnny Manziel. I mean, he threw a go route in a Big Ten championship game, and they called that his Heisman moment. That was one that's whoa, that was
the 13-10 ball game.
Yeah, I mean that's
well, at least it was the Penn State game. Well, again, against a really bad team, he threw that touchdown at the end for them. To win. Yeah, but
you look at. I mean, look, I know he rubs a lot of people wrong, and I think he's an absolute clown for how he's acting right now. But the Pavia kid is, taking Vanderbilt to double-digit wins. And what he's done, you can argue had the chips fallen a little differently in the SEC and in college football. You could argue they could have been in the top 12. Will they end up in 14 or 15?
Yeah, top 15.
Yeah,
definitely.
that's.
I think because Texas passed them up, so
it's hard. It's hard for me. It's hard in a year when. Obviously Love, I think, was getting a lot of love, no pun intended, with his. I think he had 1,600 plus yards or something. So,
but still, think what he did in Ashton Genty last year, who didn't win.
Yeah,
and he did he get 2,000 yards? He went off last year. I don't know, boy. It was just, I don't know. Maybe it was just a down year. Damn it, Arch. I guess a down year of players and not because I care about the playoff.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Heisman Trophy thing, and I don't think it ever at any point was something that I was thinking about. I completely forgot about it.
I just turned it on and it was on, so I watched it. It was a interesting watch. I enjoyed it because I didn't know much about. I've not covered the game as closely over the last couple of years as I had previously, so I don't. You know, I was aware of Love. I was aware Mendoza was quarterbacking an undefeated team. I was really aware of Pavia because he's in the SEC. I had no idea that the Julian Sayin kid was even on the list to be there, but he did. He made it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just learned that.
Yeah, you didn't even have his name.
I knew who he was.
Ohio State had 3 guys in the top 10.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not even the first person I think of when I think about Ohio State. I think of Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, the receiver was on there.
Was
and
Tate on there too?
No, the kid that transferred out of Bama.
Oh, the safety, Caleb Downs.
Yeah, there you go. Was it Bama or Georgia he transferred out of?
One of them.
One of the two.
Yeah. No, I don't know, but I hope that picks up. That done nothing for me. By the way, you
ain't wrong.
You think Josh Allen might have snuck himself back maybe into that MVP race?
Oh, I definitely think he snuck himself back into it. He's got that. You know,
I think he's the best quarterback in football right now.
Well, Brian, we talk about Lamar Jackson. We talk about this MVP stuff every year, and it's always said, man, Lamar Jackson could and if his team's winning, should win it every year because of how much he means. I mean, Josh Allen's in the same.
There's nobody who's more important to their team than he is, and I know. I think right now maybe Stafford has a slight lead right now because of his numbers, but I mean they're down 21-0 in New England, and you know Cook was there too, but he helped drive them Booker's back, and they went and won that game. But that is just crazy.
When you talk about the ability to just put the team on your back, I mean, did you hear what Vrabel said?
Right.
They asked. I didn't hear the question, but it was basically, you know, what are your thoughts after kind of him coming back and beating you all the way he did? And he was like, what do you think? He's 6'5", 250 with an arm, and he's rattled off with an arm that can do this, and he can do that, and he can run, and he can do this, and he's like, the guys. I mean, hell, he's unbelievable. He just went on. I mean, he's the best player. I agree with you right now.
I think he's the best. I think he's the best quarterback player in football.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say it here in Houston because we make him look pedestrian when he's here. But boy, yeah, turn the TV on, and anytime you're watching him on TV, it's electric now.
I was like, my God, I looked over there. I'd almost thrown that one in.
They're never out of it, Ron, with him.
No, and their defense does everything they can for long stretches of games to make sure they're out of it, and it didn't happen. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans, he spoke earlier today, and he spoke about the injuries. There is another player that the Texans have lost for the year, and he addresses 2 other guys. We take a look and discuss the meaning of that loss coming up next.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential.
22. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up in a bit. Hey, was in the green last week. Going to try to start it off again this week. Coming up behind us, we are out early on a Monday. It will be the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryan, so stay tuned for that coming up at 5 o'clock as soon as we get done. So stay tuned for that. And also, following the fellas with D'Amico Ryan's and then Texans All Access, Monday Night Football coverage courtesy of Westwood One will be right here on Sports Radio 610 beginning at 7 o'clock. This does have AFC playoff ramifications. The Pittsburgh Steelers will host the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins coming on. I don't know if Mike's going to be available for teams in the offseason the way that the Dolphins have started to come on here of late. So Dolphins Steelers coming up after the Coaches Show and Texans All Access. Stay tuned again. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up very, very soon. Text line filling you, Tyler. Johnny Manziel had more rushing yards in his Heisman year than Jeremiah Love did this year.
I saw that graphic actually on social media over the weekend and reposted it. That is, I mean, it's honestly just insane. But, yeah, that is factual.
Yeah. You had to do something crazy for a true freshman. Or was he a true freshman? No, was he a redshirt freshman? Or a freshman to win the Heisman. He was the first freshman to win a Heisman, and
Aggie ring, baby.
He did crazy stuff, including that magical 2:30 ball game in Tuscaloosa.
Made for a hell of a first year as a college student at A&M, I'll tell you that.
You did, man. I hope everybody got something that evening. All right. D'Amico Ryans, he's coming up after us, but he did speak earlier today to the media. You could hear that on In the Loop, as you can each and every Monday. But he talked about some injury news, and that is kind of a big thing coming out of yesterday's game. They beat the hell out of the Cardinals, but they did pop up with some injury guys. And here he goes speaking about Mario Edwards and a couple of other guys.
For the injuries this week, unfortunately, Mario Edwards will be out for the season. He ruptured his pec, so he'll be out for the season. The other guys will be fine. We'll see how the week goes. Stingley had the oblique, and Woody with his ankle. We'll see how they progress throughout the week.
All right, we can get to Stingley and Woody Marks here in a bit, but the big news today is Mario Edwards Jr. And listen, all respects to Mario, we like him, man. We've had him on a couple of times. I know you had some experience playing with his pops, but this isn't just a big thing because it's Mario Edwards, Clint, right? Like Mario Edwards, he doesn't jump to the front of mind when you say, all right, man, these are guys that the Texans cannot go without. But it becomes a bigger deal, Clint, when Foley Fatukasi is already on IR. When Tim Settle broke his foot is already on IR. When Kurt Hinish is already on IR. Somebody named Keontae Hamilton that I don't remember is already on IR. Right? They right now have Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai, and Naquan Jones. That's who they have right now listed. I'm sure they will pull some guys off of practice squad or go look outside things. I'm sure Nick Caserio and D'Amico are looking at things right now. But right now, they got 3 defensive tackles on the depth chart at this point, Clint. And maybe Mario Edwards isn't in himself a huge thing that jumps out to you. But when you start to put that together, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that they have out for the season at that defensive tackle position.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look here on their practice squad, on the official practice squad. They've got 2 guys, and I'm not going to. I don't think it's within my best interest to try to pronounce their names. Junior Tafuna,
okay,
and Marlon Davidson. I forgot he was a D tackle.
Oh, is that the kid from Auburn?
Yeah, the kid. He was a DN back then, but he's moved. I thought he was, but he's moved inside. So they've got a couple of those guys that are on the practice squad. So I would imagine they'll move up. I mean, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, particularly on the defensive side of the football, really across the board, but damn sure on the defensive side of the football, I would imagine they've got some quality depth. Now, look, obviously you're going to have to get a ton out of Sheldon Rankins. You're going to have to get a ton out of Danico Autry. You're going to have to get a ton out of Tommy Togiai. I mean, those three guys, their rep count's going to have to go up. But I would imagine they got some pretty solid depth right there for some guys to eat up some minutes in a game.
Yeah, someone just text in, Danico Autry can move inside, can't he?
Yeah.
He can. And I think when you're rushing the passer, you feel really good about that. I mean, he whooped somebody's ass and got a sack from that D tackle position this past Sunday. But he's still a 5 technique in a 3-4, still a defensive end guy. You know, he's not a 300-pounder that you're like, all right, man, they're going to run the football and bam, he's going to be somebody you expect to really hold up on guards and centers, you know, all the time as a D tackle. So that's the only thing. I think right now he may not have the option. I think they love putting him there on pass rushing down. But running the football, well, I don't know if that's as much his strength.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have some guys play outside their strengths, that's for sure. I mean, even with the 2 practice squad guys, which I'm sure there's others somewhere in the organization. There's so many lists when you look up the Texans roster. There's so many different designations. But there may be more down the line. But, you know, I think the top guys on this team are going to have to play more snaps.
Yep.
At least for the foreseeable future until they get these other guys in and those guys prove that they can trust them. Kind of like Jawar Jordan did yesterday, kind of deal. But yeah, they're getting thin at that interior defensive tackle position. Boy, that's going to be that could bite them now.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, Clint, if you were to look and say, all right, on this defense, what areas appear to be the area that they're most vulnerable? I don't even want to call it a weakness. They've been so good for the most part, but most vulnerable, it would be running inside. We saw a little bit against the Cardinals. We've seen it some this year, and now they're down guys, and they're going to have to go with guys, Clint, that are either on the street or on the practice squad right now, and guys that generally aren't on an NFL roster right now.
Right.
And obviously D'Amico and the crew can coach them up, but that's certainly not ideal. That you have to keep running down that route. All right, let's get to T. Mill's best bets, as he's going to try to start this week off really, really well to get you in the green and get you some money. Again, if you aren't able to catch these bets and you need to refresh, you need to look again, go to @TMillRealDeal, and he'll have those puppies posted up there. What you got tonight?
Monday Night Football in Pittsburgh,
That's
as
right.
you mentioned, Ron. Dolphins at the Steelers tonight to put an end to Week 15 around the NFL, and I got 5 picks for you. Here they are. First, I'm on the Steelers minus the points, -3. I think it's at 3.5 right now. I still like that. I got the Steelers -3 taking on the Dolphins, and I'm on the over. We had a couple of these on Friday.
It's cold today.
Yes, it is cold. Dolphins at Steelers, I'm on over 41. And then here we got 3 player props. One Dolphin, former Texas A&M Aggie, Devon Achane. Yes, I said Achane. Not whatever the hell he's been telling people his last name is. Over 27.5 receiving yards for Achane tonight. That could be one big play for Achane and the Dolphins. And then 2 player props for the Steelers. First, the old fella throwing the ball, Aaron Rodgers. I got over 1.5 touchdown passes for him at great odds, +100. That's over 1.5 TD passes. 2 touchdowns for Aaron Rodgers, money in your pocket. And then lastly, the guy catching maybe one of those touchdowns from Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf. I'm on over 4.5 receptions for him tonight at +100. That is my favorite bet on the board. Lock that one in. Metcalf over 4.5 receptions, and those are your 5 best bets.
There's a lot here that I'm like, some I like, some I'm not a big fan of.
Which one do you like the very best, and which one do you loathe and hate?
The one I like the best is is Achane.
Well, he was questionable, wasn't he?
But if he's able to go, obviously if he can't, but if he can go 27 yards in a cold night where he's getting the ball out quick, that feels like stealing. And I do not like Aaron Rodgers throwing 2 touchdowns tonight. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. Looking at 19 currently right now is the temperature. Real feel of 15, and that is it's at 4. It's at we're 2 or 3 hours later. Coming up, I think it's the weather might play a factor.
That's fair
in this thing. I like Metcalf's catches too. So
that's my favorite.
I don't know whoever the hell else they're going to throw it to. Running backs. I don't know what has happened over there, but
for the record, real quick too, Clint Achane was on the injury report all week, but he was removed yesterday, so he's good to go.
Perfect. Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah. All right.
I like the Achane.
You want a Benjamin on it?
I will. I'll put a Benji on it.
Yeah. On the way out, I love you, Victor. Text line is frickin' usual. Ron has to find something pessimistic about the Texans. D-line will be fine. Okay. Okay. Sure. You're right. You know what? They've lost 5 guys. The hell with it, man. Who cares? Next man up. Just bang them out, man. Who cares, man? Just slide Will in there. Put Will in there. Will play D-tackle.
He'd be willing.
Let's do it, man. Put EJ Speed in there. Do it. Why not? All right, coming up behind us, the Coaches Show. D'Amico Ryan stays for that. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron. The show is always Houston. We love you, baby. Tyler's shirt.
What's it say, Ron?
It's a Victory Monday as well. Go ahead, T.
Let's go.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Dolphins and Steelers go head-to-head in an AFC showdown under the lights. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-10 the Katy Freeway, westbound at Barker Cypress. It's an accident that has a center lane and a right center lane blocked. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner's Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yesterday, the Chiefs were eliminated from postseason contention, but the bigger story was that Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL. Also yesterday, the Packers fell to the Broncos and saw Micah Parsons tear his ACL as well. Green Bay is now 9-4-1, and even without Parsons, they should still be able to make the playoffs. But Micah was brought in to be the difference maker, and without him, I just don't see how they can win it all this season. I'm Zach Gelb.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving. A free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found on the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use the promo code SethP to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto powered by Underdog predicts trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit https://www.nadex.com/rules and https://underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms_DFS _.html for details. Concerned with the play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the D'Amico Ryan Show. And we've got a busy one for you today. Our extended visit with the head coach, of course. Head coach with Johnny after the game. Dalton Schultz with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. That's coming up. Jawar Jordan, he's got plenty to say, and we've got plenty to play regarding what he did yesterday with a 100-yard-plus game for the Houston Texans. But let's get right to it. Our head coach, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Coach, congratulations. Good to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you guys as well.
We've been saying congratulations a lot lately.
Keep it going,
We're on
baby.
a little bit of a
Keep it
congratulations streak after the victory over the Cardinals, and it is Raiders week. We'll get into the Raiders, but let's start with the game against Arizona, Coach. A lot went right. You got off to a great start, and that's important.
Yeah, outstanding start. I mean, how you want to start a game, that's it right there. Come out, we get the huge play of CJ and Nico to go up. It's like, oh, wow. When I see that play happen, it's like, okay, we're going to have a really good day offensively. Yep. You don't go, your second play in the game and you score a touchdown. That's very impressive. It doesn't happen much, but it did, I think, let our entire sideline know, let our entire stadium know that our offense was here and ready to play well.
How much did Jamal's hit build off of that? Because I know we know how you love the physical aspect of the game. Nice little passing touchdown. Hey, that's cute. But then you get the big hit. How much did that matter that Scoop got that hit?
Yeah, it was, one of the most important plays of the game. All right, we go down and score, and we're able to get the ball right back from Scoop's huge hit. And it's one of the things we talked about in our keys to victory for our special teams, which doesn't happen much. And it's not often that that's a key, but the key for us, the first one we had was take the ball on special teams. Yeah. We saw a couple times where they were loose, their returners were loose with the football, and we saw that opportunity there for us to take it away. And Scoop goes down, beats his man on the kickoff coverage, and he puts his hat directly on the ball, and Dare was able to scoop it up. Huge momentum shift right there for us, and our offense is able to go back out and get points again.
Yep. And Jamal was dealing with some injury issues, but gets back into the lineup and makes an immediate impression, Coach, and that's got to be a great example for everybody. Hey, when you get your moment, when you get your time to come, let it be like that.
Yeah, for sure, and it shows, how are you working while nobody sees you? You've been out for a couple weeks. What are you really doing, in the background? How are you really working at your craft with our strength and conditioning department, like how he's working, how he's training. So you come back, you're ready to go full tilt. You're ready to go. You're not missing a beat. You're playing full speed. You're playing physical. Credit to our staff, our support staff for working with Jamal, having him ready to go.
Coach, continuity is important everywhere. Coaching staff, secondary, defensive line, etc. I think we talk about it a lot in the media as far as the offensive line goes. How have you seen the continuity, having the same five guys up front? How is that sort of manifesting itself in better performance each week from that group as you see it?
The whole line's done a better job, I feel, of communicating. I think the communication has grown. It's gotten better. And there's still areas to clean up on the offensive line, but for the most part, when we do it right, it's beautiful to watch. Our guys do a really good job, but there's still some things we can clean up on, ID and where we're going on some of the run plays, especially down in the red zone. Some plays I feel like we could have scored a couple times and we're just IDing it the right way. So there's still room for improvement, but having that consistent five, I think it has been better for us, where the same guys are talking, same guys are communicating, but still want more. Still want better from it. Is not where we need to be right now. We can still get even better from our offensive line.
We had Trent Brown in studio, Coach, occasional rancher Trent Brown.
Oh, yeah.
And what about a guy like that as part of the five, as part of the whole group who's won a Super Bowl before, who's been through the trenches, if you will, using it metaphorically and literally? What do you think?
Yeah, Trent's a veteran guy. He's been around a long time. He's seen what good football looks like. And for him to be an older player, I think our line shifted when we lost Titus, and Trent was able to come in and provide some meaningful reps for us at the right tackle spot. He's done a good job. He's a huge human being that's very difficult to get around. Physical guy, really smart player as well. So it's great to have a guy of his caliber, veteran presence, who, he's – a lot of people, kind of forget he's coming back from a very significant injury, right? And he battled his way back. He worked throughout the summer, throughout camp, being on the practice squad, of just getting those reps, getting back into football shape. It takes a lot of work, a lot of time to come back what his injury was, and he's back, and he's doing a good job for us.
Coach, you and Nick have schooled us all, schooled Mark and I, and we caught on very early because everybody wanted to talk about who you keeping on the 53-man roster. Who's the 53-man roster? And you reminded us, no. It's a 69-man roster. We believe that everybody that we keep on the 69-man roster will find a way to impact the team at some point during the year. You've got to be ready for your opportunity. And on Sunday, Jawar got that opportunity. When you went back and watched the film, obviously you feel good about the numbers, and I know he was really excited, very humble young man. What did you see when you went back and looked at the film, and how good is it to see somebody step up and take an opportunity and do what he did yesterday?
Hey, it's credit to him. Like, you have to be ready at any given moment, any given time, and Jawar was ready for his moment. What I saw from the film, he went out, he played fast, he played decisive, he wasn't hesitant. The main thing I told him all week was make sure you're protecting the ball, because a lot of times as a running back, you haven't been hit. Like, you've been on practice squad, we're not tackling guys in practice, so how are you going to handle that first contact that you get? So I reminded him that, hey, Jawar, make sure you understand that ball – it's not only your livelihood, but it's this entire organization's livelihood. So every time you're carrying that ball, make sure you're aware of that. And I thought, first thing first, he did a great job protecting the football. And, Jawar is known that he has speed. He was slashing, making some plays. But, man, I like some of the physical runs he had where he was going through contact, securing the football, and he was kind of like ping pong, like bouncing off a couple of defenders, making guys miss in space. So I really like, what he added to our offensive threat. Just having that dynamic speed, having the ability to cut, set up blocks. It was really cool to watch him.
So his nickname is Jaws. And important question here, Coach. Is Jaws the best nickname on the team?
Jaws is a great nickname. It is vying for one of the best. I still think Terminator is a good one as well, too.
It's pretty good. Now, do you tell players on the practice squad the Arian Foster story, because you were on the team when Arian was here? I don't want to say that Jawar is going to be Arian, but the fact that Arian was on the practice squad, came off the practice squad, and became Arian Foster.
Yeah, I haven't told guys that story, but, seeing that, up close and in person, watching Arian and what he was able to do, I knew from playing against him in college. I'm like, who is, like, we were Bama against Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I think he was a freshman at the time, and the way he ran the football, how physical he played, I'm like, oh, man, that was a tough tackle. Who is this kid? Yeah. And we were able to get him here on the practice squad, and I knew he would be a player just from watching what he did in college and going against him. Arian, he took advantage of that and never looked back. Is he our leading rusher?
Yes.
In the history of the Texans,
yes.
Like he was an outstanding running back, and hopefully other guys get to see that. Like, it doesn't matter, again, when you come in the league, where you come in. It's just, what do you do with the opportunity, whether that's undrafted, whether you're on practice squad for a few weeks, for the entire year. Like, are you still working at your craft? Are you still trying to grow and be your absolute best? So when you get your opportunity, you don't look back. And that's what Arian Foster did. And whoever around the league or on our team is in that spot, hopefully they have that same mindset.
Speaking of tough to tackle, Nico Collins is tough to tackle.
Oh, yeah.
And that changed a couple years ago, Coach, when he really became a guy that really focused on getting the football in his hands and then getting vertical. He showed the speed on the first run, but he ran over a safety, almost took that one to the house. How much is that part of his game making him the receiver that he is? Because obviously receivers know for the hands, the footwork on the sideline, the body control, that. But his has really been about the physical nature with which he runs the ball after he catches it.
Yeah, I remember watching Nico earlier. I think it was 2021, watching Nico where, we played against him, and he was more of an outside threat, and he was just an ex-receiver where he just run vertical routes. And so fast forward, coming here is like, how can we move him around to try to get him more opportunities to catch the ball, run?
Yep.
Nico is a tall receiver, but he is strong, right? He is strong. So when he gets the ball in his hands, it's not just, a receiver who's looking to catch and get down. Like, he's looking for that contact. He's seeking the contact. And he does have the speed, the elusiveness to run past you as well. You don't find many receivers who have all of those things in their repertoire as a receiver, and not just pass catcher, but he's a physical player as well. I love the way he finishes all of his runs, finishes his catches, and it's always fun to see him just play football. He's got a smile on his face. He's scoring touchdowns. He's making big plays for us. Same guy. He doesn't get too excited. He never gets too high, never too low, man. It's fun watching him just grow in his career and get the, recognition that he deserves. Nico's an all-pro receiver in the league, and he needs to get that honor this year.
Coach, how about CJ's third game back and gutsy performance last week against the Chiefs and then this week against Arizona? Throws for big yardage, 3 touchdown passes, and some lasers, as well as the sack-saving throws that you like to see.
Yeah, what I love about CJ is the decision-making. That's the thing. It's just off the charts. Like, to see him grow and not try to run out of the back of the pocket and trying to make the big play every time. But now he's taking what's there, no matter who the receiver is, whatever the play calls for with his progression. Whoever is open, that's where he's delivering the football. And just the decision-making from that standpoint, also when he does escape the pocket, being able to keep your eyes downfield, right? Ward off defenders, keep your eyes downfield, keeping 2 hands on the football, and still delivering strikes. The one he throws to Dalton over the middle of the field, third down, like just multiple plays. The touchdown to Dalton, like he could have easily, I thought he was going to run it in. I was like, oh, go, CJ. And I'm like, oh. That's a better decision right there. Okay. Yeah. Dalton way to uncover, and CJ, great job of finding him. But I'm so encouraged by what he's doing from the quarterback position, because when your quarterback is playing well, especially now in December football, quarterback is playing well, making great decisions, protecting the football, it just allows you to be in a position to win football games.
Coach, there's that old adage of the game's slowing down.
Yeah.
And it feels like that watching CJ, that the game is slowing down. But I want to ask you, as a player, did you have that sort of the game slowing down? I know in the box it moves fast, but did you have that kind of period where you could sense things were maybe moving a little bit slower because of the way you're seeing things, what you knew they were doing, and you sensed that with CJ from that position?
For sure. I think, from being around the league for a long time, I think by year 3 is when the game starts to slow down for players, right? And year 3 is always that marker for me. Like if a guy really hasn't caught on and hasn't quite done it by year 3, it's probably not going to happen. Yeah. By year 3, you see those, that growth. You see the progression. You see him calm in the moment, making great decisions, making the plays he's supposed to make. That's a great sign that this guy's going to be around for a while, and he's going to be a productive player, all right, because the game is slowed down for him. You see the same things over and over again. CJ's doing a great job, I think, also of identifying coverages, right? We may anticipate that we're getting this cover 3 or this man coverage, and to see it change on you, okay, that wasn't what we were looking for that play, but I'm able to progress and get to my next read, even though that wasn't the design coverage that I wanted. Like, that shows the growth. His demeanor has been great in game, really calm, confident, handling the situations very well. Very happy with him.
Coach Dalton Schultz, single-season tight end reception leader in the history of the franchise now after the performance against the Cardinals. What about the impact he's had overall this year and in the game?
Yeah, Dalton has done a great job. I thought he may have been at some type of record. I was asking the guys up in the meeting this morning, like, has he passed Owen Daniels yet? Yeah. Like, he's made a lot of catches. Dalton has done a great job this year, right? To see his progression, to see his growth in this offense, like, just you have this bright light that's shining on him every week. He finds a way to uncover, get in a spot to make a play, and especially it's critical third downs that he's making. I like also how he's finishing, like some of the runs near the sideline, trying to finish going forward. I just like the strain and effort, in the run game. I think he's just gotten better as a player, and he's become very quarterback friendly. CJ knows that, and CJ's, able to find him a lot. So credit to Dalton just for the work that he's put in, like from training camp. Like when we switched to offense, you could tell Dalton was going to have a good year. Like he was doing it all summer, all training camp, and to see it still happening now, at this part in the season, man, proud of Dalton for the work that he's put in, and it's showing up for us and showing up big for us. And now he's breaking records as a Texan. So great job, Dalton.
It's been good to talk about the offense for the amount of time that we have, and we've talked about the defense a lot this year. And I know that you talked about it during your press conference, Coach. There were a lot of plays on both sides of the ball, all three phases, still some yards left out there on all three phases. But it feels like defensively this year, a guy that just doesn't get talked about enough, and I know he was banged up a little bit going into this week, and yet it felt like he played his guts out, and that's Sheldon Rankins. What has Sheldon meant to your defense, especially even more so now with Tim being out, now Mario going out on the interior? What has Sheldon given to your defense?
Yeah, Sheldon has done outstanding job when it comes to especially our pass rush package. Like Sheldon is a guy who is that coach on the field, so to speak. Like he's the guy who's able to communicate like what games we're running, like where if we need to switch something up, it all runs through Sheldon. So he's done an outstanding job of being a leader, like first and foremost communicating. He's done a great job of taking care of his body, like being ready and available any given moment. I think he's played well in the run game as well. He's consistent. He's very consistent. He plays his heart out. Like you say, everybody at this point in the season is dealing with something. And he continues to battle. He's not going to say anything, not complain about anything, but he's going to go out and give you everything he has, every single rep that he takes. And it's fun to watch a guy, who's a vet, been in this league for a while. It's fun to watch just the effort, the intention that he plays with.
Coach, what about the intensity you came out with? It was a lot. We talked about the great start you had, and you need that again Sunday against the Raiders. And I was wondering, I know you talked to the guys about the opponent and all the matchups and everything, but when you look around at standings and things like that, these games are all critical. No matter who you're playing, you need these dubs. So do you address that with the team? How do you go about that?
And Mark, that's why I pour my all into that. Whoever we're playing, my all goes into that opponent because I know how important each and every game is. There is no game to overlook. There is no looking for the next opponent. It's about the now. Like this week, the Raiders, that's what it's all about this week, and it's important. We don't have we don't have the time. We don't have the opportunity to overlook anybody because when I look at the game that we play versus the Cardinals, I'm like, man, I know we scored 40 points. I know that's a great job, great plays on special teams, but man, shouldn't have been over 50. We see, when you have opportunity to do that, no slight against the Cardinals or anything, but just talking about us and how we operate, how we function. What do you expect of yourself? Do you expect greatness of yourself? Not comparing yourself to another opponent, but man, I know I could have did better on that play. I know I could have, made a better block. I know I could have finished better. I know I could have made a better decision, a better read. I know I could have played with better leverage. I know I could have finished my rush a little bit better. So all those things that we have the film at our disposal to go back and show guys and teach them, and I'm just talking about our guys and I know that I've seen them do before that we didn't do in this game, to where, man, how do you really chase greatness? And that's what I want our guys to see. You're chasing greatness. You're chasing excellence. You're not just satisfied with, we got the win. You should expect to win every week. But how are you chasing that excellence?
Okay, so this might be a little tricky. Is it easier to teach after a loss or to teach you have the standard after a win? What's easier to get their attention when you have to teach something you're trying to teach something that day? Is it easier to get their attention after a loss or after a win?
Yeah, it's easier, of course, after a loss because everybody is kind of in the tank and it's like, now those mistakes really cost the team, right? When you win, there's a sense of okay, you can easily relax because you won the game and now, we won.
Right.
No, the mistakes they're all important. You still have to be on it. You still have to get it cleaned up. So, I'm going in, and there's a fine balance as well. I'm going to uplift the guys and show them all the great things that they did because there are a ton of great reps that happen in this game to put us in position to win in such a great fashion. But we also got to learn in every battle. You have to learn, loss or win. There are takeaways, key takeaways that you learn from. So it prepares you for the next battle. And that's where my mind always goes. It's not about the last one, but, man, as we want to keep moving forward, we want to play ball into January, like we can't have some of the mistakes that we're having.
So the standard stays the standard no matter what.
No matter what.
There we go.
When you were in San Francisco, you faced Pete Carroll an awful lot, and now he's the head coach of the Raiders. So you know he's a great coach,
Right.
and the Raiders are not having a great season, but they come in still as a threat as an NFL team with something to play for.
Yeah, always a threat, and playing against Pete, one thing I know he's going to try to pride himself on is, really possessing the football, eating the clock. Like, should be a lot of runs. They have a good back. Should be a lot of runs. They have a really good tight end as well. So, our focus will be there. And then offensively for us, their defense, they're going to do a lot of different things. Their coordinator, they have a lot of different looks. Max Crosby is one of the best defensive ends in our league. He's been there for a long time. Guy's a productive player no matter how the Raiders' seasons have gone. Like, you always hear the name Max Crosby. You always see the film of how hard this guy plays. You can't tell what their record is by watching him play. He's such a stud, does an outstanding job. So we have our work cut out for us. I know up front, we've got to do a great job of handling him if we're going to have success.
Mark asked a really interesting question this morning, Coach, as we were talking. He said, and maybe it's more so for us because we're not looking at it through a coaching lens, but what's that one team when you see on the other sideline where you go, ooh, like you remember it from growing up? You're like, man, I used to watch that team growing up, and you see that helmet on the other side. For us, for me, it was the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders, that silver and black. Like, I grew up with NFL films with Willie Brown running down the sideline. That's what I grew up seeing. For you, do you have a team that you look at it and go, oh, that's a team that reminds me of my childhood that I used to watch all the time, that you just see them on the other side, and you're like, wow, this is really cool. We get to face them today.
Not really one for me.
Okay.
I didn't grow up like that huge of a football fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
More so, I was a baseball fan.
Right.
I was watching a lot of baseball, playing a lot of baseball growing up. So NFLs on Sundays.
Yeah.
Well, we were at church like all day, so I missed a lot of the NFL games on Sunday. Then the Monday night games would come on, but I was so into the WWE that I would be late getting to Monday Night Football. So not a team that really does for me.
Yeah.
The one team that kind of, the team that I kind of started to favor and lean towards towards the end of my high school was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And back when they had the great defense with Derek Brooks and Ronnie Barber, like those guys, those are the guys I was watching.
Yeah.
Coach, the Colts lost over the weekend. Phillip Rivers, 44 years old, comes in and plays quarterback. Just wanted your reaction to that. He's 44 years old. I mean, if we were thin at linebacker, would you entertain? Never mind about that. But thoughts on that subject?
First I'll say credit to Phillip, man. I think I saw Phillip not too long ago at the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame, and seeing him, he was so excited, so full of energy like he always is, and he's coaching his high school team, proud of his team, and now to see him transition to be able to come back in the football, it says a lot about him, and it says a lot about what Shane thinks of him and what he's capable of doing. You see that he's a coach for sure, but he was the coach on the field. Watching, I was able to see a little bit of that game and watching him like just get back into QB mode, like seeing him being able to ID the defense, check plays, checking the screens, checking protections. It was really cool to see. And I think he did a really good job of really having those guys there in position to win the football game. It's impressive. No one was thinking it would look that way, but for him to go up to Seattle and give that team an opportunity to be in position to win, that was very impressive by him.
All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. It's the holiday game this weekend. So, Coach, when I say holiday tradition, either growing up or now, what rings out to you? What is important to you, your family, maybe growing up, or maybe something you like to do now with your kids and wife?
And growing up for me, holiday tradition was Christmas Eve. We had a huge event on Christmas Eve where the entire family was able to come together, and we were able to just share a joyous time. You had these huge people would come in with big bags of gifts, and everybody got a gift. All right, it didn't matter it wasn't about the amount of the gift and what it was. Like, man, I could get a pair of socks or a tie or whatever, but it was the thought that went into it. My family definitely showed me that, man, they truly care. They love each other. Like, wanted to see the happiness and joy on each other's face just by opening, as kids, you just opening presents and you see some stuff, but it meant a lot to them to carry on that tradition, started by my grandmother, and they still continue that tradition to this day. So, I'm thankful for being able to grow up and see just that warmth and that joy for holidays. And it shows about just sharing with others, right? Giving, not about getting. As a kid, you're thinking, give me, but now as an adult, I see like, man, they truly had a spirit of giving. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that's what I learned from my family growing up, and I truly have that heart now as an adult. Like, it's about me giving. My wife may ask, don't get me anything for Christmas. It's like, who can we share with? Who can we give something to help someone else? So that's my fondest memory. Yeah. Now with the kids, try not to get them too much stuff, so they're not too spoiled. But the kids now, they love the elf on the shelf. I know you guys are familiar with that. Like, seeing the elf move around every morning, they're really excited about that. So I do enjoy that, seeing the kids. Daddy, we found him. He's here, so that's fun.
Reminder, set the alarm for the elf. 10 o'clock at night or whenever it might be. Coach, thanks a lot.
Right,
good luck.
Thank you, guys. Enjoyed it.
All right, there's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. Coming up, the post-game locker room speech, and Jawar Jordan. How did he do? Pretty darn well. Over the century mark, first running back this season to do that for the Texans. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift-giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299. Or visit HoustonTexansLux.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Critical infrastructure connects and powers everything we do. Resilience isn't optional, it's essential. 1898 & Co. can help. As part of Burns & McDonnell, we bring unmatched global experience in power transmission and distribution planning and cybersecurity consulting, delivering practical, tailored solutions that protect critical systems and power smarter, stronger operations. Learn more about our growing team at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans took down the Cardinals to continue their win streak.
CJ in the pocket. CJ throwing back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston.
You want to be playing your best ball in December, going into January. And I think, since we're doing that, it's really good. But there's always things to improve on. And every week we just keep progressing. I think that's all we can do right now.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Great to have you listening to the D'Amico Ryan Show. Before we get to Dalton Schultz and that great interview with Sean Pendergast, Len Stoerner, how about the post-game moments in the locker room? Here's how it went down.
Everybody feel great about that win? Hey, man, I ain't really proud of you guys for just, coming out, handling business, doing exactly what we talked about. Everybody showed up. It took everybody, all right, to get this job done, and I'm proud of you guys. The one who jumped it off, taking the ball first, got Scoob. Great job. We had another takeaway. We had Kamari. Great job, Kamari. All right, back-to-back weeks, man. Great job by you. All right, then flipping over to the offense side of the ball. All right, CJ, outstanding day, man. Outstanding day by you. Way to lead us. All right, the entire game, way to lead us. All right, then we got in the end zone 2 times with Nico. Great job, Nick. Keep balling. Outstanding job. I got one game ball, though. Yeah. One game ball, guys, all right? It goes to, this guy was his debut game. Just want to congratulate, man. Hey, most yards ever by a Texan in their debut game. Proud of you guys, man. Enjoy this one. Way to come out, take care of business. All right, still, we got a lot to improve on. Always check yourself. How much better can we be? All right, same thing next week. Whoever we got, let's go. Be on your details. Let's have a great week of preparation. Make sure we enjoy this one. It's always enjoy a win. They're always hard to come by, but I really love the way you guys went out and handled business today. Great job, baby. One time, Texas!
Speaking of swarm, a guy who does that on offense is Dalton Schultz. He's on a tear, right? He's 4th in the league among tight ends in receptions for that position group. And as far as the Texans go historically, he has the #1 all-time season for a tight end in terms of total receptions now. Broke the record yesterday set by Owen Daniels in 2008. So he's got a long way to go to get OD's all-time record because OD started in 06 and, he's with the team through the 13th season. So he was here a while, Dalton Schultz in year 3. But, man, is he making plays for this squad right now, including yesterday, a touchdown reception. Chico had 2. And after the game, Dalton Schultz visited in the Hyundai Texans radio studio with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner.
Dalton, congratulations on the win. This has been quite a month and a half for you guys right now.
Yeah, they were rolling. And that's the challenging part is, we kind of have our backs to the wall with what we did in the first part of the season. And, the whole challenge is, keep that same mindset, keep the same energy, man. Nothing's given in this league. Doesn't matter who you play, if they have a winning record or not. Good teams handle business, and that was a challenge today, and we went out there and did that.
Let's talk about Dalton, man. This is clearly got a chance to be a career year for you. I think statistically, I know you probably don't give a rip, but statistically, the 1 year in Dallas where you had 800-something yards, obviously you got a chance to catch that one. But I think overall, whether it's statistically or you watch Dalton Schultz film, this is a different year for you. Looks like you've kind of changed some things, doing some things differently. What's this look like for Dalton Schultz?
Dude, since we got in this offense, it's felt so familiar. It feels like riding a bike a little bit. It's a lot of stuff that I have so many reps doing and so many reps banked and so much familiarity with that from day one of doing it, I was like, oh, this is just what I've been doing my whole career. So the shoe is fit from day one for me. And honestly, just getting the other guys on that page and like being able to be on the same page with CJ, I think the first 2 years of work that we've had together, we built a pretty damn good trust. And so me being super familiar doing the stuff that I'm doing is like almost allowed that kind of trust to build to a new level. But at the end of the day, dude, like I'm doing what I kind of always have tried to do is just be there when I need to be, how I need to be there, like just be available. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's the stats. I mean, I don't know what they are, but like, you know, they speak for that. It's just consistently.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but you have now tied the single season record for catches by a tight end in Texans history, and you still got 3 more games to go. Owen Daniels had 70 catches back in 2008. You just hit the 70 mark today. I don't know if anybody told you that or not.
Yeah, the PR guys told me I hit it when I came back in.
Yeah.
Cool.
Congratulations on that. Yeah, congratulations. So you guys have been through a gauntlet the last few weeks with your Bills and then the Colts and the Chiefs and all on the road, and these are all teams you're competing with for a playoff spot. And now you have an NFC team coming in this week with the Cardinals, who they're a little bit downtrodden coming into this game. What was the talk leading up to the week? I know a lot of talk on the radio with us is, boy, can't have a letdown. Is this a trap game? That kind of thing. What was the talk in the locker room with you guys this week?
Dude, you turn on the film, and I don't know if you guys are film watchers. Like, I don't know how much y'all prepare on a week-to-week basis, but like you turn the film on, and that team is not 3-10.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, they are not what their record states at all. We knew that they had some problems, and like they gave offenses problems because they play kind of a odd, weird defense. It's kind of like that 3-3-5 that you see in college sometimes. Guys dropping in, dropping down. So there was a lot of like consternation on making sure guys were communicating up front and making sure that just we had hats on hats. And so I think just the schematics of it forced everybody that like, dude, we have to lock in. Like, we don't give a damn what the record says. Like, their tape's good.
Yeah.
And they got good players, and they got edges that are a problem. Like, Sweat's having a hell of a year. Like, Buda Baker's still Buda Baker. So, like, we knew it was going to be a challenge. I mean, that's the NFL, though, dude. Like, doesn't matter who you play. Like, anybody can beat anybody on a given week, especially if you don't show up. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, I know we're live. I got the mouth of a sailor. My bad. But
it got dumped.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I tell you, man, I've told you this
I like
before.
Where your head's at, Dalton. I just want to tell you that.
I got no filter at home either.
I don't know if you've connected any dots or not, but we've been on the radio together a couple of times, and last year was rough for our relationship, man. It was rough for our relationship, and to think we've been in such a great spot, and then you just drop the F-bomb, and it's even better. I mean, I'm like, dang, we did a 180 in less than 365 years. So, but talk to us a little bit, Don, because here's the deal. Today was a good day running the football.
Yeah.
Recently, we've talked a lot about, you talk about watching film. I watch a ton of film. Watching it, like the offensive line, whether it's a great run play or not, the offensive line is getting a lot of push today versus, call it 2 months ago. Things are coming together. But the one thing that's been present all year long is, I think, a different level of physicality that you've shown throughout the year this year, and particularly in a run. It happening today. We're sitting in a press box, and I don't remember what run play it was, but I mean, I hear 2 or 3 people behind me saying, did y'all see Dalton Schultz on that play? He blew up this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, what is there a conscious approach to that, or are you just center punching folks more often, or what's going on there? I
go back to like what I said earlier.
Same thing.
This is a lot of stuff that like I've built so much reps into.
Yeah.
And like, it's not a huge change for me. Like, my first 2 years here, like I had to learn something totally kind of, I don't want to say foreign, but like new. Like, it was just a whole different change of mindset where like, this is like, again, back to like what I've been doing my whole career. So it's felt like riding a bike of like literally just this. I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to think about combos. I don't got to think about targets. It's just like I see the look and I just go.
Yeah.
And so it's allowed me to just play a little bit faster, and especially in the run game. We were talking about it in the offseason. Like, that was a challenge for me. Like, I wanted to get back to that. My coaches wanted me to get back to that. And I think that this has definitely allowed me to take those steps.
Dalton Schultz, Texans tight end, joining us here on Texans postgame. Texans win 40-20 over the Arizona Cardinals. Talk a little bit about where CJ's at right now. We knew before he went out with a concussion, he was really starting to play well against San Francisco in the early part of that Denver game, and it seems like he's come back and he's at a different level now than he was at the beginning of the year. Where do you feel like he's at? What's his ceiling right now?
He's comfortable, and the biggest thing is what he's grown so much in. It's just like, he's so willing to just be like, all right, you want to give me this? I'll take it. Like, I think in his rookie year, he would hold on to it a little bit, make the big play, and like you see that, like the highlights from what he was doing was ridiculous. But like sometimes the best thing is just pop it out, like take a 5-yard check down and make it 13. You know what I mean? It's so seeing those and then just being patient. Also, like he's communicating so well. He's commanding the pocket. He's reached a new level of like leadership that I would say, and he's starting to really demand things of guys, and like just as an offense, like we need that. Like you need your quarterback to be that, and I think he's grown so much in just the leadership aspect. That's what I'm most proud of.
Yeah, like hold guys accountable,
Absolutely.
that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the performance on the field is great, but when you got a guy that's willing to speak out and to speak up and really truly lead from that position, that's what you need. That's what all good football teams need.
What is it playing opposite Nico, man? Because one thing we evaluated last week's film in a tough second half, and I made a point earlier about how they just didn't move Nico at all. So Nico getting the corner hard and the safety over the top a lot, or at least that look pre-snap kind of takes him out of some reads. How does that, because clearly the mindset isn't, all right, well, let's move Nico all over the place like some offenses are just to get him the ball, which opens up opportunities for you and guys on the other side of the football. Kind of talk a little bit about that, how that goes hand in hand.
Dude, he gets a lot of shell.
Yeah.
Like, you see today, like, turn the film on, you try to cover a man, like, good luck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he gets a step on you, he's gone. So, yeah, a lot of teams are worried about that. A lot of teams, they trap him, they roll to him. So, I mean, it makes it pretty easy as an inside guy, like, looking out, like, I see the corner press, I see the safety wide, I'm like, all right, here it comes again, here's cover 2. And, like, it makes those spots for me where I'm like, all right, I know exactly what I'm getting. They're going to just the Nico game. Let me be where I need to be for CJ. And again, like CJ's willing to take that stuff. You know what I mean? He's not trying to sit back off his back foot and have to make a Superman throw. It's just like, boom, ball's out, move on.
What's it like to see a kid come up from the practice squad and go get 100 yards today, like Jamar Jordan?
Yeah, he had a hell of a game.
Yeah, he did.
He was making some great cuts. Like, I love seeing young guys that come in and are able to like string performances like this together. It's great to see him because, I mean, we see him all year and in practice, like, making cuts against our defense, like on scout team, and just being able to go do that on the field and on Sundays. I mean, it's not easy to do that. Like, it's easy to cut up against, on a scout team, whatever. But dude, he had a hell of a day. Like, so excited for him. I think just the challenge going forward is, can you do that again?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
How different is this? Stuff like that really stands out because you see Higgins come on late. You see Jawar today. And just the depth, guys. Davis Mills, obviously, another one that played really well for 3 games. But so, I mean, been in the league this long. It's not everywhere where the depth players step up and the team just keeps rolling. And in some instances, actually gains some momentum and some confidence. Well, what is it about this place that allows that kind of thing to happen?
Dude, that's a good question. Partially, I would say, like, D'Amico is very on the scout teams in terms of, like, we've had conversations with him of, like, that looks not, exactly what D'Amico is telling guys, play your technique, work what we teach, do what we do. We're going to scout these coverages, but, like, he's very intent on you working your craft and getting better because, dude, when you get to the playoffs, every playoff team is missing a guy or 2.
Yep.
Like, everybody needs somebody to step up and fill a role. And that's the challenge. Like, are you deep enough to make a deep playoff run? Because somebody's going to be out. You never know who it is. But it's that whole developmental piece of, like, can you continue to build and get better at what you need to do to help this team win? And that's very apparent from the forefront of, like, when we get to scout team, at the end of training camp, kind of week 1.
Yeah.
I'd say that's a big part of it.
Good stuff. Dalton Schultz, 8 catches, 76 yards, got in the end zone today. The biggest thing, Texans win 40-20 over the Arizona Cardinals. 6 wins in a row now. Raiders coming to town next week. Dalton, Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Yeah, you guys too.
There's Dalton Schultz with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on Texans postgame. Always good to revisit some of those conversations. Schultz, a great interview. So is D'Amico Ryans, and we'll get to the postgame interview with he and Johnny next. And Jawar Jordan in the locker room, and his nickname is Jaws. And Ben Gary, our morning producer and game day pre and post producer, put together something related to that. You want to hear it. It's next on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night. like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to 60%. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
All right, all right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Welcome back to You Did a Thing, the only game show that rewards tiny victories with the new Frosted Berry Whataburger from Whataburger. Today's contestant is being challenged to spell his niece's name. He's writing to Haley on the gift, and he spelled it with an E-I-G-H. That's correct. You've earned a new Frosted Berry Whataburger with blueberry bursties, topped with sweet cold whip. Also enjoy prickly pear raspberry for a limited time.
The Texans took down the Cardinals to continue their win streak.
Here's C.J. Stroud under center, takes the snap, takes a knee. It is over, 40-20. 6 wins in a row for the Texans.
Really proud of our guys, proud of our coaches, our team coming out today, playing true complementary football, handling this game the proper way, and finishing how we know how to finish.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Football is all year round for the Houston Texans. This January, we're hosting 2 life-changing football showcases for high school male and female athletes who will leave it all on the gridiron to earn a college scholarship. Over $160 million in Scholastic Aid has been generated through these programs, making it possible for these athletes to pursue their dreams on a collegiate level. Follow their journeys or learn more about registering at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
It's the final segment of the D'Amico Ryan Show tonight, and it's a good one because we're going to talk to Jawar Jordan in the locker room. Johnny Harris handled that conversation, and Ben Gary, who produces mornings on 610 and pre and post for Texans Radio, handled this. Jawar Jordan, his nickname is Jaws, so naturally we wanted to hear this.
First half of the Houston 34, C.J. tosses the ball to Jordan, starts right, Cox left, 40, 45, open field 50, the 40, left side, 30, 25, 20, and brought down inside the 15-yard line. What a run, Jawar Jordan takes the ball into the red zone.
Come on, you know I love that. Jaws with the 50-yard run had over 100 yards, and John Harris visited with him in the locker room after the game.
Jawar Jordan, debut performance. I'm not sure it could have gone much better. Tim, how you feel, man?
Man, I feel blessed. I'm all thanks to God, glory to Him. Couldn't do it without people that believe in me. I'm just thankful for the opportunity.
Okay, so it's kind of a long story, but I was up in the booth in the first half. Then I went down to my normal sideline position. The very first play I got down to see was your long run, but I didn't see all of it. Take me through that long run you had.
Oh, man, when they called my free release little wide route, I knew it was going to go to me, and I knew I had to make a play and get the drive started, and that's what I did.
I know when you haven't been hit in a while, preseason games get tackled and all that. Were you kind of a little bit at the beginning, like kind of work yourself into a lather, so to speak, like, okay, I took a hit, I'm good, and you kind of get your emotion going at that point?
Honestly, I wasn't too worried about getting hit. It was really like the pads, putting on the pads, not being suited up for a while. You kind of not like used to, not playing without the pads. So it was my first time playing with full pads in a minute. So I think that was the hardest part, honestly.
How's the body feel right now?
Feels good, man. I'm just